Everybody's tired, but nobody can deny. Yes, you know I get it, 나는 아무리 봐도 완벽한 나. I'm getting free. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경 끄고다 같이 free. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경 끄고다 같이. Girl, girl, 나는 bossy, bossy. I'ma be alright, 'cause you know 나는 갑이야. Yeah, yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경 끄고다 같이.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship. I'm going to be your host, caster, and analyst, Necro. Joined with me is going to be CA, but I mean, he's having a little bit of technical issues, so he'll be back with us soon. So today is going to be the Nepal and Bhutan region, and from that region, we have got 4 teams that are going to be playing today. And of course, these are the semifinals. Tomorrow is going to be the finals, and talking about those 4 teams, of course, it's going to be Legion versus RedFire, and then it's going to be PN Crew versus Damaru Gaming. I mean, these 4 teams have been, I mean, pretty good since the qualifiers. I mean, I was taking a look at their past gameplays, how they were showing themselves on the board, but then I did see, that KO being used as well. But one thing that definitely kind of got my mind was the preferable maps for this region was kind of bind and ascent. And now one thing I can definitely tell is that this region, no matter what, they like bind and ascent a lot, which is understandable. I mean, those maps have been in the meta since a long time, but I feel like nowadays bind and ascent have been those maps which have been kind of banned, by a lot of teams. I mean, they don't really like to play bind that much, but it's fine. It is the oldest map. Maybe these teams are comfortable on that map. But take a look at the prize pool, of course, $33,000 prize pool. The first place, of course, gets the most out of it. But yeah, first place, of course, gets the most out of it. And the first matchup, as I did say, the first place, as I did say, is going to be getting the most of the prize pool. But yeah, taking a look at the overall schedule, this is how it's looking like. So of course, India qualifiers #1 did happen on the 10th and 11th, but then now we are on Nepal and Bhutan qualifier. So the play pretty much this is how it's looking like, the overall schedule. And yeah, coming back to the teams, how they're feeling themselves. I'm pretty sure the Nepal region, of course, kind of a brand new. No one really has seen them competing in the Valorant area. They haven't really been out there on the stage, but hopefully this is where they actually do start showing themselves on those boards. But with that being said, as I did mention, KO was being used in the past by these teams against. So Legion had a matchup against 20 Kill, and in that matchup, in Bind and Ascent, they actually utilized KO. But here comes the tournament explanation. India, of course, get the first 2 slots. Then Pakistan and Afghanistan region gets 2 slots as well. Then Bangladesh gets 1 slot. Then Sri Lanka, Maldives gets 1 slot. Nepal, Bhutan gets 1 slot, and wildcard one. And then, of course, they go all the way go to the wildcard, and then those playoffs. With that being said, qualified for playoffs already from India, we have Velocity Gaming, and then from Pakistan, Afghanistan qualifiers, we have Salt. I mean, of course, as we talk about India, they're pretty good when it comes to that defensive and tactical gameplay. And when we talk about Pakistan and Afghanistan region, I feel like their mechanical aim and overall the mechanical skill of the game is really good. I mean, as I'm talking about the mechanical aim, I felt like their aim is just really cracked without a doubt. So I really want to see what Nepal region has to deliver. But yeah, getting back to the convo that I was having. So in the past, Legion have played against TDK, and in Ascent and Bind, they actually utilized KO, which was quite interesting, and that did really kind of caught my eye. Usually teams don't really tend to play the Asian that they're not really comfortable with. But yeah, here comes the breakout for brackets for Nepal and Bhutan qualifier. And of course, in the semifinals, we have Legion going head to head against RedFire, and then PN Crew going against Damaru Gaming. Now, I did go through this before, but as I did say, it's going to be really interesting to see what they've got on the board, and especially talking about the map veto. I'm really interested to see because in the past, as I did mention, against when Legion did play against TDK, the preferred maps were Ascent, Bind, and Icebox. So I really want to see. I mean, I feel like Ascent and Bind are definitely going to be one of the most preferred maps in this region, without a doubt, since what I've analyzed in the past. But I really feel like we might see Icebox chiming in as well in the future match. But let's just see what really goes on here. And then if we talk about Red Fire. What they've got on the board is going to be pretty much a standard double duelist meta, as they like to play. Actually, not double duelist, one jet, and then instead of a second duelist, they like to utilize Breach a lot. I mean, Breach, of course, has been one of those agents that is really good when it comes to tactical, but again, Breach does require a lot of kind of team synergy, a lot of team coordination in general. And here we go. Take a look at the guesses that the casters made, and then you guys, of course, the audience predictions are already pretty high on Legion. And this is what I said as well: 2-0 Legion, and each and every single caster as well said the same thing, that it's going to be a 2-0 Legion. I mean, I like to see this, but I mean, let's see. You never know. Red Fire might just strike in, surprise all of our minds, and they might just perform outstanding. But yeah, with that being said, getting back to my conversation, so Red Fire is again a team that really likes to prefer that breach composition instead of the second duelist, and of course they do have that jet going in. So I really want to see how they're going to be combining things with each other. And on the other hand, if we talk about Legion, as I did say, they're utilizing that new agent, KO, in their kind of lineup, in their agent lineup. And I personally think so. It's really going to be interesting because KO, of course, is a new agent, and it will take a little bit of time for teams or players to actually utilize that in their composition. And already seeing that being utilized, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting. And from what I saw about this region, right? Overall, again, I really felt like the defensive nature was definitely there. The defensive nature from these teams was definitely there, but I feel like they can do much more better when it comes to utilizing those utilities on point, on board, on those map and stuff like that. So yeah, with that being said, now today, of course, the semifinals, and tomorrow, of course, the grand finals. Today is a best of three, and I really want to see what the map veto would be looking like. And I feel like, talking about the map veto, I feel like Heaven and Icebox might be banned because, as from what I've seen in the past, that these teams really like their Bind, Ascent, and Split without a doubt. So this is what I think. So these three maps are probably going to be picked because these are the kind of the oldest map out there in the Valorant. They have been there since the beta. So I really want to see, are those going to be the map again being played? So I really want to take a look at the kind of I really want to see at what map selection they have got in our backpacks. And yeah, so as I did mention, that's what's going to be here. I'm still not hearing my kind of co-caster. Seems like he's actually really having some incredible amount of issues. Sorry for the inconvenience, lads. But yeah, that has been kind of the things which has been. So I mean, I did take a look at the map veto. I did get the info about it. So the banned maps are of course going to be Heaven and Icebox, and the played maps are going to be Bind, Ascent, and Split. These are the maps that are going to be played. And again, we did not really get to see the stuff in front of us because some technical issues are going on and we're trying to sort it out. So yeah, I'm the only one over here. Hey, a lot of screen time for me. Yeah, I guess. Hopefully you guys like me there. But yeah, with that being said, getting back to our conversation again. So as I did say, the defensive nature, tactical nature is definitely there from this region. But again, I really want to see how they perform overall, likely wise, because of course, in the end, it really comes down to that we're going to be comparing those regions to another region. For example, if we compare India region to Pakistan, Afghanistan region, without a doubt, I mean, I feel like India is kind of over the edge. Over Pakistan, Afghanistan region when it comes to that defensive and tactical nature, but on the other hand, Pakistan is really good when it comes to that crisp, clean aim and those kind of mechanical skills. It really comes down to what Nepal region has to offer in the future as well. And as I did mention, PN crew of course is there. PN Crew is of course an old org, but I really want to see how they perform in the game of Valorant because I'm pretty sure they are pretty well known in the Nepal region. They have a lot of name as well, and same goes with Legion. So I really want to see how they're going to be performing in here. And now talking about the second matchup that is going to be again with PN Crew and Damaru. I mean, take a look at Damaru. They have played Breeze and Split in the past, and where they have been playing kind of that single duelist meta. Now they always do like playing that Sky onto the map of Breeze, which is pretty understandable. Sky is really good, especially even when you utilize her flashes. You also do get a little bit of info saying that, oh, there is someone nearby you, and then you can try and work around it. But then again, I one thing kind of gets my mind, and I've said this in the past as well, is that Sky and that's so a combination coming in. So I mean, of course, it is kind of weird if we talk about it, but here we go. Finally, here we have the map of Bind. First map being played, as I did say, the first map was picked Bind, and we already do see that Viper kind of locked in on the Bind map, which is pretty understandable. Viper has been kind of an agent that is really good. That is really like kind of good when it comes to this current meta that's going on. So Viper should be in the composition. Unless you're playing a map like Split, then I don't really see Viper being utilized that much. But yeah, Viper in the map of Bind and Breeze, and I feel like Ascent is quite of a decent choice because, of course, these maps are kind of open and they do have a lot of kind of breathing space to work around. You can already take a look at the Legion lads. They're having a great time, having a great laugh with each other, and overall just having a just enjoying their lives. We already do see them kind of warming up as well. Flame is there as well. Cluster, Vidren, and then you have Elder, and then you have Akiko. Now, talking about the past, these lads have been pretty phenomenal, as I did mention in the qualifiers. But now the main thing is like, what do they have to show us in the upcoming semifinals? CA, are you back, my friend?
Yes, I am. Unfortunately, a couple of technical issues, but I'm really glad that I'm back in time for the matchup to start. And as you were talking about, Necro, like I think a lot of these players, for them, it's a newer platform. Like it's a bigger platform. It's a chance to represent not just Nepal and Bhutan in the main event, but potentially even take the name further and become the winner of that event itself. But looking at this specific match and these compositions, a couple of changes, like the Viper we did not see played by either of these teams in the past. They picked it up. So the double controller and the double initiator for the side of RedFire, I really like that. On the other side, though, the Astra Viper composition, relatively older in the meta, but still absolutely good. Now, instantly we started. Look at this. RedFire have used their breach aggressiveness, brought in the arena into that A-shot angle position. That's a lot of info, and they know that Legion is coming B.
Exactly, they definitely do know that Legion's coming there. Slowly, Ellie has already gotten himself the entry on his side. Legion's doing quite good up till now, but now it seems like finally RedFire stealing this round away. Slowly is deadly. Take a look at that, already 3 kills down. It's a 2-on-3 situation. That's a great burst from Akiko, but not really able to find a second one, so he will have to go down. Escanor still alive on the side, doing quite a great job. That's a great gank from Vidret, but now 3 players peek him at the same time. Nothing much can be done from his side. So of course he will be taken down.
Absolutely, and immediately, like the default of pushing in A-short stands out to me. I love the fact that they're using their breach proactively, and more importantly, even though they don't have a jet, they're not letting that really affect them. Usually we see that breach comboing with the jet. This time instead, Escanor on that arena, they're comboing it with him, getting him into an off-angle position, so then he can be in that optimal spot to use his dismiss and get out. Again, you're going to notice on the map that he's doing that, but this time, Legion are ready on that A-shot to contest. The Viper wall likely to come down to split A side. This time, Legion ready to contest. Escanor has that better weapon, but a 1-for-1 trade is actually in favor of Legion. Make that 2-for-2. If the Viper backs up, now they can pick up all of these weapons. That RedFire's push here working against them. This is a really good opportunity for Legion to push for the Spectres they've received.
In a blink of an eye, we're down to a 3-on-3. Now, for now, at least they're looking pretty decent. They already do have 2 Spectres kind of getting back in their hands. So Legion should be feeling a little comfy, even though they had a pretty much hard eco going inside this round, and they're still able to make it out quite a lot from this. They already have done a decent amount of damage. Take a look at Icon of Sin's HP as well. He's down to only 20 HP. For how long can he be able to hold off? Steadily, we have Damaru moving in as well. That's a great straight transfer, and he should find the 3rd kill as well.
The triple kill from Dawood's huge over there. If you look at the HP for both of them, more or less around that 20 HP mark. This had all the makings of a thrifty round. But Dawood with that great control on that Spectre. The first 2 kills definitely expected for the 3rd one onto that pocket position down in that A-short. You have to control it because it's a little longer than that mid-range battle. So Dawood able to do brilliantly to make sure that thrifty doesn't come through and the round goes in favor of RedFire. Now, what I am interested in is that given the damage done for the side of the defenders. They're going to have to heavily invest here. And I want to see Legion trying to abuse that as much as possible, trying to exploit that. They have the better weapons. They went for the eco, so they should try and take long-range battles as much as possible. So I want to see that Viper left on the lurk with the wall towards A, but more of a B-long or A showers contest, so you can try and find those longer range battles as compared to if you go to A short and B short, you're going to give your Spectres a little bit of an advantage for the attacker, for the defenders.
Exactly. We already do see that kind of timeout card being pulled out this early in the game. And, well, I like this approach. I mean, it finally just tells me that maybe we might just see a little bit of more tactical kind of input in the gameplay. We already do see these attackers kind of pause, and we do see that spy kind of heavily leaning towards B side. Maybe they're trying to at least get that race to make a fake on the A side, and then they will instantly kind of enter inside. So let's just see how this tactical timeout, what kind of changes it does bring inside the game. We already do have the game kind of on pause now. The timeout has ended, and Legion still pretty much a standard setup. But one thing I find kind of interesting is 3 players on A and only 2 on B. Usually on Bind, we do see 3 players playing B most of the time. But over here, it seems like they had kind of a hinge, maybe that there would be a heavy presence outside A. 2 players already playing pretty aggressive on the inside hookah, but there's no one watching long. This might just be a little problematic. I don't really know why anyone's watching long, because there's an easy way to sneak inside, even though any of the attackers isn't.
I think the idea is in this double angle setup, you hold on to hookah and then you retake if necessary, even if they take long. And you can see, once they've got that kill onto hookah, they're going to default back, try to get into defensive position and just try to anchor as much as possible. Because on the other side is where they're looking to be proactive with their breach and arena. This time though, since they've got a kill, they're just going to make sure they're calm and let Legion take the next move, because Legion at a disadvantage despite the fact that this is their buy round. They need to make their moves, and this is why I did not want to see them going towards the hookah and U-Haul angles. Those are the short range fights that really favor the defenders in general. So Legion now once again regrouping, setting themselves up for this A short push. The wall is on. The Astra stars will go down. To give all the information. The execute is about to go down, but they're running out of time and they're getting utility thrown into their face.
Exactly, slowly, sadly moving inside. We already do see those flashes being utilized as well. Elder, oh, he has been stunned. So much damage being dealt. And look at that, Escanor barely make it out of that snake body. He's lucky to be alive in those kind of moments. But again, inside this entire kind of fight, Legion do have a massive advantage because
one enemy remaining.
The enemy team has been forced onto an eco, but still they do manage to find themselves 2 kills. And whoa, what is happening? Even though they were not in eco, they still managed to pull that round off easily. Wow.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of that due to the fact that Legion, again, letting RedFire do exactly what they want. They wanted to fight in those short angles with their Spectres, even a pistol for Escanor, and they want to use their Breach in those short angles because Breach much harder to use proactively in the longer, way easier to set up anti-flash positions in those longer angles. And Legion, once again, giving it to them, combined with the fact that when you're running a double controller, conditioning or masking, however you like to call it, is an absolute must. You cannot just try to change up your Viper walls every single round. You need to put in the fear to your opponent that a Viper wall could mean an execute and could also just mean a complete fake. So this is not there for Legion at all, which means that it's really predictable with where they go. Now you can see all of the utility coming down into D, and they know, and yeah, my name is SD. SD doing beautifully well here. Does get traded out, and at the end of the day, the trade is favorable because Elder gets coupled, Deverin with another, and suddenly a Thrifty in the making.
Legion though finally striking back. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Legion do have kind of an advantage inside this entire fight. Reyna Viper still alive, and look at this Escanor. I like the confidence being shown from this man, but he has been tagged by the drone, so he needs to back off instantly. That's a great fight by Icon of Sin. Now all he can do is work with the Reyna and try and find themselves at entry. Already Icon of Sin has moved inside, but the recon darts doing so much work against them. Oh, finally he managed to take him out, so Icon of Sin, it's a one-on-one situation. The pressures can be felt, but Icon of Sin comes out on top in that fight.
I really do wish Cluster had gone for complete wrap there, coming from the B Halls area and then tried to spam through the box, because even though it was a close point, it wasn't necessarily a completely close point. It was towards the extreme sections which can be spammed, so it does get baited by Icon of Sin. He plays that beautifully, able to just stick with the fuse, knows that Cluster will come through for the peak and has his crosshair placement on point. to pick up the kill and secure now a 4-round win streak for the defenders. They're playing this absolutely beautifully, and they're not being threatened in any of their defaults. The breach is able to continuously get value, and now, even though they're not being threatened, they are changing it up. The Vayne are going to push in B long. The breach and Viper are going to play much slow, with the Viper's pit being set up to shut down A shot. And a lot of this, again, is due to those breach buffs. He's able to play self-sufficiently, even as a delayer, make sure the stall comes through, and that's exactly what they're doing here, just making sure that whenever you see a Viper switch, you usually see like a silver drone or like a Sky Trailblazer come through, and they try to chase the Viper out, but with the breach there to support her, that's simply not possible.
Exactly. We already do see kind of a heavy presence outside A short. Only 2 players inside bathroom. It's going to be Reyna and Viper. But again, if they find themselves pretty much an open entry, it shouldn't really be that tough of a task to make an entrance inside the side. But because of this Viper's pit, the push has been stopped. It has been delayed for quite a long time. And again, I really like the waiting game kind of being played by these lads. And again, that's a great fight from Zaga. But look at this Icon of Sin finding one as well. Back and forth trades happening, but it seems like Legion have managed to even things out. It's a 2-on-2 situation for now. It's going to be Elder kind of giving the call to Zoa that, okay, make the plan happen. I'm going to make sure to cover you back. And this is what he's exactly doing. One player finish that shot, Escanor. That's an absolute great shot. Also get caught off guard, but then Zoa Recon's doing so much work. So much info has been revealed instantly, but still Legion trying his best to kind of play and hold on to this situation. And again, Escanor with another great shot. Man, this man's really good with that operator, huh?
Yeah, and he gets it for like very little cost, because now his team at a 5-round win streak, pulling off the double kill already. They really shouldn't have stuck around that for default area, and even though the push was really well thought out by Legion, the fact that they're doing a segmented hit with the double blast pack means that Viper will always get value for her Viper's pit. Felt like they got shut down before they could even actually think of getting their plant down. And when they did get their plant down, you could see all of the defenders, the 2 left defenders, already in their positions for the retake, which meant that when they were trying to get into their post-plant positions, they got taken out one by one. And this is where I really want Legion to step up how they play their positioning in general. We've been seeing this in a couple of rounds, and post-plants are not necessarily coordinated, and this costing them, especially against the breach. You're going to have to be very careful about how you play those. He's extremely strong on the retakes now. The tag on the drone comes to Deverin trying to find some value, has found a tag, but will not find a kill. Escanor taken down to low HP, but I don't think he's going to care much. All he really needs is an assist even to get his health back to full HP. Now Legion going to try to just let themselves look towards this A-shot angle, and if they can pick out Icon of Sin, who is the top fragger right now, I think this could be their way into the match.
This could definitely be their way into the match, and as you did mention, you know, even though Escanor is down low, but he's not low enough. He still has 70 HP. That means he can still absorb a decent amount of damage on himself, which is fine because he has an operator. All he needs to do is connect one single shot, and he can pretty much get himself back up to full HP. But we still do see kind of that distraction being made from the attackers from Legion. But there's a heavy presence outside A short, and I already like this. Here comes the Viper wall. He's ready with the snake bot as well. That's some great lineups coming out from the Viper. And we already do see that A entrance has been made by Cluster. I like how he's satcheling all the way above, making sure he's getting decent amount of info, even though from above the Viper's wall. That's going to be it. Legion getting that entire side control for themselves. Snakebite is there to at least deny that plant for a while. But here comes the from the
10 seconds
on the
left.
side. But still, there are only 10 seconds left. The spike hasn't been planted yet. The spike still hasn't been planted. And I feel like this is it. RedFire realizes that they have got this round in the hand. Spike has been dropped, and yup, that's a great defense being shown from RedFire.
Definitely, but again, Legion waiting a second too long. If you do want that default Viper wall set up, number one, you want to set it up at the start of the round. So the side defenders are always wondering, is they going to come now? The Viper wall just turned out, are they going to come now? Because the Viper, as an agent, is at its very best when it's being used to deny info rather than actually for executes. Because you could see in that round, when they set up that Viper wall, the breach just gets an instant answer. Okay, you know what? I'm going to throw all my utility towards that truck area, and irrespective of whether you get control or not, there's no way you actually get the spike planted. And because of that, the defender is now on a 6-round win streak. Again, they haven't placed that, attackers haven't placed that Viper wall early, which means they're giving away a lot of info to them, but the Sova drone does stack out the opposing Sova. Taken down really low, but look at this cluster going in with the showstopper to block it in the Wood's face, and he's gonna get taken down. Can re-execute now needs to come in real quick.
The execute definitely needs to come real quick. They have already gotten themselves an entry inside the site with that showstopper. Look at that. My name's down such low HP. One bullet can be connected, and yes, that's it. Still managed to connect a headshot. Nade being lobbed him in from his side. At least that should stop the defenders from getting inside the side real quick. Playing still pretty much slow out here. Escanor as well, kind of making his way inside slowly, steadily. That's a great flash from their side as well. And look at this, Elder. Oh, now a little bit of confusion being made from both sides, and that's a great disengage coming out from that man. He instantly backed off from that fight. Until now, Legion's doing quite good inside this. Escanor, the last man alive from RedFire. What can he do? I feel like saving is probably the right choice, but they're not going to let him go that easily. That's kind of a questionable decision.
Elder playing around beautifully because from the side of RedFire themselves, they played it really well using that Reyna dismiss from the kill they got towards the elbow to get info of whether anyone is playing the elbow short angle, the close narrow angle, and they do get that. Once they get that, you use the flashpoint to push in, and till then it's executed perfectly. But look at this, the crosshair placement for Elder on point. He even dodges the flash partially when he does get flash, which means his flash were way shorter than they were expecting him to, and they get completely caught off guard. They dismiss then to reposition himself, and he picks up that last kill on Escanor, denies the operator, and forces now Escanor and side of RedFire to play aggressively, but aggression definitely working out for them. They've already picked up a double. We've got to expect this, Legion. We've already seen this sort of move from them before. They're not expecting it at all. Like, to add salt to their wounds, if you notice the Viper wall for the defenders, it was set out for this exact push. You have got to read it.
Exactly. Elder already finding himself that opening. That should open so many opportunities for Legion. Still trying to play the situation out a little safe and slow. It's a 4-on-3 situation. We already do see that Brimstone kind of backing up from the defender side. It's going to be RedFire. So this can be massive flank unless Legion decides to check their backs. But till now, he does seem pretty safe. And I don't think so. Legion has any clue. They're pretty oblivious of his position. Already we do see that kind of random flash being utilized. They're trying to make the entry inside the side as fast as possible. Already the entry has been made near lamps. Reyna as well sneaking inside the side. Here comes the massive flank for the backlines, but no, he chokes! He chokes! Flame's going to be turning back, instantly taking down. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Instant rotations being made from the teleporters. Viper's picked activated as well.
The Hunter's Fury needs to come out right now to deny the plant. It's exactly that, but he's going to miss the plant spot itself. Not going to be able to take out. Does delay the plant for a little bit, but the kill was necessary there. Mom will go down now, and they do have a bit of info as to where Flame and Dever in a position, but with the Viper's Pit continuously denying them, they're in a very difficult spot. And the fault line does go down, ends up actually stunning his own teammate. Escanor trying to move in, but he's being stopped by Deverin. He's really all up to Saga. He's gonna have to move in aggressively and try to make something happen, but the recon comes in, and the recon is more than enough. Needed at least one player from Legion there to take an aggressive peek so they could buy some space outside the Viper's Pit, because as great as the Viper's Pit is, it is the fact that you're cornered into a tiny area where they can easily, if they have the numbers advantage, push and trade you out. They didn't even need to do that. The recon was just perfect from the side of RedFire. And now a 6-round lead against the team we were expecting to do well. I will give them a benefit of the doubt, given the fact that I expect both of the teams to be way better on the defensive side. But with this breach on RedFire right now, I really expect them to be able to even step it up on the side of attack. So Legion, if they want to pull off map 1, they're going to have to at least get 4 rounds here in the first half.
They will have to definitely at least get this round. I mean, in the first half, they will have to get a round. This is looking quite tough for now. And it really does seem like RedFire has done their homework. So they are at least able to reply back to Legion without any kind of casualty, any kind of serious amount of trouble being shown for them. We already do see those kind of serious faces out from both these sides. Legion clearly do seem a little worried. Before the game, Legion were having a great time, but now their laps have turned into a little bit of more seriousness. They don't really look like they're in the mood to play. They're here to game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think It has been a bit of a slow start from Legion, and I would like to talk about them for a little bit because coming into the Nepal Bhutan qualifiers, I think they were the standout team. When you look back into previous tournaments played in Nepal, it was usually Legion versus Damaru Gaming in the finals, and Legion were the convincing winners again and again. But we've seen this. This has almost become a habit for us, Necro, where we see these teams that are not necessarily known but are expected to who do really good pre-match preparation just come and outshine all of these more known teams because of the work they put in before the match. And I feel like that's exactly what's coming through from the side of RedFire. Having said that, I will say this is still map 1, so we do expect at least a little bit more firepower from the side of Legion to kick in to make it a closer affair, because while we all predicted 2-0, I think the matches themselves were expected to go extremely close. I personally was expecting overtime in at least 1 out of 2 maps from both the series, and if we get 3, I'm expecting overtime on at least 2. But given the way RedFire are demolishing Legion right now, it doesn't look like Legion have a set answer in itself, and I do wonder if it's because of the double controller composition. Because even though the composition is brilliant, it requires a lot of coordination, it requires a lot of pre-match planning, and it requires a set strategy, none of which Legion look like they have right now.
Yeah, it seems like we're having a little bit of tech pause there, some issues going on with the player, but I'm pretty sure we'll be back in the game soon. But yeah, I like how you pointed that out. They do have that kind of double controller kind of combination going inside this, and you did mention it does require a lot of team synergy, a lot of team coordination. So it of course has been one of those things, or one of those combinations which requires a lot of dedication as well, and which is not really that easy to use. So you seeing these teams kind of utilize it, it does kind of gives us a little bit of uniqueness in the game. But let's just see what they've got to show us. Because with that being said, because I really want to see, like you already do see that Brimstone and Viper onto the side of RedFire. So I mean, they are leading up till now, so at least they are doing quite great. But I still feel like Legion could do way much more better. I still feel like there is a room for them to step up here.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look back to their defaults, right, what really stands out to me is that they don't have any. They've been sort of going back and forth between sides, trying to make something happen, trying to make something stick. And while that's definitely a way you can go about the game in a competitive esports scenario, you need defaults to rely on when your pocket strats aren't working out. And it feels like Legion so far have only tried in the moment, like the spurt of the thought, like pocket strats, which don't really give you any set advantages going in. It's more of an RNG factor. And in that RNG factor, RedFire have played beautifully to make sure it sways in their way. I want to see Legion try and just guarantee control of at least one power point on the map. The power points being the B-long area, the A-showers area, and then the 2 shots respectively. So if you go towards B-long, even if you know for a fact that Breach is playing that A site and pushing A short, then B-long, there's not much to contest you from the side of RedFire themselves. The only real fear you have is a possible operator coming out of Escanor. So if you can continuously force down B-long, pick up the orb and put the defenders in a state of fear where they're like, wait, are they going to execute into B-long? Or you can randomly just take the TP and go for a fast execute onto A, depending on your lurker's position. That's something they really need to work on, because without defaults, there isn't a lurker, and without a lurker, your double controller composition isn't really getting the full value of giving that extra controller support to the Viper. Right now, she just feels like she's there for the smoke denial, which is great, and all of that is just not the next level we expect from the top 4 teams from Nepal and Bhutan. I must say, this is a high-stakes situation, high pressure, so I'm sure all of these players are feeling that. So I think we can give them a little bit of time before we get overly critical about how they do end up going. But they are running out of time, because this is the fight for the finals, and RedFire, I'm sure they will not give them an inch if they actually continue getting these leads.
Exactly. This is what I was saying in the opening segment as well, right? So we already do have India coming in with that defensive and tactical nature. Then we have Pakistan region coming in with that aggressive and kind of a mechanical aim, really good, you know, kind of in that kind of category. We have Pakistan region. And I wanted to see what Nepal has to deliver here, right? We already have seen those 2 kind of regions showing themselves and showing what they're really good at in those individual things. But now I want to see what Nepal's good at. And what do you think so far? Like, what has been a thing that has really caught your eye here?
I think for Nepal, what really has caught my eye is that they're sticking to the fundamentals. That was one of my biggest concerns coming in as to what fundamentals you would get to see because there's different layers of what you can expect from esports players. Of course, when you go into a competitive match, everything I just said before, the defaults, the lurkers, none of those things apply. You instead get to see players just doing their own thing. And I was a bit concerned we might see that because given the past matches, I have seen hints of that from both Nepali and Bhutani teams. But looking at this match, I'm seeing a lot of very strong fundamentals, especially from RedFire, because they know what they're playing for. You have that Viper continuously controlling showers. You have those Anchor continuously playing Anchor, but then giving information throughout the mid round because of that Sova. And then you have that Reina and Breach playing much more flexible role, moving from back and forth. Now, I do think got a small technical issue here. Saga's still in base, but we are going to continue on to this round. I'm sure it will be solved very, very soon. But look at this Legion trying to go for a splitting approach. The drone to clear off their B long. 3 players in that angle, and it's really bad to shut them down. He'll get taken out, and that side should be open for the Birds.
As we did mention, B side should be open. Pretty much an easy entrance inside the side. So it's kind of pinned behind that smoke. Legion, look at those. They're finding some good fights for themselves through the smokes. And already it's a 5-on-2 situation. As we pretty much blink our eyes, we're down to this kind of conclusion here. Look at this aggression being shown from Cluster, slowly, steadily making that distraction, and Akiko from the back line working forward.
Yeah, that will be the round pick up for Legion, and it is a really good round. I go back to the conversation I was having regarding what scoreline is important for them to achieve to actually have a strong chance at a comeback in the defense, because we have seen this on time previously, Necro, where the teams are much, much stronger on defense, where you don't really necessarily require as much coordination as you do on attack, because the coordination is then limited to the 2 other or 1 other player that is playing on your side rather than across the map. So now you can see Legion, if they can get to that 4 round, or if 5 even they can achieve, I think that would be best for them. But once again, they're like, you know what, this worked in the last round. Why not try this again? The long control being taken by the drone, the Lear as well as the boombot to clear out Hookah, and now they're going to go for that segmented B hit once again.
Oh, that's a great shot. Slaps him right on the face. Finds 2. Unfortunately, that Astro was kind of busy there. Could not really take any shots.
What?
Wow. Again, 3rd one being found with the Sheriff. Dawood is feeling himself. Oh, this man's on fire. Misses another shot, but finally, Elder will have to back off in those kind of situations. He doesn't really have any other choice. Dawood slowly, steadily moving in, and Escanor's pretty much has Dawood's back, and Escanor's finally going to be kind of helping him out in those kind of moments. And as it did mention, Legion did get kind of that momentum forward after that break in their favor, but as soon as Dawood was back in the game, he decided to strike in hard.
There has to be something up with the team comms there, because after Dawood gets, like, even a double kill is huge, but fine, he got a double kill, his aim was on point. I'm not sure why Cluster doesn't check the garden angle towards long. You have got to do that, and he just blindly running towards long, expecting Dawood to sit in the same position he got the kills in, gets thoroughly punished. And I think that 3rd kill really was the nail in the coffin for Legion, because if Cluster is actually able to clear out B long, then they would be able to stop the pressure from the defender's side spawn coming in from the halls area for B, and maybe they could have cleared out the round. But without that, 8-2 now in the favor of RedFire, despite the fact that it was an eco. Legion faltering in these key moments is really starting to look like a disaster for them, because they're not able to find their identity, they're not able to find their style, and they're certainly not able to find their tempo. Look at this, though, this aggressive push from Icon Hussein. If he can catch out this over here, this round could be over for Legion before it even starts.
This could definitely be over for them, but now those Qualifiers there for the backlines as well. Finally, the entrance has been made. That's a great stun from Beach, but should not really be in that much enough to stop that push. The entrance has already been made. The spike should be planted, but no, what do we see? The spike has finally teleported all the way out to the B side. The Soa's still waiting, and this might just be a real interesting factor. Akiko still manages to take the Soa down, but Dawood is there in the back line, just doing so much work, holding down that B side like a mountain, and he's not going to be shaken anytime soon. Look at this position is really good. He might find a lot of success, but a little bit of wibbly wobbly aim, and he will be costed with his life. It's pretty much a one-on-one situation going right now. controller versus controller. The gun barrel has been spotted, but no. Damaru chokes that end situation. Misses a lot of shots in that moment, and Flame will come out on top.
Flame picking up that round is extremely key for the side of Legion. They needed that round in their pocket because if they lose that round, they lose it, and it's effectively guaranteed to be a 10-2. Now they have hope for an 8-4, and they're gonna take a time out to make sure they can achieve that. Because a 9-3 is vastly different from an 8-4 in how important the pistol becomes going into the second half. In an 8-4, you still can afford to lose the pistol while it is still favored to win it. Even if you lose it, it's not like the end of the game for you. But at 9-3, if you lose the pistol, it might as well be. So for Legion, this round extremely important. And I've got my eyes on those ultimates. This team does seem to favor executes a lot more. They like early aggression translated into rapid mid-round rotations. I want to see them use that Astro Wall. Just go for the rapid execute because they are very good at finding trades for their lost teammates. If you're able to find those trades, translate those trades into actual side control, and then play on an open flank, I'm sure the side of Legion should be able to pull it out. But on the other hand, the same thing is a double-edged sword because the Rolling Thunder ready for rapid fire, for RedFire, my bad, it does mean that they can easily just go for the aggressive A-shot playstyle they've been continuously doing, or play Escanor on a separate side and you save that breach ultimate for the retake where it becomes very difficult to contest unless you've got pristine post-plot.
Exactly. All the players kind of heavily relying towards A side. We already do see 3 players approaching the hookah. Moonbot should give a lot of intentions, and that's a great shot from Cluster to open things up. But what? They line up, and Escanor, of course, is not going to be missing those kind of shots. He connects both of those headshots. Crispy kind of spray being utilized, but being shown from Escanor there. And look at this. This man is just so aggressive on his moves. Spots another one out, takes him down as well. Oh no. That time, though, his aim was a little shaky, and Veteran is going to be finally using that kind of a moment in his advantage. Akiko slowly, steadily kind of seems like he does want to move inside B side. No matter what, he's not going to be changing his intentions. That's going to be it. The Cosmic Device inbound. Saga doesn't really have any other kind of option, but he also does have his ultimate. As soon as he hears anyone kind of running inside the side, he will instantly pop that. Wow, Dawood again missing a lot of shots in that moment. Akiko takes him out instantly within a flinch.
The Rolling Thunder now coming out, denies the plant, and the time is running out. You can see the Viper now coming through. It's up to Icon to really deny him further. Backed up by Saga, he'll pick up one, and Icon will finish it off to make it 9-3. It started off with Escanor, it ended off with Icon. And the way Legion have been playing, RedFire just continuously dismantling them. You can see, despite the boombot actually revealing one player's position, it only revealed one player. So you have to commit the lure going in, because normally when one player is revealed during hookah, the understanding for most things is, well, it's very weird to just have one player in there, so I'm assuming they'll have a crossfire, and that's exactly what was going on in that hookah angle. Even though Legion got that opening kill, Escanor was ready, his position wasn't revealed, and when they entered in blind, he was able to take them out. The lineup just adding the icing on the cake at that point. And for the side of Legion, now a very sticky situation. They need to win this pistol, and a very interesting buy from them. 4 classics with light shields, not something we get to see often because it does mean you have very little utility. They're relying purely on their ability to hit those key right-click shots now. Darren just trying to delay as long as possible. The shot dart doesn't damage, but it does certainly displace. But you can see still, all of RedFire, they've taken hookah, they've taken long, they're ready for the hit. It's really going to be down to Flame to make something happen.
Escanor already does have that flash out in the hand. That's going to be helping them to make an entry inside the side. And in this problem, it's really not looking good for Legion because they've already found themselves the entry. He got burned down to crisp with that molly there. And look at this aggression being shown from Escanor. This man's confidence level is on another. And look at that. It's as we blink our eyes, we're down to a 1-on-4 situation here. And easily RedFire getting this round pretty much in their hands, but still we can't really say. Flame might just clutch it out, but Escanor denies and pretty much shuts down Flame instantly.
Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, we've talked about a number of times how devastating it could be to lose the pistol, and you can see this here. They have to go for the first buy. If you go for a save here, then your entire match is on your buy next. So going for the force buy gives you an opportunity to try and stop the bleeding before it gets too far, to cauterize the wound, really, So we'll see if Legion are able to pull it off. We're talking about their defaults. Looks like they're going for aggressive defaults here. The Raze and the Viper, both of them set up to try and move into A shot. The left angle cleared by the paint shot, and they try to go in. He missed the shots. The sticker splits, but Flame able to get the kill. Doesn't matter though, because Saga there to clean them up. Those shots costing them a lot, but still, they've got B on control, and they're rapidly coming through on the flank. RedFire have no idea, but the game sense for Saga on point, finds his third, and looks to shut them down, taking his team into A side.
Exactly. Those shots from that stinger were kind of tough to watch, and look at that, missing on a lot of shots. Akiko as well. Veteran finally trading things out onto Dawood. It seems like Saga, the aggression is on from this land. Veteran has been blinded. He doesn't really have any other option rather than to back off, but also he has been tagged by the Sova drone. Look at this, he's getting pushed from all the other angles. Saga is down to such low HP, but still the aggression is being shown from this man. And what's happening here?
Ahead.
Maybe you guys should just hold on to the spike and just let Devon go away. It's fine. Because of these moments, take a look at that. So much damage was being dealt there. I don't really know what this is such a unique thing that I've ever seen in Valorant happen, isn't it?
I mean, I don't think so, because I think it's a lot to do with just confidence right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're 10-3 up, you're feeling yourself, and you want to keep pushing the pedal to the metal. You want to keep making the opposite team feel the burn, and I think that's exactly what RedFire wanted to do. Because at this point, even if they get damaged, they don't really care. They know it's a force buy from the side of Legion. They know that even if they lose their weapons, the next round is going to be another force buy. So they will always have the better buy as long as the spike goes off, and there is no hope for Darren to stop the spike from going off. This is slowly starting to turn into a bit more of a brawl, with RedFire happy to take that because they're the ones whose shots are on point. They're the ones who are not necessarily whiffing those first couple of sprays going through, and they're very happy to continuously test them on exactly that. Now RedFire, they're going to go for the A hit. They have the showers control. Escanor pushing in aggressively for that U-Haul, but he's taking a lot of damage from the paint shell. Cluster will take him down and hold on to the lamps area. This is huge for Legion, potentially a comeback.
That's gonna be pretty much overconfidence, being punished instantly. Those snake bites are pretty much on point almost all the time. But instead it was, oh look at that, Veterans trying to fight back in these kind of moments. Legion finally stepping themselves up. Cluster showing himself on board, and that's gonna be Legion getting another round in their favor, but look at that. It's 11-4. Legion needs to do something massive. They will have to win rounds back to back, because we all had kind of a guess going on that Legion's going to be getting this first map in their hand as well. Maybe it's going to be a 2-0 swipe, but we're seeing tables being completely flipped by RedFire.
100%. We have to give so much props to RedFire for the amount of prep they've put in, the way they're utilizing the breach especially. I think I've made it clear to our audience how much of a fan I am if you're using that breach self-sufficiently rather than just using it for the flash and dash or the flash and duelist ankle freeze for me combo. And continuously RedFire has shown that, but momentum on bind on the defense is huge. So winning this round for Legion is going to mean a lot for them, and they're going to try their best to push forward this momentum. Now, a lot being invested to just try to take down the Escanor, the showstopper, a paint shell, a Doombot now, and the Recor drone. So the Owl drone. So Legion right now trying to just take out this top fragger as soon as possible, but they are not going to get any value for their utility. Instead, Escanor escaping by the brink of destruction right there. And with this, RedFire do have a really nice position. They have the showers angle, they have long, and they have hooker. The only power point they don't have is a short, which means they have a wealth of options for where they want to go.
Toxins going up.
They do. We already do see that entrance kind of being made on there, but Elder's holding on pretty strong. He gets 3 for himself. Clusters there's as well to kind of back him up. It's down to one last man alive from RedFire, and it's going to be Dawood. What can that man do? It's all the way on the long side. Here comes the push from Elder, and that's just going to be it. Pretty much a lot of eco frags being gathered by Elder in that previous round.
Legion winning that round does give them a little bit of room to maneuver around, and the fact is that even though we saw that showstopper coming from Cluster just in that last round, the kills and the ultops that he's getting, he's got that 8-point ultimate online again. Necro, this is kind of insane. So I want to see how he's actually able to use that rocket this time around, try and force and make something happen. We're looking at the defaults this time. They're going to use that boombot with the Viper's wall to get Showers control for themselves while playing anchor on B side. The elbow angle for the side of Elder especially important because he is the contact in the swing that is Akiko. So if Elder is able to get the right contact, even if he managed to get a kill before he dismisses out, Akiko's position doesn't become insanely valuable because no one's actually going to be pressuring him. They're going to be looking towards the elbow angle, and Akiko can instantly just take all of them out. The drone, just to get a little bit of info, they spot players out at long. They know there's players out in Hookah. So with this, I expect RedFire to try and go for a rotate, but with the rolling thunder, they could actually just post on the side.
Exactly, we do see that kind of aggressive push being made already. Oh no, but they're holding on. Escanor still not confident that whether he wants to make the push happen or no. Akiko has been doing a great job inside this entire side, and Elder as well, kind of backing him up. So pushing inside kind of in the B side, I don't really feel like that should be that easy of a task for RedFire. Slowly, steadily, despite kind of leaning heavily towards the A side, we already do see that right on Viper there, Icon of Sin, finally backing off. That was kind of a fake rotation being made from these lads. We already do see that rotation kind of happening on the backside, but here comes the Breach Ultimate, and that's going to be it. That should get them the entry inside the site. Elder getting caught off guard with that Breach Blast Cannon. Nothing much can be done from his side. This is kind of an off plan being shown by Escanor. Let's see what kind of ideas do they have in the future to execute. Legion still trying to fight back in these kind of moments where it's a 4-on-3 situation going on. Dawood wants to take those aggressive peaks. He wants to make those aggressive peaks happen. So a little distracted. He will have to pay the price for it. Oh, look at Cluster. He seems pretty unstoppable. Now it's all down to that little Viper. It's 1-on-2 situation. What can Flame do? Gets caught off guard instantly from 1 SP, and that's going to be it.
Again, the comms for Legion a little messed up here because you're going to see this on the replay, right? Right there. There's no reason for Elder to keep contesting to angle. He can just back up when so much utility is invested because the comms should come through from his team. Hey, I've got the showstopper. We can easily just clear out one angle on the retake using that and using then your rears, which you can save, try to push through on the retake. But the fact is, that instead Elder is playing a committed angle while Akiko is trying to back off, and this little bit of divide between these teammates ends up just giving away the side for free while giving the kills over to RedFire. So at this point, Vision now facing a 7-round comeback possibility. It's going to be very, very hard, but I will note Cluster's got the operator. He's playing deep on, allows Elder to play much more aggressive angles for himself. He's going to try to do that as a recon ball revealing the position, but the Reina don't care. She's going to find that instant headshot and dismiss her way out of that position.
This was instantly out of that, and now Legion again. Legion do have those kind of 3 players leaning heavily towards A side. Escanor's already found himself that kind of a cubby, a little safety cubby for himself, but his position has been compromised. That's why a lot of shock darts are being utilized. Look at Escanor's HP, he's down to such low. He wants to find a kill for himself pretty desperately because that's the only way he can get himself back up, but Flame instantly denies that. But on the other hand, Flame has been punished as well for over-aggressing. His HP is down to only 10. And look at this recon dart just revealing so much info. On the other hand, oh, that's a great shot from My Name's 1 SP. That's going to be it for Elder. Unfortunately, this man just got instantly deleted off the lobby. That's a great peek and instantly headshotted him. Slowly, steadily moving in towards Lamp. My Name trying to clear out each and every single angle here. Pretty much this should be it. Wow, that's a great shock dart from his side as well. Veteran finds. Veteran is going to be taken down. Flame from the back lines was not expected in the bathrooms area. Look at this flank coming out from Legion, and that's a great round being taken from Legion.
Yeah, and this round is a perfect example of why we regularly see pro team giving away one power point to hold on to another. Because especially in the map of Bind, if you haven't got something that can deny the sight lines for another team in a specific angle, holding on to a power point gives you insane value. For example, in this round, the fact that even though that Sova went down early, with Darren getting taken out by that shock dart, it didn't matter much because Flame still had control over showers, and the instant the plant went down, because they didn't have the Viper online, he could just go for a peek and pick up the kill for himself. Now Flame gonna shut down the A shot with Viper's Pit, but the fact that they still let Elder peek is really cool. This is something of meta thing that you don't really expect, and get caught off guard. Cluster now holding down B long. He's got another. It does look like Legion are back on the form we expected them.
Legion finally back, and we do see like it does clearly seem that they're feeling themselves in cluster, styling on Davut there. Wow, I mean, great way to close out a round, but damn, you don't have to disrespect someone like that.
Yeah, definitely. Cluster just, getting his confidence up. It was a little scary in that. I'm really glad we got to see that in slow motion. Thank you so much, production team. But the fact is that when that first person went by, I was like, oh no, he's gonna die. But Cluster just on point with the reactions, gets a kill on the second player, and then just bunny hops himself out of there. They're gonna resume the similar defaults. Elder taking that aggressive initial peek towards the shot. I think this time, Refa gonna try to punish that as much as possible, investing a lot of utility. But Elder is slightly more defensive angle, means that he just instead spams through and backs up, and all of this utility invested for Refa doesn't actually translate into much. Now they're trying to use the lure to get into the lamps area, and they've gotten themselves in. But Flame already ready with this angle. If Escanor peeks right here, I think it could be his death.
It could be definitely his death, and pretty much he peeks out, and that's going to be it for Escanor. Dawood, though, still trying to fight back in the bathrooms area, slowly, steadily spamming in the smokes as well. The Viper's wall going up. This is just creating so much kind of visual distortion for Dawood. That was a great satchel, kind of forced him out of his cover. But didn't really mind. Look at that. Flame's position has been compromised, but still, he hasn't really taken any damage. On the other hand, my name 1SB definitely needs himself a fresh magazine. For now, pretty much things are looking pretty good for them. RedFire is pretty much looking so kind of insane inside this entire round. And Legion, if they want to win this one, this is a pretty crucial 1v1. And Akiko, I'm sure this man realizes that their life and death on the map of Bind pretty much relies on this one single round. If Akiko messes this up, that's just going to be it for him. Slowly, sadly, hopping in up, and now my name has pretty much heard it. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury out.
He can just stick it.
That was, yep, he can definitely stick it, but that was kind of a fake being made from his side. And one is SB, he needs to make it back here as fast as possible. And that's a great kind of map realization as well, but unfortunately, the last man will be falling down, and that's going to be it. RedFire taking the first map in their hand, and none of us expecting this, right?
Yeah, and it's these small things that are really going against Legion. For example, in that last round, when you see the Sova ultimate is coming all the way from B courtyard, there's two spots for the Sova to stay in. You can either do it and be long, which is a very risky angle, considering that they could easily push him. But in a 1v1, that's usually where Sovas end up doing, or go to the B courtyard for the ultimate safety. And when you see that it's coming directly linear to you, from the B courtyard, you should put a slip it after the second shot doesn't come through. You cannot try to hop the fuse and peek, because again, that's that 1v1 duel. But Legion keep giving over to RedFire, and RedFire are happy to take. Our aim is on point, says RedFire, and they pick up map 1 already, upsetting the flow that most people expected coming in objectively into this matchup. So I love the team carrying over in these qualifiers. The underdogs always have the perfect preparation to upset these known teams.
Exactly. I mean, Legion, of course, I feel like they had a lot of knowing in the Nepal region, without a doubt, especially in the Valorant scene. But now step in RedFire's seeing RedFire kind of step up from that kind of underdog kind of meta there, but now they finally got themselves known as well, because they have been doing quite a great job against Legion. And one thing can definitely be said, because is that they have done their homework quite a lot. And one advantage that RedFire definitely had there was that kind of you being that team that is not really well known. It's kind of tough for the known team to kind of tackle you down, because they haven't really seen you play on those particular maps. So you do have that kind of a little bit of advantage off a little bit of kind of safety cushion on your side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having said that, though, given the fact that RedFire, I even complimented for them for this. They were just playing fundamentals. Like for Legion, this is going to be a big question mark, because it didn't feel like RedFire actually showed the surprise factor in this matchup. They did not really show their pocket strat. They did not necessarily show. I think the only thing that you could argue they did show was the fact that they like aggression. But with a breach in your comp, you should naturally expect that as the opposing team. Aggression is what the breach is really best at. And I feel like Legion did drop the ball with this map a little bit, but I am sure they will bounce back, because they had moments. Now, going back to the difference between those moments and the regular play that we continuously exhibited, in those moments, it was really players like Cluster, Flame, and Elder stepping up to try and find these pop-off moments. But in
Yeah.
the top 4 teams of Nepal and Bhutan, when you're facing off against such high-caliber teams, you cannot rely purely on those pop-off moments. Instead, you need those pop-off moments to tilt the matchup in your
Yeah.
favor, not to pull it back.
Exactly. They definitely do need those kind of moments, to kind of pull it back. But as I did mention, none of us expected this to happen. RedFire is just kind of stepping it up. And Escanor was playing a massive role inside this entire game as well. I feel like he was doing a great job. Same goes with Elder as well. I mean, they were trying their best to kind of hold on to their spot. But unfortunately, in the end, Legion already gave away so many rounds to, them. So that's why they didn't really have kind of that safety cushion going in forward. If they wanted to kind of make a comeback happen, they would not have to let any kind of round slip away. And this is what exactly happened, right? In the late game situations, they finally were kind of letting those 1 or 2 single rounds kind of slip away. And RedFire already had a massive lead. So all they needed was, even if they find 1 round after 2 rounds, which was pretty much fine for RedFire. And this is what they did. They showed patience in those late game situations, and they pretty much ended up winning the game. But I really want to see what they have packed up in the future map upcoming.
Yeah, I am excited to see if they continue on with this double controller, especially because Icon of Sin looks so damn good on the Viper. The thing that he changed that I wanted to mention, if he actually got pressured in the showers, but it never happened for Legion, was that if you notice, his wall was quite different. Normally, when in that defensive angle, I mean, you expect the Vipers to wall off showers from the truck area on the side, but he was doing it from the entry to the showers itself, which meant that it was a slightly more narrow wall, which he could use to just contain showers all for himself. The other wall giving you the option of playing retake with that wall. He was like, you know what? I don't care because I know my team is taking a short aggressive control. So I'm going to focus myself completely on the showers. And it's these tiny things that really make a Viper A tier from B tier to like completely an S tier player in general. And I can have seen had that every single time. He knows the nooks and crannies of this agent, and he's able to frag while he's pulling it off. So I want to see what agent he himself picks up, because we don't see that Viper in every single map. It can be played on every single map, in my opinion, but we don't usually see it in every single map. So I want to see how he carries on, because it does look like their entire team is comfortable playing this playstyle. Escanor, especially, that aggressiveness in him, perfectly complemented by that breach pick of the Saga.
Exactly. I mean, that has been pretty much perfectly complemented, and exactly how Dawood plays as well. I mean, yeah, there were kind of some moments here and there that he was kind of choking out in those moments, but still, Dawood did quite a great job, capitalizing overall, and he did quite a great job supporting his team, including that he was breached. He still has the MVP here, which is absolutely incredible. On the other hand, Elder, of course, being the Reyna, he has gotten himself 4 First Bloods, and that's an MVP right there with 20 kills. But yeah, as we were talking about how Escanor and Dawood were doing their best to hold on to that B side on the defensive angle, I mean, I felt like it was Escanor and Dawood all over. I mean, they were just shining it so much from the side of RedFire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dawood playing that Brimstone to perfection, continuously able to get full value for the smokes. And I saw a couple of molly kills here and there. The fact that the orbital strike even wasn't as big a concern, like they weren't even trying to feed him the orbital strike, and he's still the top fragger, is absolutely amazing. But for now, that's the end of map 1 of the first semifinals in the Nepal and Bhutan qualifiers. We'll be back in a jiffy with map 2. Don't go anywhere.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. Now, this time I'm actually here. My name is Thea, joined by Necro on the desk. We're here to talk to you about the last map 1 and the upcoming map 2. So, Necro, let's get started off with what happened in Bind, because I felt like it did leave us in a bit of a bind considering what we were expecting going into map 2. So, what do you think about Bind?
I mean, Bind, of course. Bind is a map where, I mean, look, I feel like in nowadays metas, Bind, of course, has been one of those maps that is getting banned pretty much quite a lot by the well-known teams. But on the other hand, if we talk about the Pakistan and Afghanistan region and now Nepal and Bhutan region, we are seeing Bind kind of being utilized quite a lot. So, I mean, that is definitely kind of an interesting factor. Maybe these teams are a lot much more comfortable on the map of Bind because, of course, it has been since the old days and nothing really much critical have been changed on the map. So, entire map is pretty much the same, and it does make sense. You know, if a map is out there for a longer time, you are pretty much comfortable playing it. So I feel like that's probably the main reason why Bind, you know, is being played so much in this reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, especially with the fact that I think adding on to the point that it's been out for so long, like it's one of the simpler maps for the teams to really execute defaults or even set up particular like known executes, pocket strats, and so on. But it does feel like it has been a little more complicated. But talking about well-known maps, I think one of the most played maps in the South Asian esports scene, we're going on to Ascent X and Legion. They really need to pull it back. The composition they play, which they haven't selected yet, but is going to be that Jet Reyna with the Cypher, which is a decent composition. But when I look at how RedFire are able to execute with a Breach, now that they've got Escanor on the Jet combo as well, that's going to be a devastating duo, the Breach and the Jet.
Honestly saying, it really RedFire's kind of composition really seems stronger inside this because we already do see Legion going with 2 duelists, which I don't really know if it's a good choice on Ascent. Yeah, sometimes it is, but it really depends on how your team's feeling, right? Especially if you've already lost on the first map. I feel like going a little bit tactical and a little bit of kind of waiting it out and just trying to, you know, let the game settle in a defensive nature in the second map. I feel like that what I was expecting, but Legion kind of completely throwing us off guard with that agent select.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be extremely interesting watching how the action unfolds because for RedFire, it's just continuing on the same momentum that they've already built up. They're going to ride that same wave, try to surf it all the way through or to the finish line because at this point, they're running the composition, but almost a better version of it because now instead of the Brimstone Viper, they've got the Astra KJ inside, and that combo itself can be so strong and so difficult to push against, both on the attack and the defense. It gives you a lot more options, and I think the cherry on top of the cake is that it's a lot easier to execute as compared to the Brimstone Viper, which already we saw RedFire executing beautifully. So now that it's got easier for them, I'm excited to see what Damaru is actually able to bring through on the Astra and what Icon Sin is able to bring through on that Killjoy pick. But for now, starting up the map, Legion going to start off on the defense, and I think that will give them a little bit of the breathing room because on the attacking side, they didn't necessarily look as coordinated as you would have liked them to be.
Exactly. On the attacking side, they definitely didn't look that coordinated, but Cypher kind of being an interesting pick because we have seen Killjoy being played so many, almost 90% of the times on the map of Ascent, which does make sense. But Cypher also, I mean, being there isn't really that kind of an interesting factor. Yeah, Cypher is pretty good when it comes to defense, but just kind of threw me off guard to see Cypher on the map of Ascent after a really long time. But yeah, we already do see kind of them setting up onto the B side here. A fake presence was shown outside A. Rotations were being made. Reyna finally rotating back onto the B side, slowly, steadily moving here on the A main. We already do see my name's once SP slowly, steadily moving inside. Jet making her way. She has a Sheriff in the hand. If she lands a crucial headshot on someone, of course, is the man Escanor. So we do expect him to kind of pop off in those moments, but he missed quite a lot of shots in there. So he will have to pay the price for it, but instantly connects an incredible headshot onto him and connects another one onto Veteran. Finally redeems himself back in those kind of sticky moments.
Absolutely, and RedFire, they've got more than enough time to get spike planted, and with that, they should be able to get into comfortable post-plant positions. Now, I see both Escanor and Davoud are really low, so the contact expected to be on that Clover. We're gonna have to see how Akiko and Decipher really play this retake, because I would like to see them play it together. They're actually entering from separate lanes, one from first lane, one from stairs. Akiko gets spotted and tagged, and so does Decipher. Now, Name trying to make his way in. Escanor, though, with that, Sheriff able to take him out. Akiko does get one kill. At this point, he's running out of time and he's running out of space. Gonna try to back up. The headshot comes through from Davoud, and the pistol round once again going in the favor of RedFire. That's 3 out of 3 pistol rounds that they won so far, and that sort of momentum, even though it's just a pistol, it really carries over, because now they're gonna get the Spectres, and now they're gonna keep getting to put that pressure, building the burden on the shoulders of Legion. So Legion, they're gonna have to respond back fast, because if they don't get the operator online even on Cluster, and they start running out of options against this breach, because RedFire, they're just confident that they're gonna keep forcing where they like.
Confidence should be pretty much shown, because Legion has kind of found itself as two duelists, so we are expecting that aggressive pushes being shown, and finally we are seeing those aggressive pushes happen as well. Cluster being stuck in that corner, he doesn't really have any other choice other than take a little bit of damage, but finally moves back in the right nick of time. Look at Saga, he's down with only 18, barely surviving from those shock darts, and that's some incredible placement right there. Cluster tried to move out, but got instantly shut down by My Name's 1SP. Slowly, steadily, Davoud moving inside the side. They have found themselves an entry. That recon dart is on point as well. It has revealed so many intentions, so many positions. Davoud from the back lines, and it's pretty much it. They have got the side control. It's a 2-on-5 situation for now. We already do see the defenders kind of moving inside from that CT. That's a great shot from Kiko, but got instantly shut down by Escanor.
Escanor will take her flame. Akiko, a nice jumping right click over there with the classic to do some damage, but it was the minimal of the minimal damage on the RedFire. I don't think they will care at all. With this, they get a bonus going into their third round, and for Legion, this round is really all off the momentum they've been unable to stop from the side of RedFire. And I feel like for me, Necro, I think that's the biggest deal. Because when we look back into Bind, we saw that the third round was won by RedFire, and they pushed that round to almost 6-0 lead. I feel like if this happens again in Ascent, then Legion will be in a position which they can't recover from. Because unlike Map 1, this is their tournament life on the line. This time, RedFire gonna change up their approach, taking mid control for themselves, and then long range battle, Phantom versus Spectre Cluster, you cannot lose that. SB picks up first blood, and with that, they're gonna be able to easily get an A-split approach on. Look at this, they've been able to just easily walk in to Garden and take no contesting from Cypher Astra combo. What?
This is so kind of confusing, kind of defense being shown from Legion there, and they are getting punished for it instantly. Elder still, he does know that the guard control has happened, but he still seems so oblivious of their position. Needs a fresh magazine, he should reload, he probably does as well. Legion, slowly, steadily, they are moving inside the side, he can regain the control back. Shock darts inbound to deny any kind of plant there, but not enough. Legion. They have spotted Saga out in that corner. He has been pinned as well from the backline. They're taking a lot of damage from Davoud, and that's it. Davoud comes from the backline, sneaks in, and gets both of them down. That's just so confusing.
Again, the lack of communication for Legion really hurting them, because normally you see in Ascent, mid control is contested for the defensive side by either placing a trap fire or placing an alarm bot if you have that killjoy. When you have neither, you're thoroughly relying on that Jet to just be able to hold it down, buy as much time as she can using all of her utility. Cluster did not do that. Instead, he instantly went down. They could not account for the mid lurk coming through. They did not account for the walk-in coming through from a shot into Garden, and it feels like Legion are just running out of options here. So I like this, a gamble here, an aggressive move with their eco, trying to get some pressure back to themselves, but it's not going to work out. And as much as I like a team that takes risks, now is the moment for some action. So Legion, they're going to have to pick up some kills here, but the Frenzy Whip comes through, and actually does manage to get one. But at this point, Frenzies and Sheriffs versus Phantoms at long range, there's not much hope for that.
Exactly, there's definitely not much hopes for that, but look at this Legion now, slowly, steadily, still in the mid kind of area. They have decided to kind of do an eco, but they also decided to push all the way from the A side. This is not what we usually see, even on the eco rounds, but Legion have decided to do that. Slowly, steadily moving in front market here. The door should be broken down, and yes, it has been. Davud now has heard the presence in the market. Elder will catch Escanor in the back line, so that's a good kind of catch from their side. Even though they were not on an eco, they have been showing a pretty great presence inside the game. Davud, that's kind of a questionable peak. When you do get spotted, I feel like waiting that situation out is probably the best thing you can do. Wow, gets tagged with the Killjoy turret, and instantly the Swamp Grenade is triggered as well. Wow, Killjoy, what are you doing? You're just single-handedly taking each and every single player down with your utilities. And finally, we do have that solo striking in. One SSB doing that work as well.
Honestly, I'm becoming a big fan of Icon because one of the first things I speak about when I do analysis on Ascent is this map is much easier to retake on both of the sides as compared to others, and therefore the only way around that is to try and stop the retakers in the choke points that you have. On B side, that's that first lane and stairs, and the fact that Icon of Sin there is not using his nano swarms on the spike, rather using it on the choke points to even deny entry on the retake speaks of extremely strong fundamentals to me. This is the kind of thinking we see from top tier international teams, and the fact that Icon of Sin is doing that is huge. Because if you place that nano swarm on the spike, then the action comes right to you at the boathouse. Instead, if you're able to delay them at the choke points themselves, then despite them knowing you're at the boathouse, they can't actually get to you. And when they get to you, you have your crosshair already ready, the way SB did, to pick up kill after kill, pull off a 2v4 post plant, and now take a 4-0 lead. This is exactly what we feared, Necro.
Exactly, this is what we feared. And it seems like up till now they've been doing quite a great job. And as soon as the Asian composition select screen was there in the front, even I mentioned already we do see kind of RedFire showing their presence in that Asian composition. They were looking really strong there. And this is what Legion kind of has a little bit of disadvantage going in forward as well, because that two duelists weren't really necessary on the map of Ascent. Instead, they could have utilized a Killjoy in their kind of meta to make sure that defense is being a little bit more stronger. Astra popping that smoke in, making sure Escanor or any of the lads from RedFire are not getting any kind of information. Spam's happening here and there. But still, at least one of those teams wants to find any kind of opening there. We already do see that Killjoy being set up outside B main. The spike is still all the way back in attacker spawn.
Now look at this from RedFire. They got Escanor in a very nice aggressive position in main. He's going to try to cause a lot of chaos while the rest of them go for the full rotate, especially with Breach rolling Thunder ready. If Escanor just managed to pull some attention to him, they can easily force their way onto B side. But without that attention, if they try to enter onto B side, you see the RedFire is perfectly positioned, and without that jet, you don't have someone to actually create space for you. The Killjoy lockdown will go down, will force Elder out, and I would have liked to see him hold a much more aggressive position, but instead he's going to back off. Smoke comes through to deny the defender's side spawn angle. Elder should not be able to get much kills. Did have the trapper to give us some information, but the bullets ran out and he reloaded at the wrong time. SB picks up a triple, and as you said, a little bit of disappointment there for Legion because they had the recipe for success. They just couldn't execute it. Now 3v2 on the map, and again, this is what I love. Look at those nanoswarm placements, always contesting those choke points.
Exactly, that's some beautiful placements out there, but still a lot of questionable plays were being made from the lads of Legion there. Maybe we do see a lot of room for improvements in the future game, that's for sure. They need to go back and watch what kind of mistakes are they making inside this entire game. Look at that being revealed. But I think much can't be done in these kind of moments. Akiko striking in, finally finding the opening onto the side. The retake has been turned on. Akiko finding the second one, and Akiko finding the third one as well. Akiko strikes when his team needs him the most.
Yeah, Akiko playing that round beautifully, knowing that the players are going to play in that boathouse since he's already used the concuss and the gravity well on the default box and the wallbang position to be in that side area respectively to clear them out. Then goes on to side going. The only way they can actually contest him is walk out of the boathouse and directly take 1v1 fights with him, which is very happy to provide pulling out a triple kill and getting Legion on the board, on the scoreboard with this first round, making sure that now Cluster able to pick up the operator. He was using the operator even as a raise, so the fact that he's now got an operator on Jet is going to be huge. But look at this gamble from Legion, a 4-stack towards this A site, and that's exactly where RedFire are proceeding. The score time gets so much value though, but the Blade Storm wins, and the Hunter's Fury coming out with daring to hunt them down, and Legion are bouncing back with outstanding plays.
Exactly, Legion finally bouncing back, and Liverpool was doing a great job with that. Hunter's Fury did find 2, but now, at least somewhere down line, they are looking pretty decent when it comes to the defense for now. It seems like they will finally get the second round on the board as well. Legion, if they keep on playing just the way they are playing right now. 1 SP, quite a questionable decision. He could have easily backed off if he wanted to, but instantly. But on the other hand, decided to just kind of keep on moving forward in that A main area, just just kind of lurk around there.
Yeah, at this point, 4-2, Legion are really looking like they have stepped up the pace, are looking much more focused, I would say. Not necessarily coordinated, but focused in the way they want to do certain things. I love the fact that they gambled on the A side and it paid off. It's always high risk, high reward play, and the fact that it did give them the reward will give them a lot of morale going into this particular round. Now, with this round, RedFire, they still have 1 buy left, and they need to pull off this buy, otherwise the eco will be in absolute tatters. So now, with that breach ultimate as well as the cosmic divide ready, the rolling thunder can get you entry, and the cosmic divide can make sure that they're not able to peek through despite the entry. The drone coming through from Legion gives them a decent bit of information, but it could be a false sense of security because it only did spot out the wood on that Astra. The shot darts coming in, nevertheless, does displace them a little bit, but now this A main gained for the side of RedFire. The ultimate should come down. The execute on its way.
Executes there, and look at that, each and every single of attacker has stacked outside there. RedFire, the intentions are pretty much clear. They want to move inside the A side, but Akiko hasn't been stunned, and this might just be a massive factor in the game, but no! Akiko instead gets revealed, instantly gets traded out by Saga there. Slowly, steadily moving on to that heaven area. The aggression is being shown from both sides, but Elter this time decides to back off. And that's just going to be it. RedFire getting that easy side control in their hand. Legion were not really able to kind of secure that side in their hands for a long time. They just kind of slipped away. Escanor in the under heaven area. Oh, he has been spotted, but runs out of bullets in the right nick of time. That's so unfortunate. Saga did find Elder though, but again, it's all down to that one last man alive from Legion. What can he do? Flame slowly, steadily lurking around. He is quite close, and Escanor finally connects that crucial shot, even though he was down on low HP.
5-2 picked up for RedFire, and they're raining on Legion's parade right now, Necro. It doesn't feel like Legion able to actually get any value. I love the fact that Akiko smoked himself to try and deny vision, but it was the giveaway, and RedFire instantly realizing it, able to take him out, and they've now relegated Cluster from the big boy operator to that small boy sniper in the Marshall. Oh, he actually does end up going for the Vandal, but at this point, it feels like RedFire, and the biggest issue when you play like this on Ascent, right? RedFire able to control every aspect of the map regularly. We want teams taking proactive A-main control or B-main control, which we actually do get to see from Legion now. Both of the duelists pushing in for B-main, but it's traded out for this mid-control A-main as well in Legion's hands. So they have that control they need. Now it's just a matter of making sure they play it safe. Catch that. They're just going to go for the peaks. Elder able to pick up 1 kill. It's just going to back right back. That could have been extremely risky, but hey, Elder's got that confidence. He pulls up the kill.
He's definitely got that confidence, and look at that Legion. They have finally decided that it's a pretty much do or die situation. If we don't step up right now, it's going to be it for us, because RedFire slowly and steadily, they know that, they're fearing them. Akiko, a little bit of kind of
one enemy remaining.
Didn't want it to make that sort of spray transfer happen, but a little bit of wibbly wobbly aim there. The spike should be planted in no time, and look at that, Damaru lands straight on SP's head. That's kind of questionable from his side, even though he did hear that plant going down. That's some good aim. Great shot being connected, but Cluster from the back lines is there to close things out.
5-3, and this round a bit of a mess from RedFire themselves, because once you've taken mid control, you've got to commit either to pushing all the way into market and contesting despite Elder getting that kill, or you just go for that segmented A hit, you go in aggressively, you don't even have to go to A site itself. If you can take the guard into E control, wrap around, get back into the defender side spawn to surprise your opponents and pick up a couple of kills along the way. RedFire not necessarily committing to either just caught off guard by Elder's pick when that they were in a sticky situation and Legion close off the round. Still, 5-3 in RedFire's favor. They're gonna try to imitate their approach last time. This time, ready for any sort of aggressive. And I love the fact that Escanaut is getting a lot more aggressive, checking that V-man angle. They're like, you know what? You surprised us once, fair enough. The second time, we're onto you, we read you, and we will shut you down. RedFire adapting instantaneously. They're gonna find Cluster as well, and this is what I want to see from a top-tier team playing for their spot in the main event. RedFire playing beautifully right now.
RedFire definitely played that out quite well, and look at this. Icon of Sins. He was stuck in the market area. Oh, this is a great positioning being shown from 1SP, but misses a lot of shots. And what Spectre wins that battle in the long-range duel. That's kind of, I have never seen those kind of moments happen in my life. I mean, yeah, maybe once in a million, but wow. I mean, that's a really long-range duel, and still Spectre comes out on top in that kind of a battle. What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, we've seen it a couple times, and as much as it hurts, it is what it is, because one team is feeling itself and the other team, they have moments, and that's the issue. That's what makes it hurt even more, because you can clearly see that they have the potential, they have the caliber. They're just not able to deliver on it consistently. And RedFire, on the other hand, the consistency is so beautiful. I can't help but point out again the fact that they have adapted to that Eskino's aggressiveness. Plus, when they see Cluster right there, they commit to him. They try to take him down. They know that even if they end up trading 1-for-1, it's in their advantage because they get area for themselves. Now the eco and the aggressive push from A main, Iconison is ready for that. But the one tap, SB does manage to trade on one, but a 2-for-1 in the favor of Legion. This A main push works out. They pick 2 guns for themselves.
They definitely do pick up 2 guns for themselves. Saga slowly, steadily moving in the back lines. He does realize that he needs to at least make it onto the A side in time. Escanor, the aggression is on point from this man. Akiko has been caught off guard, and Escanor slowly, steadily moving around on the map. Well, did not really expect Flame to be there on that angle. And look at this, Dawood, the last man alive. It's a 1-on-2 situation. He needs to clutch this round out. At least he wants to get it in his hand. Even if though RedFire loses this, it still do have a decent lead. But the consistency, as we were talking about from Legion, we haven't really been able to see that since a long time. A great dink coming out. Yup, pretty much Dawood has been distracted by that dink, and Flame going to be peeking out in the right time and taking Dawood down.
Ooh, you cannot leave those extremes unchecked. At least need a turret there to just give you a bit of information that, hey, there's people pushing on to you from the other side of the site. But the turret is actually towards B main, where they get the information and they get the kill, but nobody is actually holding that A main angle. They leave it down to just Icon of Sin on his aim, and he lets go of it for a pure second. And with Darren taking that time to set himself up with the Sheriff lane, he finds an instant 1-tap the moment Icon of Sin comes back. Now RedFire, they're going to try to pull back the momentum. They still got the buys, but with the buys running out, with economy in a back position, they're going to have to pull this off. He managed to get the first blood, with Darren instantly trading him out. Going to back himself up, go back into that tree area, call for backup and wait for his team to come through. The plant should go down from Saga right here, and with that plant, if he's able to get a kill, should have his rolling counter ready. But with both the Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown now coming in, Hunter's Fury from the first plant, Lockdown to actually get into sight. This is going to be a difficult round, but look at this, Ender takes one out, Flame with another spike out, and RedFire, they are faltering. The Killjoy Lockdown will make sure they get inside, but with Dawood not in the greatest position to get the spike planted, also should be able to pick them off piece by piece.
Does able to get one off for himself. Dawood has been taken down. It's just down to that one last Killjoy alive. Legion slowly, steadily seems like the hopes are being alive. And finally, Cluster connecting the final shot. That's going to be it for Icon of Sin. But up till now, I feel like Icon of Sin has been one of the best players when it comes to, you know, that overall getting that side control for himself, and just such a tactical approach is being shown from Icon of Sin, and even that aim is really good. So Icon of Sin, he deserves a lot of kind of props for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Having said that, though, the round going through in the favor of Legion, and the affair much closer than what we saw in Bind. So I already love how Legion are playing this through, but we have to remember they are playing on their defensive side, so you need to push it to 6-6 because if you give RedFire even a little bit of lead going into their own defensive side, we've already seen Escanor opping on that Reyna. Can you imagine him now on the Jet getting those op shots off? It's going to be devastating, especially when you combine that with the defensive power of the Astra Killjoy combo. Now we see a timeout being taken from the side of RedFire, and looking at what they have available, what tools they have in their arsenal, it comes back to that Rolling Thunder. I want to see a bit of a fake, maybe leave that Killjoy towards one of the sides, towards the A side, where she can cause a bit of chaos, pick up an out point for herself, while the rest of the team slowly walks in and takes B main control, and then you can contest, or vice versa. But given the fact that they're all stacked right now, I think they're just going to try to rush hard with Breach Ultimate and then play with the Hunter's Fury in the first part.
Exactly. That can definitely be a little bit of factor there. We're finally moving inside the round now. We already do see Saga kind of ready with that stun onto the short, making sure even if someone's pushing outside, at least his push will be delayed, or that could help Escanor to take him out easily. Blade Storm being activated. Escanor, I'm expecting him to be clearly aggressive on the grid there. Still uncompromised. Akiko finding himself that opening, but Escanor dashing inside to side, taking Akiko down. And look at that aggressive push being shown, but he's still lucky to be alive on 1 HP. One single health. And oh my god, he should be thanking his luck at this point in time. Legion cluster moving out the smoke instantly, getting shut down. That's kind of the question of the move. Why would you move out in the heaven area out of the smoke just like that? Especially when you don't really have your teammate backing up as well. Dawood now utilizing another smoke. Unfortunately, the smoke didn't really land on the heaven there.
2v4, this retake is gonna be near impossible, especially with that Sova ultimate ready. As we're not in the greatest position to use the Hunter's Fury, but it won't matter. The time they're able to buy just this health crossfire is gonna make it impossible. Wallbangs are coming through, but if they aren't able to take one out, instant trade comes through for good. Now again, Flame is able to find one, but because of the fact that they're always in that body system, playing as a duo in a particular angle, SB finishes it off, and it's 7-5 in the lead for RedFire Gaming. They're already 1-0 in maps itself, and you can see that they're always willing to change up the strategy to answer what Legion brings to the table. Like if you look at the last particular round, the fact that Escanor got revealed by the recon tower, he doesn't care. He's bunny hopping his way towards that A shot. His presence pushes all of Legion back into defensive angles, which allows the rest of RedFire to just walk up A shot, set themselves on that catwalk area with the breach utility to enter. And I really like the small change we see from normal teams when the Jet in Escanor did actually enter first. The rest of his team went in expecting that they would be waiting for Escanor to come through. And when they didn't see anybody, instant dash in from Escanor, he cleared out A main and then went directly towards A heaven. The roles are so well defined for RedFire right now that they're able to continuously come back despite what Legion brings to the table. And look at this, is that breach and Jet combo. Again, despite it being a 1-for-1 trade, they made sure that A main can never be contested by the attacking side.
There's just some W game I'm seeing right here, because Escanor did just dash inside instantly, found himself that opening. But one thing should be said, that this round is really important for Legion if they want to stay inside this game, and even if they want to make it a final. So if they win this round, if they win the second half pistol round, this pretty much might just set the momentum in forward, because the other team will have to go on an eco, and this is where Legion will have a little bit of advantage gaining rounds back to back. But Legion slowly, steadily moving inside. Cluster seems like he's ready. He's just waiting for the right call to be made. Here comes Soa Recon, if I'm imagining right. That's a great concussion out from his side, but slowly, steadily moving in. Legion with no assistance. Oh, the Jet dash kind of being cancelled by Akiko. He moved in the... Oh my god, he moved in the way, but Saga, look at him! He's doing a great job holding on to the site. Flame closed off the door, but look at this cluster. Wow, that's some great kind of... map awareness being shown from all the lads of Legion. Finally, we do see Legion slowly, steadily stepping up. But look at Cluster's HP. He's down to only 44 HP.
Oh,
that's a great shot! Wow, I could have seen get shut down instantly, but no! SB, though, not going to be missing a shot, stealing that last hope away from Legion as well.
That's number 4 pistol in this semi-final series, and number 4-1 for RedFire WASD Arena. Damn, they are good, and damn, Saga is a maniac on that frenzy, just popping off. What I don't like though, Saga, is why haven't you got the breach Frenzy skill right there. You get it if you finish the Asian contract. You know, it looks really good. I believe it's called Spitfire Frenzy, if I'm not mistaken. Get that on for you, Saga. Come on, you're playing the Breach. You gotta have that pre-skin, you know? But back into the matchup again. The aiming contest coming through, the flash, the dash. But this time, Legion is ready for it. They managed to get one kill. Still not able to get the weapon though. But Saga is trying to set up all his utility. The spray transfer is there. He managed to pick up Cluster as well. Now going for the aftershock. Shouldn't be able to get a kill, but trying to buy as much time for him to go back into defensive position. Has the backup from Frisbee now and managed to get a kill with the aftershock too. This Breach Jet is just continuously finishing these.
That aftershock wasn't able to find himself a kill, but he's so lucky to make it out alive from those moments. Dawood with 2 final blows, and that's just going to be it for Legion again. Another round being contested by the lads of RedFire. And it seems like slowly, steadily, the momentum is being shown from RedFire. First map of Bind has already been taken by RedFire, and if they're able to take Ascent as well flawlessly, then I feel like, well, morals will be broken. Morals will definitely be broken off Legion without a doubt, because as I did mention, they are one of the most well-known teams in the Nepal region. And if they're just going to get destroyed like this by RedFire, then there would be a little bit of problems being caused.
Yeah, absolutely. RedFire now on that bonus. They finished up where that flash and dash goes through, but the execution of it no different. Escanor finds himself that first blood, and Legion just not able to answer. They're trying to contest mid and push back aggressively, but the door has gone down, the aftershock has gone through, and Elder is going to take a lot of damage from that breach ability. Legion just faltering. They're falling off every single places, and they're finding themselves on this icy platform that RedFire has built. With RedFire on fire, they're able to just cut through Legion like butter through knife. Like a knife through butter.
Well, it's fine. Mistakes happen from human beings, but look at this now. Yup, they got you kind of mumbling, jumbling here and there. But here we go. We already do see kind of a spike leaning towards the B side, so maybe there's a massive probability or massive chance that there is a B rush happening, because we already do see that 2 duelists present in the market area. One player has already been taken down onto Legion, so this round is really important for them. On the other hand, they also do have advantage when it comes to those guns, but as soon as I blink my eyes, kills are falling apart left and right. This should pretty much be an easy entry for Legion. There's only one man holding on to the side. That's a great swamp grenade being utilized by the Killjoy. Thank God she's alive for those late game moments. Elder, wow, not really checking his angle. Just walked straight inside the side. Did not expect Icon of Sin to be there on the A main. And this is it. Legion getting a free side control for themselves. This plan has been taken down as well. It's a 2-on-3 situation. The Killjoy is down to such low HP.
It's really up to Saga here, because as you said, Icon of Sin doesn't have any HP on himself. Saga going to try to peek through, but the headshot angle held by Cluster. The crosshair placement was on point, and he picks up that triple as Legion secure the round for themselves. 9-6 now, in Legion starting to bounce back. I think this is the first time they've actually gotten that buy round through to themselves, and they haven't lost the momentum, because in map 1 of Bind, after they lost the pistol, they would automatically even not only lose the immediate round after, but lose the bonus through. So that now that they've won that buy round, it gives them an opportunity to really punish the economy of RedFire, because that round was the bonus for RedFire. This is going to be the true buy. Still, Icon of Sin on that Bulldog does mean a teensy bit of an advantage towards the side of Legion, but we've seen players pull out those triple taps, as I like to call it, on those Bulldogs. If they're able to do it properly, the gun's just as devastating. Now, aim control being taken by Legion, it's going to be a split A push right here.
Exactly. Bulldog's really devastating when it comes to those. What? The solo is droning it out in the open. He got pulled in by that Astro Star there. Unfortunately, finally moves back in the nick of time. Here comes the Breach ultimate as well. 9 kind of push is happening. Side control is already being made by Cluster, but still managed to find himself 1 kill. That's going to be it. The side control has been found by Legion, and wow, Flame as well. Onto the catwalk, taking Damaru down. Nothing much can be done in moments like those. Cluster does have pretty much a decent amount of info that the last 2 players, there's a heavy chance or there's a heavy probability that they are near the heaven area. Elder, though, has a great flank onto them, but it doesn't really seem like he wants to kind of challenge a fight here. The safe call has already been made from the side of RedFire, which is understandable because they still do have a massive lead in the game. They don't really need to commit.
Yeah, they are gonna go for the save because, as you said, they have that lead. But more importantly, now because of this round lost, they're gonna have to go for the eco on the next. So a couple of weapons can make all the difference because now if that breach can drop that weapon onto his jet and then just set her up for aggressive pushes, Escanor, we know how good he can be on the aggression. Can actually find the value in those pushes and try to get a gun back, and that's exactly what happens. Because you see, Saga, he no longer has his weapon. The dutiful support player will drop it to Escanor, be like, I will set you up, buddy. You have all of my utility at your feet, at your disposal. Go find me them kills.
Exactly. I'm gonna set you up for success. It's your kind of duty now to find yourself some kills. But I really hope that Escanor's not gonna be going aggressive this time. If he does, that would be kind of a questionable move. The flash was there, Escanor. Why do you need to do that? You just need to wait behind for a little. Now look at this. This had just put them in such an uncomfortable spot here. Slowly, steadily, the push is being made from the side of Legion. The dash is there on the Jen. Cluster found himself that entry. Just running and gunning, gunning for the days. Burst out from Classic, finding himself the opening. 2 kills being flying away from the side of Legion. This is it. The side control has been made, and RF, what is RedFire going to be able to pull off? Like, this is if they want to pull this round off in their hands, this would be really a tough task. The next round is going to be the one which would decide Legion's fate.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that flash and dash too. I like the idea of taking proactive aim and control, but you gotta switch it up. We'll come back to that though in a second, because with the Marshal, the Wood trying to walk in, he gets shut down, and for Iconison, it's going to be yet another save right here. So coming back to what I was talking about, right? Like the flash and dash, I like the idea of taking aim and control, but you don't have to do the same combo every single time. Instead, you can play it slower, where you use one fault line to clear out the immediate entrance to A main, and then walk through A main, set up another flashpoint, and then just go for the jiggle peek. That way, you have your dash available. If you spot, oh my god, there's a 5-man stack, you can just dash out of there, come back into a safe position, and then once that works, you can default back to the flash and dash, because then your opponents are always thinking, wait, is he walking? Is he dashing? They're constantly scared. You know what? Let's just not go to A main. That's the sort of fear you want to create in your opponents, and then switch between A main and B main. But for RedFire, they're not adapting, and that is a bit of a question mark for me, because I did see them doing that in their attacking side, but they're not able to do it as consistently on their defense. So let's see if Legion are able to use this bit of a falter from RedFire to pull back aggressively the momentum in their favor, not just equalize the lead, but try to push back in map 2 and take us to map 3. I do notice the last cannon operator for Cluster is going to take this A-shot angle anytime now.
Lower confidence is pretty much being shown from RedFire, though, but finally they do realize that this is the time to get serious. You already do see Saga kind of finding himself that opening kill and then backing off instantly. This is where Escanor finds himself another one as well. Now, this is what has put Legion in such an uncomfortable spot, because they're not really comfortable playing these kind of moments, and Elder has that mid control for himself, but for how long is the question, because he might get contested down anytime soon. We already do see that Astro peeking out, and yes, Dawood will shut down Elder. The push on the B side has been made, but instead decides to walk in inside market area. The Euro Theft should reveal a lot of info, and this is where the call has been made to go back on the B side, because the 2 players on the B have been kind of trapped in there. Already do see Flame moving inside. He does have the spike in hand as well. That's a great flash. Misses the operator shot there. Flame, though, he's not going to be missing his shots this time. Saga fights back. He wants that blood. Saga is really hungry for blood, but instead, he's down to such a low HP. What can this man do? And Escanor from the backlines is doing a great job trading things out. Saga distracted Flame, and Escanor from the backlines did a lot of work.
The fundamentals for RedFire come through once again for their favor, because if you notice their setups, they played very defensively on that B side, relying on the anchor operator that we were seeing from Escanor, peeking the A-shot angle, getting that kill, guaranteeing the info. They already knew that a couple of players had pushed in from mid-market, but guaranteeing mid was clear means that not only do you know that there's players towards mid-market, you also know that there's players towards B-in, and that means that you expect that segmented D hit to come in, and RedFire able to just play that with ease and shut them down, making sure that their eco doesn't just go boom and they're able to actually maintain a decent economy going through. Now the off once again for Escanor, playing a very aggressive angle there, takes one shot, misses and has to back right up. The backup is there from SB, but the Cosmic Divide going down and the recon. The plant should go down. Escanor tries to spot one, but hey, disclaimer, bullets don't go through that Cosmic Divide, man.
It doesn't really go through that. Look at that. Cosmic Divide has inbound, slowly steadily cluster as well, kind of he does have himself kind of being really exposed on the gen there, but wow, that's a great peek from Escanor. A little pixel peek takes him down instantly. Blaze-Storm's active from his side, instantly pushes inside. Look at that. So a recon, there's just so much happening at the same time. The aggression is being shown on point. Elder though, he's doing a great job keeping his team alive, keeping his team in the game, defending the entire side. Oh my god, he's disengaging, getting kills back to back, but still. Legion though, they managed to get themselves that round. And I gotta say, Elder played a massive role in that previous round.
Yeah, exactly. He's just laughing at them like, he knows that all he needs is that one kill on the Empress for the invisibility to cause the chaos. They're like, wait, do I look left? Do I look right? Elder's like, nah, I'm gonna turn up right behind you. Picks up a kill on his teammate in Damaru, and he manages to reset once again, pulling off the entire round and causing the chaos, allowing Flame to go for the peaks and pick up the last 2 kills. This meant that now 10-9, the eco is broken for RedFire, and with this eco broken, without the Blade Storm as well that Escanor used in the last round, they had no hope except just to hit these Sheriff punch taps, expecting someone on top. He heard the updraft noise, but instead, Elder there on that bottom, just gonna come in now and push in aggressively. Oh, really beautiful shot from SB though, does manage to take us, and another on the managing to hold on to some sliver of hope for them.
Exactly, Kiko's there on its side as well. Legion slowly, steadily crawling inside. They've already found the entry. The spike will be planted. It's 1 minute left in the clock. I could have seen using his ultimate, but here comes the Hunter Spirit to deny the lockdown. The lockdown will be destroyed. Wow, that's a lot of shots being missed by Elder, and he will be instantly shut down by Saga. Wow, they line up, and Akiko, of course, this match not gonna be missing moments like those. Akiko with a 4K in that previous round.
I mean, I think we're starting to witness a bit of what we saw towards the end of the first map as well. It's starting to turn into a brawl as players just start hitting insane shots. They're feeling the pressure and they're coming out shining through it. But right now, Legion finally equalizing the scoreline, making it 10-10. And this round is going to decide it all. Because this round, the buy for both of the teams, the economy for the defenders in severe trouble. So they need to pull off this round, and they need to pull it off in a convincing fashion so they can continue the operator presence into that next round. Once again, a defensive B setup playing that Killjoy solo anchor. Have changed it up though with the Wood moving in aggressively towards mid. The breach to back up Escanor's operator. Jump speak from Akiko comes in, and that does give some info towards that top mid presence. But still, look at this towards B main. Legion have taken control by just walking in. The Cypher camera will reveal his presence, but the other 2 players completely unknown. It's going to be up down to First Blood. I feel like the First Blood is going to trigger a domino effect, and there's going to be kills left, right, center after that.
Exactly, there's going to be kills flying in left, right, center. It's 10-10. Things are looking pretty intense up till now. Legion did quite a great job making a comeback happen there. But on the other hand, if you talk about what kind of mistakes RedFire did, they were pretty easily noticeable as well. We did see a lot of mistakes being made by Escanor as well, and then just overall, I felt like that was some overconfidence being punished by the lads of Legion. Astro Star being placed on the high mid. There comes the call that it's going to be an A push. Each and every single player is moving on the A main here. Cluster slowly, steadily trying to clear angles out. They still don't know if winery is clear or not. And I feel like Cluster probably will straight up dash inside. There comes the Cosmic Divide again onto the Heaven area. That's going to be denying so much info on there. But Cluster's there in the back lines to play things out. Saga taken down from side. Saga was trying his best to anchor on the side, but he got instantly denied. Akiko there as well, opening things up. Spike has been planted as well. Legion do look pretty strong inside this entire round.
One down.
Oh, the Hunter Shuri could have changed everything. If you'd been able to deny the spike while it came through a second earlier, the round would have been one for RedFire because there was not enough time. But now Legion able to pull it off instead. They take the lead and they make with this round win, they make sure that they have a convincing situation to pull off not just a further lead, but the map win for themselves itself, because RedFire's economy is in tatters. It's broken down. They have to go for the eco or the force buy. I would have liked to see the force buy, because with this eco, it's like they're effectively saying, you know what, we'll play for overtime, and that's always a risky situation. You can see Legion, they are all pumped up, they're all ready. Now, grouping up towards B main, keeping it simple. You know, the executes are working, why not just continue them?
Exactly, the executes are working, so why do you need to change any kind of things in there? I like how they're kind of switching things up as well. The sides, the opening has been found, so the call has been made as well to make it inside B instantly. Blade storms out, and look at Cluster being really aggressive towards CT. I mean, which is understandable, but I really like how Legion's staying on their toes as well. They're not really overstepping their boundaries, and Damaru definitely did there. Missing another kind of right click in that moment. Cluster, though, trying to fight back. A little bit of more confidence being shown on that side. Soa, though, look at those two incredible shots. I feel like that was a collateral right there with the Sheriff. Oh, that's a once in a million moment, and we kind of missed it to see there. Escanor inside the B main. Yup, the last man has spotted as well. Akiko from the back lines takes out Soa, and Akiko will take out Escanor as well.
Match point.
Yeah, and I have to give props to Cluster, because every single time he's the one creating the space for his team to walk in. Look at this. The fact that he's able to pick up the 2 kills, not just in the site itself, but market as well, using the drone for help, means that his team can just waltz into the site and take control of it. SV almost pulled it back. Knew that a couple of players were cornered towards the left of B-man there, continuously starting the shots, lined them up and shut them down. Did still mean that the weapons advantage came through in favor of Legion. And right here, 12 to 10, map point in the hands of Legion. They're going to try to push back, but for RedFire, let's see if they can take us to our very first overtime here in semifinals 1. Now, A-main is the contest. Again, as we expect from this team of Legion, they like those executes. They're trying to keep it simple. I don't think they're going to expect Extra right here. He's going to take the money with the flash. Ends up being a 1-for-1, so, and as good as it is for delaying, could have got more than that. But look at Davud's positioning. He's taken full mid control, has full B intro for himself as well.
Exactly, he definitely has gotten himself that kind of full mid control as well. And look at him, slowly, steadily moving in towards the attacker spot, and this should just reveal so much info. Akiko, not really looking at the right place where he should be looking. He thought there maybe someone would be camping on the right cubby there. But Davud was just a little late to make that flank kind of happen. And this just had shut down so much from RedFire. Wow, they're finally stepping up. They're finally stepping up. It's a 2-on-4 situation going right now. The spike do seem kind of heavily leaned in the mid. Slowly, steadily moving out from the tiles area. And I feel like this drone will do a great job spotting these last 2 players out. Yup, the call has been made. They're moving it through catwalk, and Icon of Sin is present there. Takes one out. Almost wanted to take second down as well, but not really. Saga missing a lot of shots. That's a massive whiff coming out. Oh, you cannot really afford to make such kind of mistakes in these kind of moments. Finally, 1SB showing that aggression and taking down Flame.
Flame almost pulled it off, but the time was running out and SB was ready. Make sure the round goes through for RedFire. And right here, Escanor getting the opening kill, and then in this mid push, Cluster making too much noise. He was bunny hopping. That just gave SB a free kill. Meant that RedFire now 12 to 1 have hurt the eco of Legion, because despite the fact that they had a win streak going, they were losing most of their players in those win streaks, so they had to keep refreshing their buys every single round. And you can see because of that, the eco didn't really build up, it didn't really snowball. And Escanor now gonna have to play on his Spectre. So let's see if he can make up for it with just that Blade Storm, because that Blade Storm gonna be key. If he can pick up that first blood again, maybe they pull it back. Looking at the defaults, this time no aggressive push from the defenders. They're playing heavy B anchor, a lot of utility there with that Killjoy Astra combo. The Sova just jiggling mid, trying to get info as much as possible, using the drone likely to support his teammates if a B push comes through. While the Jet, it's her job to hunt for that first kill, and she's certainly doing that.
Certainly is doing that. Escanor has been playing that kind of an aggressive angle all the time. Oh, look at that man on the decant walk, slowly, steadily, jibble peeking out. He wants to get any kind of info. Slowly, steadily moving in on the A main. The entry should be found without any trouble. But still, the mystery near Winery will be kept, because The angle still has me clear. Oh no, the intentions have been revealed that they're near A side. They actually went for that orb. Here comes the Cosmic Divide again. Getting side to side and missing that crucial blade storm right click. Oh, that's such an unfortunate kind of timing right there. And wow, just look at that Legion just walking in the side just like a casual stroll on a summer's day. They're not scared of RedFire anymore. They know they only need one more round in the hand to get this round, get this map in their back.
Look at this though. Eco is really low. Flame though pushes through, finds one kill, and this is GGWP, a flawless last round for Legion as they pick up map to bounce back. But it was close. You can see how pumped they are, how much they needed this. So going into map 3 is going to be anyone's game.
Finally, I mean, Legion stepping up there. This was really needed. If they wanted themselves to see in the final in the future, this was really needed. But I feel like some of the mistakes were, like, not some, actually a lot of mistakes were being made from RedFire. They could have tried to play out things quite a lot much more different. As you did mention, kind of Escanor was doing the same thing over and over again, that flash and dash combo, and he was of course getting countered, and I feel like there was no really need to make it happen the third time, because pretty much attackers knew, right, when there's a flash coming out there should be a jet. All they have to do is just pre-aim up there.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing. They had the rifles lined up for that spot every single time, and all 5 of them spamming means at least one of them is going to hit, and they were able to get the kill again and again. I would have liked to see a bit more, like, while aggression is good with the breach, a bit more calculated aggression, a bit slower, yet getting the same territory that you were with the faster aggression, and that wasn't there even in this last round. Escanor did not need to find that initial kill with the Blade Storm. He could have just instead held on to an off angle, especially since the Cosmic Divide came down. As long as he waited for the actual push to come through and then went for the fight, this would have allowed Saga to play the swing on that contact and swing between Escanor and Saga. Instead, Escanor went down. He tried to just get out of the way and close the door, which meant Saga was completely isolated. He couldn't do anything, and that little bit of lack of coordination, it does end up hurting in the long run. Legion able to pull back map 1. I think going into map 3, their morale is going to be at an all-time high.
Exactly, and this, of course, the first map is getting really close. I mean, the first matchup between these two lads is getting really close. And as I did mention, right, when it comes to that tactical and defensive approach, I gotta give props to RedFire without a doubt. Their composition select as well was pretty much on point. We did see that breach jet coming in, but somewhere down the line, the coordination, though, it was lacking. But maybe we just need to give them a little bit more time, and they can make a lot of things happen. A lot of crucial changes can be made in the future as well. And as I did say, right, you can always go back and watch the VODs, what kind of mistakes you made, and try and not mimic them in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And we always have to keep in mind that at the end of the day, the Valorant scene itself in these regions is just recently blossoming. This is a huge platform, to be directly put on, the opportunity to not just be the best in Nepal, but also to go ahead and face these bigger regions that we've seen in India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, etc. And for me, I think that's where the pressure did come through a little bit for Legion in game 1. It felt like when they didn't have the momentum, they were just continuously doubting themselves, continuously questioning themselves, and that wasn't there in game 2 once they did have that momentum. So for these newer teams, for these young bloods, you could say that momentum factor is such a huge deal, because when they get that confidence flowing, you can see exactly why they've even made it to the top 4 so far. They have the potential, they have the caliber, they just need a little bit of a boost to make it show.
Exactly, a little bit of more confidence boost without a doubt. I mean, this win definitely have given that Legion kind of that a little bit of mental boost without a doubt, because we did see them kind of making those risky plays, kind of making those aggressive plays as well, because they realized it's a do or die situation. In the end, you will at least have to make something happen, or just leave this entire competition with empty hands. So Legion realized that in the end. Finally, they were like, okay, no matter how many rounds lead RedFire has on us, we can always make a comeback happen, and this is what they did. We also did see kind of the players stepping up from their side. How can you forget about a man like Icon of Sin? This man is just really good when it comes to those utility usage on time, and he was just doing a great job triggering those swamp grenades on the B side in time.
Yeah, definitely. Icon of Sin was a pleasure to watch, and It did feel like he was having the same momentum he had on the Viper. It was just a matter of Legion stepping up. Like while RedFire certainly did make some mistakes, I feel like we even saw those mistakes in map one. So RedFire, it felt like they maintained the same momentum, but with Legion stepping up so strong, they needed to adapt. They needed to bring something new. They needed to show if they had a card up their sleeve. And since they did not, that puts a big question mark now. Because if Legion is back to the forms that we were expecting, the fans were expecting from the predictions itself, does that mean that RedFire are just, they're running on fumes now? They have nothing else left in their pocket. They got to open up that playbook and search it page to page, line to line to something new. Because with Legion winning this map, I think RedFire are definitely going to feel the pressure. And going into map 3, I'm just wondering now, do you drop the breach? Do we potentially see a Sky maybe from Saga?
I mean, we might just see that because, I mean, the third map, which is upcoming, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the map of Split. And of course, Split, I mean, pretty much a small, compact map. We don't really see a lot of operator plays being used. But I mean, yeah, there are still operators being used in time to time when we do see that jet coming in. But of course, when we talk about the map of Split, Viper is not really useful in that. Without a doubt, Viper on Split, I feel like it's pretty much useless because things are just so close and compact on that map. And Viper is a kind of a character which really needs open sights like Breeze because she has that wall going in all the way in long ranges as well. The only place where I can actually see Viper being utilized is trying to cover that B side from heaven.
Definitely. We'll see if that Viper does come through, save that conversation for a later date. But for now, coming back into Ascent, what I really liked though was Cluster stepping up. I feel like his playstyle really depends on those aggressive executes. He's that aggressive kind of player, but more of that, like where his team needs him to go, rather than Escanor happy to go wherever he can go. So the fact that the team pulled themselves together did show that Cluster himself was able to step it up. In those executes, he was always the front of the trident. He was continuously creating the space for his team, continuously finding opportunities for them to get in. And this part of cherry on the cake is that he was finding kills while doing that. Like even without finding kills, that approach would be beautiful, but he was not always just finding one. He was able to continuously find a double and then go down, which meant that he's given his team not just space, but a numbers advantage as well. And that really translated through for the side of Legion, because you can see in post-plans, they are extremely strong. They have good coordination. Where they really struggle is in those initial rounds, in those defaults where they need to coordinate excessively with one another. They need to give those early or mid-round info. That's where they struggle. They clean that up by going towards the executes, but that's still a bit of a vulnerable spot, because if RedFire themselves can adapt and learn, you can just play 4-1, play a site on retake and stack up another. Challenge the other team. If you want to execute, either we'll retake you or we'll just have a stack ready for you.
Exactly, and this pretty well pointed out by that Cluster always likes to stay with the team, and he likes to work around the team as well. He likes to utilize each and every single teammate's utility to gain himself an advantage to make an entry on this side. On the other hand, if we talk about RedFire's jet, though, a lot of kind of questionable moves were being made from their side, and we also do remember that one kind of moment where the enemy, the attackers already sneaked up in garden, and still the defenders were pretty oblivious about what was happening. That was really questionable. That is still boggling my mind.
Yeah, definitely. But let's have a look at the scorecard for this match. I do believe it should be Cluster as the MVP here, and it's actually Elder. All right. So Cluster a couple more kills, but Elder with more first bloods, really inhabiting that arena role to perfection. But if you look at the ACS, it's like these two duelists both perform perfectly identical ACS for both Cluster and Elder.
Exactly. I mean, both of them have been doing quite a great job there. But still, Reyna, I mean, I felt like over there, even though double duelist playing wasn't really a good thing to do, but still Reyna's flashes were the most kind of important thing to make an entrance inside the side, and Cluster was doing a great job entering inside the side with utilizing those flashes for help. On the other hand, if we talk about Saga, the breach, of course, from the side of RedFire, he was doing quite a great job anchoring down B side, but still he was getting easily contested by Cluster because he was dashing in the side and taking him down, where Saga could not really make a lot happen from his position because he was getting contested down from all the different angles.
Yeah, and it really does feel like to me that they were not able to commit to Saga on the anchor, because we never really saw the breach playing solo. Escanor was always there, so I feel like they were continuously in two minds. Do we want to bit too aggressive approach with that breach
Yeah.
jet, or do we want to let that breach just play solo anchor? Because when that breach does play solo anchor, he doesn't play such defensive angles. He instead contests stroke points where he can get maximum value from his aftershock, go for those flashpoint peaks, and get a couple of kills for himself, then come onto a defensive spot. Instead, we saw Escanor trying to make moves while Saga played in the back in the last round itself. And when Escanor is not able to translate on his moves, Saga just feels like he's on a remote island. Can't do anything really, but hey, that was the end of map 2. There's still another one to go, the decider map, for which team will be the first team going into the finals of the Valorant Conquerors Championship, Nepal and Bhutan Qualifier. We'll set that up and be back in a jiffy. See you there.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is Thea, and joining me is Necro in Nepal and Bhutan Qualifiers semi-finals one. The matchup between Legion and RedFire, and it's been a really hotly contested matchup so far, Necro, hasn't it?
Exactly. It has been so close, neck to neck, but without a doubt, somewhere down the line, RedFire do seem still pretty strong because the first map, they won by quite a massive lead, and now the second got pretty close. So I feel like in the third map, there's a massive chance that RedFire might just pick it up, but still, we never know. Legion, of course, as I did mention, they are a pretty well-known team from the Nepal region, so they might just pull it off from their hands.
I think the key player to be looking at is going to be Deverin. What a pick he does go on, because the Sova is a hard no on split. You cannot be playing that agent. So I want to see what he does pick up, because for Saga, I think he can just default back onto the breach. I would like to see this guy potentially even with the Viper for Icon of Sin, but given KJ's strength on the side of split, I expect he's the KJ player for his team. He's going to carry on that Killjoy, likely to end up playing the double duelist and the breach composition that really suits the aggression that RedFire has shown us so far in both of the maps. For the side of Legion, though, given that they play heavily on executes, my mind goes back to the exact same composition, which means there's a heavy possibility we see that Raze Rain or Mirror on both of the sides. But look at this, the Cypher being picked up for the side of Legion. I think we're going to go for the double Sentinel composition, and as much as that was good, it's usually Sage KJ, not Sage Cypher.
But already the composition, we do see Legion kind of going towards that Astra as well, leaning in there, and then we have Reyna and Raze. I mean, is this again going to be that kind of a duelist? I mean, Raze is pretty great on the map of Slave. Without a doubt, her nades do kind of a decent amount of damage. Of course, as I did mention, because Split is a kind of a compact map without a doubt. And again, I mean, take a look at that Astra again on the other side as well, and then we have Cypher coming in. Cypher and KJ, I feel like they are one of the best agents to have on your side when it comes to the map of Split.
I would normally agree. It's really weird to say Sage and Cypher being played together.
Oh yes,
Usually
that
when
combo,
you
yeah.
Yeah, usually when you see the Cypher being played, it's a much more aggressive playstyle. You see double duelist compositions because that allows the Cypher to play more of that lurk role. And then on the defense, play the anchor role happily while his teammates are using the double duelist to take proactive control. On the other hand, the Sage AJ is just insane at post plants and its ability to shut down an entire site itself, like from both entries. And you don't have both now. You have half of both, which could be doubly good or like doubly bad. It's an exponential factor. We'll see which way it does lean towards. But given the fact that RedFire do have that breach again for Saga, I think they will be a lot more used to this style as compared to the other team here, Legion, who have purely Sage Cypher. They're starting off on the defense though, so that is a saving grace for them. Their defense has got to be ridiculously strong because going into the attack with no initiator is going to be a very hard ask from them to actually pull off a comeback.
Yeah, without a doubt, going inside the attack is definitely going to be pretty tough, but yeah, going to the defense, we already do see Legion walling kind of that A-main presence. That's a great ball for their side. That's just buying them so much time. And instantly being invested onto Slow Orb as well. I don't really know if utilizing that Slow Orb that quickly was a good move because he could have saved onto it for a little bit more time. Another being utilized as well. So, I mean, it's doing quite a great job, at least to suppress down the push for as long as possible. Akiko, though. Look at this. I mean, he has set himself kind of set up onto that ramp. Hopefully, if any other team does not really expect him to be there, then he might just gain a lot of kills, a lot of kind of value from that initial position. Deverin, though, slowly, steadily, still holding that backside, moving back onto screens. And clearly, it does seem like the intentions are pretty clear to make it inside the A side. Yes, finally, RedFire's dashing inside. Escanor has made the entry happen. That's a great aftershock. But Escanor just backs off in the right nick of time. But look at that, Elker finding Escanor, taking him down. Kills just happening left and right. Trades happening back and forth. And up till now, Legion has been doing quite a great job. Defending. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Things have been evened out by Flame.
2 versus 2, it's up to Cluster to get the opening kill and start off the retake strong because with that Cypher and the Sage available, the heal should come through. Iconofsin picks up one, Cluster with the instant trade, has staggered Iconofsin really low and he will be able to find the jiggle and the kill, picks up the triple, will pick up the defuse, and this is the first pistol. Out of the 5 pistols we've seen so far, this is the first pistol the Legion actually picked up for themselves, so already starting off map 3 way better than they did the first 2.
Exactly, starting a map 3 with way better. I mean, at least Legion, they do needed this, you know, kind of a great start already. Getting themselves the first round in their hand, this should give them a little bit of more confidence boost. And you also need to make this fact into consideration, take this factor into consideration that this is the final map of Split, and you can't really mess around in these kind of moments. So Escanor, hopefully he plays with his team.
Yeah, that's definitely what we expect from him coming through. But look at this, the approach is changing from the side of RedFire. They're leaving that jet to lurk towards that mid. Escanor trying to cause some damage over there. Rest of his team goes slowly making their way into this A main. The Altov is fake and Vijayan playing with his life on the line. Has Akiko for backup. Gets traded out and a double to add on the pressure. Akiko going in for more, finds his quadra. Now looking for his ace. Will have a pumped up sawed-off shotgun come through. Will be denied it, but that's okay. His team cleans up the Akiko with the quadra coming up huge for Legion.
Wow, Akiko just completely styling on RedFire, but also that was just an eco round. So Akiko did quite a great job getting himself a lot of eco kills. A shaky aim, you know, I personally like players with shaky aim. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I really like the fact that in general, what we expect from the defender side team is that they use that stage to contest one extreme and then the Cypher to hold down the other. The real pressure comes on to a player like Cluster holding down mid with his utility. That's why the raise is so strong. But with Darren, this is what I was trying to say. The fact that the stage is not just contesting him in with a wall, but continuously taking these aggressive battles with the backup that the Astro provides gives an extra layer of utility to the side of Legion, which means they haven't invested their wall. This adds up later into the round. We haven't seen it yet, but already with the first kill going in Legion's favor, the bonus starting off spectacularly. RedFire in a very bad spot with this map.
Exactly, they're in a pretty questionable spot without a doubt. I like as long as he doesn't get checked out. Oh no, he did fire some warning shots. That's why his position was given away. That's a great nade from his side, but should really deal enough damage onto anyone. So at least up till now, RedFire looking pretty tough inside this entire round. 5-round hand was deciding their fate, and wow, that's a great side for Cage and a tripwire as well. The combination was absolutely on point. Flame got himself 2-3 kills, backs off instantly. Another tripwire being targeted. Wow, Eska, what? Oh my god, Eska, this man is on fire. He needs to be stopped. If he doesn't, well, pretty much he will win the round, and that's what he does.
He saw a flame for a millisecond there as the cage was going up. Literally, I really hope we get to see a replay of that. Because he saw a flame for literally a millisecond, just insta flicks and takes him out. That was nuts, because Flame himself did beautifully.
He didn't even see him.
I think he just saw like a glimpse of his shoulder for a millisecond, expected him to walk in as the cage went through, and just perfectly timed it. A bit of luck for sure, but even the idea to go for that shot in the first place, beautifully played by Escanor. Picks up the quarter for himself. That round should not have gone to RedFire because Legion shut them down in A main, they shut them down in B, they were winning the fight in mid. RedFire pulling out a rabbit out of the hat really with that round means that they go into the next with some semblance of economy. Still, it is definitely broken up. You can see for Legion the same, because Cluster's still on that Judge, trying to hold down these compact angles. And while the Judge is a really good pick, it's a lot more expensive now, so you're gonna have to be a lot more careful with it. It's not that free, like 1600 gun that you can just pick up and get easy value out of. 250 credits, especially with every single ability, extra expensive means a lot.
Yeah, and one thing also up till now has been boggling my mind is that we expect at least one team to play that Sky Asian.
Right there.
And no one has been doing that because we all always kind of peak on the map of Split. And look at that, Akiko though. Oh, that's a great opening being found from the defensive side, but his position has been compromised. Aftershock will force him out. He doesn't really have any other choice. Pretty much that's just going to be it for Akiko. In quite a double spot now, finally deciding to back off a lot.
30
Chaos
seconds.
has been caused. Damaru with a great flank all the way. Did manage to sneak up till heaven. No one expected him to be there. That's it. The entire B side control. Dawood has it now.
Yeah, and using his presence, the team just gonna waltz in onto side. I really hope they go for an open plant. They are running out of time. They're gonna wall off the defender side. So going for the close plant here, hearing a push from the Heaven side. Open plant would have meant much more easier post plants, but given the fact that they've already walled off one entry, the post plant in general is gonna be ridiculously strong. Now, Elder giving away information of his presence there. Wood with the pristine crosshair placement will find a double for himself and leave Cluster in an impossible situation. Should go for the save right here because a 1v4 is not something you want to count on.
Well, it seems like still he has his morals high up. He has his hopes high up as well. Oh, well, it seems like he just said hello to the death and then went back again. Huh. I like what he did there, but now he wants to get some exit frags as well. Dawood has set himself up. Dawood's presence of mind. The map awareness is pretty much on point, but this time not really able to find any success in those kind of moments. Cluster instead strikes and takes him down.
Absolutely. RedFire there, Dawood playing it beautifully. Like I noticed his lurk when he got into that B heaven, and he's been doing this round after round, just walking into mid because it's not being contested while his team is making noise on another side of the map. The defenders end up pulling the raise. They're like, hey, you know what? We want your utility to support us on the defense where the team is showing their presence. This allows Dawood to just get a free push in, and he's able to use this to get a free B side. 2-2 on the map, and the eco broken for Legion. It's an opportunity for the side of the attackers to take the lead, and I love that the fact that they're taking a proactive timeout. They have that Cosmic Divide, they have that Rolling Thunder, so maybe we could get to see an execute coming out from RedFire.
Without a doubt, we might be able to see that execute coming out as well. We do see, as you did mention, a tactical timeout has been made, so I'm expecting a little bit of more tactical approach inside this entire round. As you did mention, he also does have that Rolling Thunder available. So this is definitely going to be quite interesting to see because RedFire up till now, I mean, Legion is also doing quite a great job giving them a tough competition. But RedFire have won themselves back-to-back 2 rounds, and they should be at least have a little bit of edge over the lads of Legion because they have been looking pretty dominant since the first map. In the second map, things went kind of close. Legion did manage to pull off a comeback, but this is where it all comes down to. This is a do-or-die situation pretty much. We already do see that kind of a heavy presence outside A main because Spike is also present there, and even the Jet is there. So the intentions do seem pretty clear, but take a look at that. A mid-push being shown from the lads of Legion. They were pretty aggressive onto the me side, and now it seems like it's fine even if they take the A side control. What they exactly want to do here is get a retake situated.
Definitely, but look at Iconosyn. He's on the flank. He's gonna be able to shut them down. Iconosyn mowing them down, finds that double, and that's more than enough because Escanor coming through on the other side shuts down Elder, and they know exactly where the other two players are. The aftershock forcing him to invest 2 satchels. Even though he got out of the way, I would have preferred he died there in their situation because those satchels are expensive, man. You don't want to invest them in an eco that is going nowhere. Cluster ended up just wasting money to try and escape with his life and went down in the match.
Yep, Cluster kind of ended up just wasting a lot of his money on those satchels, and well, even though he was only left with 12 HP, as you did mention, you being safe wasn't really that kind of a, you know, that kind of a big of a deal because you're down to such low HP already, and you invested a hefty amount of money in that previous round, even though you were on a kind of semi-buy situation. And in these kind of moments, each and every single kind of thing matters in the game because if you are facing off against a team like RedFire that have been looking pretty dominant since the start, Legion needs to make sure they're minimizing on each and every single factor as much as possible, each and every single mistakes.
Oh, I'm not a fan of this Sage wall because all it really does is force the attacker team to show initial presence towards mid. As soon as you take down the wall, you get like 2 seconds of info that they're towards mid, and now they have no idea. Is anyone towards mid? Is anyone actually staying towards mid? Did they all leave it? They still have to commit the players to actually watch out, which means the attacking team has a wealth of options. They can waltz in through that wall, they can go towards another side and force their presence, and the other side option is what RedFire is going to pick up right now. The Cypher left on the look. He needs to wait for the Rolling Thunder to come out on this side before he can actually get moving, and you can see him setting up for exactly that. Iconosyn, this is what I meant. He cannot go in too early. He needs to wait, gets taken down, but the Rolling Thunder coming through flame. Fun, but still manages to pick up the kill. The trade needs to come out, and Damaru and Saga will pick up those. Make sure the trade does come out. Now Flame picks up 1, but another trade for Saga, meaning now it's 2v2 on the map. The spike will go down, and I expect both Cosmic Device to be invested into this round right.
Yep, pretty much. 1 Cosmic Divide has been invested from the side of RedFire. Saga does have that stun going in for his side. Elder's position still not compromised, but he's pretty close in this first. Oh, what? Elder, what? That shot peeks out for a millisecond, takes him down instantly, and then from the backlines, his teammate clears this area out. What was that?
Hello, Elder. What? That shot was, I definitely did not see it. Just pure expectation, pure game set. That's just pure game set, expecting a crossfire. Takes him down. Like, that was insane because if Saga isn't contested, then when Dawood actually picks up the initial kill, Saga would swing on it and take out Akiko as well. Instead, Saga being taken down meant that even though Dawood found the trade, Akiko was there to trade him out. The tables got turned, and whoo-wee, that shot was nuts. But hey, 3 on the board. A lot of key ultimates invested by RedFire there in that round. They're gonna have to invest a lot more here. Look at this Cluster. Very aggressive with the first offer. Has got a lot of control for himself, but he's giving away a lot of noise. I think Iconosyn with the neural theft should be able to take him down. The jiggles from Cluster though, trying to hold on to it. His life survives by the skin of his teeth and manages to pull off the kill.
Oh my god.
In a nervous situation there.
Oh my god, I mean that previous shot made me go sheesh, but now this one made me go, oh, that kind of hurt to watch, not gonna lie. 3 bullets in the magazine, couldn't really do much in those kind of moments. But Ellie though, oh look at that, Escanor from the back lines already has made his entrance inside the site. Oh my god, RedFire is just so quick when it comes to getting those side controls. They just do not fear the Lance of Legion in any angle. Dawood is right below the heaven area. If anyone decides to drop in, he's going to be striking in at the right moment. Veteran decides to check that angle, but Dawood is there to shut him down instantly. Cluster will try things out. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Legion,
One enemy remaining.
Legion, things are not really looking in their favor.
Ooh, and that's a cosmic divide gone to waste because, I mean, as much as Akiko is great, a 1v3 with him being flanked on every single angle should be impossible. Escanor with this vacant role pulls off the round, and it's a 4-3 lead taken in RedFire's favor. And I really like the way you put something Necro. Like, RedFire just have no fear. They're willing to contest every single possible way, and they're getting the value out of it. I think a lot of it coming down from Escanor. I always say that a rising tide lifts all boats, and Escanor is that rising tide for RedFire because 11 kills on the board right now. This Jet is popping off.
Exactly. I mean, this Jet is definitely popping off without a doubt. And yeah, we already do see a massive kind of presence being shown. And again, a mid-push being shown by the Lance of Legion. I don't know why they're doing it over and over again. Even if it's an eco round, you don't really need to do that. You can pretty much try and hold on to sides. It's just like, oh, okay, though, that's again Icon of Sins. Oh, he's not really feeling himself today, huh? He's missing a lot of shots on the map of Split. Unfortunately, he was doing quite a great job in the previous 2 maps, but in the map of Split, he does seem kind of lost.
I really like the gamble though from a Legion, where it's something I always advocate for, because in that situation, even if Icon just managed to get 1 kill traded back, they get a free gun for themselves, and that gun can go on to cause more and more damage. That's exactly what you want from an eco. But look at this, talking about damage, Akiko already picking up 1 kill. Saga does trade him out, but has Angel in his face. The backup is ready though, and SB Dawood Saga will finish off the round. The post plan's too strong, and once again that rolling thunder online, meaning they've already got that game plan for that next round. I think coming back to what we were talking about with that mid gamble from Legion, is the idea that every single round you see presence from RedFire towards that mid. But given the fact that we've already seen Legion do that mid gamble, I think RedFire instantly realizing this is their eco. They're gonna rush down, likely mid. So let's just go towards the extremes. Leave our lurker to give us the information of whether they do it or not. And even though I can assume did go down, it didn't matter as much because in the particular site that RedFire was pushing, they had the numbers advantage on A. They were able to get onto the site, get the plants through, and instantly just play easily with the weapons advantage on both plants. Now, as I was talking about, this mid presence being shown by RedFire every single time, it's what sets up for Dawood's look. But this time, it's actually the Breach and Jet making the mid their own, which means that likely a segmented hit going down, but Flame is going to be the machinery that's going to be able to stop them. They have to check this angle, and they are going to do
What? He spotted him!
The figure discipline, though. The figure discipline.
Oh my god, Flame! Flame just... Oh my god, Flame finally strikes, finds himself too easily! I felt like he spotted him. Dawood did spot his feet for a while. If you clearly take a look at that, Dawood clearly did spot that Cypher, but still kind of... I don't really know what exactly happened in that kind of moment. Flame has already done a lot of damage onto them. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Oh, Flame finally striking again, finding himself the 3rd one. I feel like he might just go for an ace and keep playing like that. But no, Elder stole it away. Why would you do that?
Elder be like, I'm the Elder one. I refuse to give you an ace because I just don't want to, I guess. It doesn't matter because Flame gets all the props for that round. The aggressive push, catching RedFire off completely off guard. And as you said, I think he did spot a teensy bit of Cypher's clothes there, or his leg perhaps. I think the black part of his leg. But
and he also spotted the hat out.
I don't think he spotted a hat out because he had his full focus on the head. Maybe just the pixel, but hey, I guess these guys need those need the aggressive 360 hertz monitors. Usually every single piece of detail. But hey, for now it's 5-4 on the map. FR still have the bias for themselves. They've never been in a situation where they had to eco. So for Legion, that's what we want to see, because we come back to an initial point that the defensive side way better for Legion than their attacking. On the attacking, they're going to have to rely a lot on lurks because they don't have an initiator to actually get things going. They don't have a way to get initial aggression without just running for aim duels, and that's not something you ever want to count on. So Legion, they need to try and pull back a least I would say the next 2, but ideally the next 3 rounds so they can go away from this first half with a 7-5 lead in their favor. But RedFire determined to stop it this time again. Mid control being taken by the Jet in the breach. I expect that flashpoint to come out when they contest B Heaven and then go for that split being hit.
Without a doubt, we do expect those kind of moments coming out, but look at this, it's 5-4 already. I mean, Legion is doing quite a great job, keep making sure this game is going as close as possible. But so many mistakes have been made throughout the game, without any doubt. Here we go. The Sage already does have the resurrection inbound, even if the opening fragger is going down. The rest should be there instantly back up
30
on.
seconds left.
That should really cause a lot of problems for them. Oh, the same kind of cage being utilized by the Cypher, and as soon as someone gets stuck in the tripwire, he's going to be finding himself a decent amount of kills. Saga spraying himself down, just crowd spraying around. And look at that, RedFire slowly, steadily hurting themselves on. They're getting so
10
many
seconds
kills.
left.
Oh, within a blink of an eye, so many kills have happened here and there, and RedFire is just absolutely dominating this entire ground.
The revive did come through for Veteran though, and he's trying to fight his way back. Already picking up another. Cluster will pick up another. The showstopper are now going to come out and escalate in an impossible situation. The position not revealed though. Not dropped to dodge the rocket, and the spike cam dot revealing this. The fuse is going down. Escalate moving in, but he misses those shots. I think he could have gone for a fake dash there because the spike cam dot was still on Cluster. As long as he faked him aggressively pushing, Cluster would have to get off the defuse and Escanor would get the instant information. A moment of panic from Escanor means that Veteran's efforts do not go down in vain. The revive on Cluster allowed him to come through and help Veteran and secure the round. Veteran, the MVP of that round for sure.
I could have actually spotted him in his camera while he was making the push happen. Cluster, man, just straight up rush inside with those satchels. I don't really know why he actually decided to go in the camera and then try to spot Cluster out, because he clearly did hear those satchels. Instead, he could have just hold onto it and maybe try and find himself a kill, but that was a really questionable move being made from his side as well. Now, already the spike is kind of heavily leaning towards B side, but they have been hitting B side since the past 2 rounds. So maybe going towards it again shouldn't really be that great of an idea or that great of a choice.
Cage trigger.
5v5 on the map. Default's completely being changed, and Escanor having a couple of technical issues potentially. Because he's facing the wall, unless he's been put in detention by his team. There's no reason for that to happen. But hey, maybe it is detention. Like, Escanor, you did not clutch. You go to detention now.
We give you a little bit of time for this map, for this round, without a doubt. But here we go. Legion, though. Slowly, steadily, just spamming those shots away, spamming that smoke away as well. Akiko. Not really sure if there's anyone present because there's still the Sage lurking outside B. Slowly, steadily, we do see that spike making its way onto the A side. Pretty much does seem like they do want to make it inside the A. And you did mention Escanor is that here and there. He is pretty much well needed inside the team if they want to make the push happen, because the entry fragger is kind of not present, because Escanor just does such a great job making the entrance on the side and finding his team a lot of open space. But look at this, completely getting rolled on. Pretty much almost a flawless defense coming out from these lads of Legion. One last man alive, Escanor, but he seems kind of lost.
Yeah, Escanor. I think we should have a tech pause real soon to figure out what is going on, because we want to make sure the teams are in those perfect positions to contest with each other. But let's see. I think with this, we do get a second to talk about what has gone wrong for RedFire, because they had a very strong start coming into this map. After losing the pistol, winning that buy, they were able to pull back and really push through on the strength of their breach, continuously using Escanor. You can see 14 kills to his name, getting their presence aggressively in a particular area of the map, and then using that presence to cause a lurk on the other side of the map. They had the rotation option, they had the execute option. They were doing both very, very well. But without this, I think going into the defensive half for the side of RedFire, they're going to want to at least even it up here, considering their start. Because while it's not like they're composition is weak on defense is just as good on defense as well. It's more considering that the momentum that Legion are going to get since they started off bad, and if they end this first half with the lead, they're going to be feeling themselves, and that's very important for their composition because like we keep talking about, they're relying on pure aim duels to actually get themselves in. Those minor ability entries like the lure might come out, but in general, you need to be winning those aim fights because you don't have a guaranteed denier like Breach, you don't have a guaranteed flash, you don't have a guaranteed fault line. So having that momentum for these players to win those aim duels is going to be clutch. So let's see if RedFire can just stop it right there and make sure they deny that momentum.
Exactly. Denying the momentum is definitely going to be kind of a important factor in these kind of games. Take a look at the score lines as well. It's 6-5. One more round, that means that each and every single team will be forced to go on the second half, which will be pretty important to set the momentum in the future rounds as well. As soon as if any of the team wins the second half splits the round, that means pretty much that team will have the momentum kind of being setting up in the future as well. So I really want to see what these teams have packed up in this kind of a map or in this kind of a round, because RedFire, they're not really looking that great when it comes to that attacking side because they are on a 1 round disadvantage. So this round is definitely going to be really important for them without a doubt to get that momentum flowing in forward as well. And we already do see Escanor is having a little bit of issues here, attack issues. That's why there is a pause happening.
Yeah, a little bit of a tech issue for Escanor. I'm sure he'll be back in a jiffy. I really do hope he'll be back in a jiffy. But it does mean that... Oh, hey, I think we are just noticing what's going on. But it does mean that we get a second to talk about, in general, the stakes that are involved in this tournament, the 33,000 prize pool. I was missing that initially, so I'll take this moment to really mention what these teams have on the line. I think more than the money, even, especially for regions like Nepal and Bhutan, it's the exposure, it's the idea that, hey, we are able to do this well with just such limited time and resources. Imagine if we actually end up investing or we have investment coming in, and it helps players like these who clearly have the talent. Some of the shots they've hit so far are nuts. Like, especially, I think we're seeing a lot more from Nepal and Bhutan. The game sense, in with respect to the shots, they understand where a player is likely to be, and they pre-fire those spots beautifully, continuously actually getting value from those pre-fires. That's something we rarely get to see from other regions.
Exactly. I mean, pre-fire, of course, in any kind of FPS games has been one of the most kind of important factor to do, because usually there are so many angles that have been being held commonly. So you might as well go there, try and pre-fire any kind of angles out. And we have seen throughout the map of Split so many pre-fires happening around the corners. And take a look at Veteran as well. He's having a great time since the start till the end. I mean, in the first map, he did kind of seem really serious when things weren't really looking good for Legion. But now Veteran's having a great time. He's feeling himself. On the other hand, though, if you take a look at RF, which is going to be RedFire, I mean, I felt like in the map of Ascent, they could have won. But they just made so many unwanted mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. I think those mistakes will play in the mind of RedFire if they actually end up losing this series, because I agree with you. I feel like Ascent could have gone either way. Either team could have pulled it off. So the fact that Legion was able to pull it off did give them a lot of momentum. And that momentum, it seems like they're more of a comeback team. It doesn't look like they're a team that starts out strong. Because again, on this map, while they won the pistol and the subsequent round, when they were in a beautiful position to close off the bonus, they faltered. Once they faltered, that win streak started going on for the side of RedFire, and it went on for at least, I think, 5 rounds, till 2-5, before Legion actually started answering back, pulling back a couple of rounds in their favor and getting some through. So I'm interested to see if Legion are able to, sort of evolve themselves rather than just be a comeback team. Now try to use the momentum that they've got for themselves to go to that next level and just push through all the way to the finish line. The execution is especially important here, because for their side, when you have that Sage Cypher, a lot of pressure going on to Flame, and I will give him the benefit of the doubt because we have seen him executing even on Ascent. His looks were beautiful. He was continuously getting himself into unpredictable positions. Did it again in this first half while he was in that B garage cubby area, able to surprise, had the trigger discipline as well to pull off the double. So definitely a player capable of handling that sort of pressure. It's just a matter of will he deliver when it comes to the attacking side.
That kind of question is kind of going through my mind as well. Like, will he deliver? Because now, as we did mention, after this round, there will be the first buy pretty much being concluded, the first half being concluded, and the second half will be starting. So, I mean, that would be really important when it comes to setting that pace overall in general. But talking about how these teams have been playing so far, I mean, aggression, I feel like have been shown really, I mean, quite a lot from the side of RedFire. But when we talk about the composition selection, RedFire has been doing quite a great job selecting those agents perfectly. On the other hand, Legion, they have been, I mean, showing quite of a defensive and tactical gameplay. But if we talk about their composition selection, if we talk about their agent select, since this first map, I mean, the map of Bindy was quite decent, but I felt like in the map of Ascent, we did see a little bit of questionable moves being made. And one more thing I wanted to really point out, and that's really been boggling my mind, is that why are we not seeing Sky being played?
I think it's because of the difficulty of picking up the composition that runs Sky, because you never see the normal composition with the Sky. Like, for example, you should not be substituting Sky into the composition these teams are currently playing, because the composition they're playing favor a faster tempo, favor a faster aggressive playstyle. But we will come back to that conversation, because it looks like the game is starting away without Escanor. I guess the time limit has ended, and this is gonna be somewhat painful. Cluster able to pick up the first kill. The revive does come through instantly, but Cluster using his paint shell to pick off Sin, meaning now a 2v4 situation in the favor.
Look at Akiko though, he's being so aggressive onto that box there. He's going really aggressive, found himself that one kill. He wants to tap on the second one as well, but he will be taken down, and instead the trade will be happening from Cluster. At least he's there to get his back. Now it's a 1-on-3 situation. And again, the last man's pretty much AFK. I mean, unfortunately, he's having a little bit of issues here and there. Oh, this is just so unfortunate, because RedFire definitely has the caliber to, I mean, pull off even this round, but just because of a little bit of tech issues here and there, they're not really able to, you know, show their prime gameplay. And look at this, 360. Oh, wow! Well, we do like to see those, don't we?
I mean, yeah, but I would like to see it on a more moving target rather than a still target.
That's why I just, you know, kind of fake hyped it, you know, because, oh, a 360, oh, let's make a fake hype, you know.
Oh boy. We do have a timeout coming out though for Legion here. I guess they're gonna plan on how they want to attack against 4 members. I'm not sure here, because I really do hope Escanor's situation gets sorted soon. I'm not exactly sure. I do believe it's a bit of a power issue for him, but hey, it's something that happens. It's just really unfortunate that it's happening in map 3 of all maps, just that too in the middle of the map. So I really do hope it comes back soon. But this is starting to feel a lot more like my solo queue games, where I'm like, I will hold on. Come back, my friend.
Exactly. I will hold on. Just wait for me till I'm back. But I mainly feel like, I mean, at least this time I should help out Escanor to fix his problems, at least for a while, because a little bit of time has been bought by Legion there. But yeah, in the second half, as I did mention, the pistol round is going to be really important for any of the teams to get their momentum set going on the second half. And what do we see here? Only Davud going with that ghost. The rest of them are just going to be sticking fully classic. And Escanor is not even going to be buying himself that light armor. But there's still 20 seconds left, so maybe in the final moment he will buy himself something at least. But yeah, Escanor again still not back in the game. He's pretty much disconnected, and the woes for Escanor continue.
Yeah, the worst for Escanor and the worst for his team, I would say. Because at this point, like, I believe they're not even getting the AFK buffs. Like, usually you see a team which has an AFK get, like, the light shield coming through on the pistols and then FK alt-top. But given the fact that this is a tournament game, that's not going to happen. So, again, Legion in a beautiful spot here to push through their momentum, just close it off. They are playing very safely. They took down the initial stage wall towards the main, and then now sneakily trying to make their way towards mid. It's going to be down to Davut to pull off some insane plays, because the numbers advantage for Legion is an undeniable advantage.
Exactly. The numbers advantage is definitely looking quite good for now. They already have gotten themselves 2 rounds lead. This is quite massive night. It might not seem a lot, but this is really massive, especially considering the fact that this is the third map, and it's kind of a do or die situation. And taking the factor in consideration that there's a massive prize pool on the stake as well, and a chance to represent your country internationally. I mean, this is an absolute massive kind of an opportunity for each and every single team present in this competition. Finally, a push being made. The patience have been broken, and we might just see a hell-breaking moves anytime soon. And look at that. That's a great shot coming out from my name, 1SB. But I feel like he's down to such low HP that he might just be easily traded out. But no, instantly backs up on his screens. Will he heal himself back up? He's up to 77 HP. He should at least be comfortable for now. Escanor is still disconnected from the game. Unfortunately, he's still not able to come back. And we already do see that Astro trying to at least find herself that opening that would help her to make it inside. That's a great dink. But unfortunately, Elder as well finds the right dink onto him.
One enemy remaining.
Flame picking up another. It's just no Asian standing because they know where Escanor is. They're just gonna go hunt him down, and that's gonna be the
Don't
end.
knife him, please. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you did not knife him either. Hey, good headshot practice, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is what you do, right? In the target practice. I mean, the bots are standing in front of you. You just try to flick onto them, but instead he didn't really flick. He just point clicked. What kind of practice routine do you have with the bots? Then? Like, I wonder, how do you practice?
Cross my fingers and hope to hit the heads.
Even in the practice match, huh?
Hey, heads are tiny, man. They're hard to hit. Like, come on. Right, coming back to this matchup, you see an aggressive push here being made by Iconifson towards the garage. He's gonna get contact just about now, and Veteran will take him out, and that's gonna be the cue to just full-on W, get into this B side. Saga in an isolated position, he'll get taken out. SB as well, and it's just like wounds rubbed with salt. Like, there's so many ways to say it, but it makes me a little sad to be even have to be saying it. So Escanor gets taken down, and Legion now should just try to finish this match as quickly as possible, because you never know when Escanor might come back, and you never know when a comeback might start.
You never know, but only if he comes back, though. Only if he comes back in the game, then only there's a massive chance that a comeback might just happen. But the problem here is that slowly and steadily, Legion is gaining a massive lead over RedFire, and this is causing a lot of problem, because if Legion do manage to stack up a massive amount of lead onto the lads, then I feel like making a comeback would be really possible for RedFire, because all Legion would want to do is get a couple of rounds in their hands, and then easily they would get the game in their hand as well.
Yeah, this is just 4 more rounds left for Legion to secure not just this map, but the entire series. And unfortunately, it's Escanor has become that bronze instant locker jet, you know? Got a little trigger to win AFK? No, I'm kidding. Few power issues for Escanor, and it feels really bad because he was performing so well. He was top fragger, not just his team, but across both teams, and he was doing a brilliant job. But hey, Legion, they realized they just want to end this as quickly as possible. They try to push in. Iconifson gets one, but a 1-for-1 trade. SB does manage to get one, and it's finally an equalized situation, a 3v3 on the map. The Wood with another. RedFire fighting back hard.
They're trying to fight back hard. And still, they've managed to actually pull this entire situation off, even though their one man is AFK. It's a 2-on-3 situation. I'm not really counting Escanor inside this, because he's not really there present. So
one enemy remaining.
Steadily moving in. Flame being caught, and that's going to be the spike dropped in open. The wall should be broken down without any trouble, and this is where Sage moves directly inside Veteran. You're an absolute madman.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Right there, the stage just went all ham, because it was still a salvageable round. Like, he could have tried to play for time, he could have just tried to hold on. Knew both of the players were coming in from defender side, from screens. Not sure why, but it does give a lot more time now to RedFire, because they won a round for themselves. It's gonna give them the hope, guys. We just need to delay. We need to hold on, and maybe even pull off a 4v5. Hey, you never know. I've certainly done it in my solo queue game, so why can't this is a competitive game. It's not gonna happen. But you always keep hope. Now, Umbot to clear off B main. Saga will be pushed back, and he's gonna have to reset. Mid control again for Legion. It's gonna be once again that segmented B hit, and starting it off is gonna be that double satchel race coming through.
Exactly, that double satchel race coming through without a doubt. And look at that. Recently, we do see them kind of moving in the side. RedFire's trying their best to hold on to the head, but again, the Astro Smoke's going to be blocking a lot of vision. Actually, it was making sure. Oh, that's a great dink, though. Now look at Elder. He's down to the way. The aggression is being shown, but Legion, they seem pretty unstoppable inside this game. Had you seen Astro being back in the game again?
Yes!
That might just be a massive sigh of relief.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
RedFire right now, despite losing that round, they're like, let's go. We have SKR back. He even got a kill, man, just in the classic. So they're going to be happy. They're going to be pumped. They're going to try to pull off a comeback. But right now, they're in a slippery situation. They're 4 rounds back. But you know what? The eco isn't broken because of all the money SKR saved in the last 3 rounds.
Definitely, for sure. He can definitely get his teammate, at least one teammate, to buy without a doubt. We already do see each and every single player committing for those sheriffs. A semi-buy being made, and now Escanor is back. I'm pretty sure the confidence from that team should be back as well. Escanor would be trying his best to fight back in these moments, but Elder has already found himself that opening. This might just be putting a lot of pressure on RedFire. Look at this man, Saka moving in slowly, steadily. I feel like that was really not needed in those kind of moments. Cluster made it inside the A side, all the way from the Weds. And look at that, he's not going to be stopping. Oh, this man is just like a racing car. He just does not stop in any moment. He just W keys all over the place. That's a great shot from Elder.
Magnuson managed to take out Elder right there, has a Vandal to his name, so I expect him to go for the save, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Would have been really disappointed if he invested the dual theft and tried to go for the 1v3 retake, because with the time running out, that's an impossible task. So a good decision here from Magnuson, saving that weapon, and with Escanor's economy still booming, they will be able to afford the buys coming through the next round, but it's 11-6 now for Legion, Necro, and at this point, the next round is just going to be the decider for RedFire. If they don't win that next round, their eco will be broken and they will be in a spot where pulling back against overtime. We saw them almost do it last map, but it was just almost. It wasn't all the way through. So we know how hard it is. So going into this next round, let's go back to talking about their defaults, because this was an eco. I don't think the defaults were set in stone. I expect them to go back to playing that Cypher on the defensive anchor towards B, play that Jet Breach towards the mid, so then you can contest when it comes. But instead, look at this. The Sage coming through on B Heaven, which means a mid wall going to go down. They're going to use Escanor to take aggressive peeks towards A main, expecting a presence there from Legion.
I mean, actually, if Escanor does manage to find any kind of success on the A main area there, without a doubt, that would be a massive kind of lead again, because we already do see that spike leaning towards A side, and even if he finds himself that one opening, that would be pretty crucial in those kind of moments. That nade being stuck in the air, in the mid-air. Questionable placement coming out from its side as well. Look at this. Elder slowly, steadily crawling in mid. The pull has been activated. Oh, Elder's getting pulled right in the between. But I still like how safe and sound each and every single player of RedFire's playing this situation now. Dawood and his teammate isn't really committing onto those peaks, which is pretty understandable. You don't really want those kind of moments to happen, because if they do peak and if they manages to go down, that would be such a massive disadvantage. Oh no, he switches the gun in such a wrong time. The timing wasn't really favoring him, and this is what's going to be pretty much costing them the round. The side control is there on point, but Escanor is trying his best to fight back, trying to even the man advantage, trying to even the things out here and there. Blaze Storm has been activated. What?
Spike planted.
That's a great shot. That's a skull-cracking shot right there.
But Flame and Elder able to pull off similar shots. That means Escanor in a 1v3 with an operator in his hand should go for the save, but he's killing himself, going for the quick close, takes out Elder now. Escanor moving through his side, has found himself into screens. No scope will miss, and Flame will pick up map and series point for Legion.
Match point.
12-6, the eco broken, the off denied. RedFire, like, especially with the Blade Storm gone as well, it just looks like they're out of options here.
definitely does. I mean, I feel like he should have picked up that Vandal that was dropped by the Sage there, because that would have given him a better chance of fighting back. In those close range, Operator is definitely not the way to go. And Escanor, I mean, I don't know what this man is made of. This man just has so much confidence built in himself. I mean, sometimes the confidence is good, but not all the time. It will be favoring you. This you should realize in these kind of moments. Already a lot of rounds have been given away. It's 12-6 already. A massive and a strong lead has been gained by Legion. That's a great shot, but he's down to only 1 HP. Look at that, Damaru being pulled, but still managed to get himself 1 kill. That's going to be helping him so much, but okay, decides to show his back. Trying to cross, and Elder, of course, how can he miss on those kind of opportunities? Look at that flank being shown from the Seekers area. Saga will be trading things out, but instantly clusters there to equalize the things. One last man alive from RedFire, and he's pretty much trying to rotate on the A side as well. And the same thing we do see happening from Legions.
Icon is now in a 1v3, doesn't even have his full health bar, so it's going to be a very difficult task. We do see Cluster rushing in on into site. He's going to be that bait really for his teammates because he has the lowest health. He's going to just get himself onto site, get the spike planted. Spam is going to be very important. Position is going to be very important. Nothing will come through. Akiko will pick up the kill.
Look
and
at that.
Legion are your winners of semifinals 1. They're ecstatic. They know how close it was to all of it going wrong. But despite the odds against everything, they managed to pull out the win, and they will be going on.
Without a doubt, I mean, that was a real sad moment. And on the other hand, I mean, POC champs for Legion, because they really did get lucky in that kind of last game. I mean, I do know it's kind of an unfortunate moment for RedFire, but I feel like if he hadn't been disconnected there could have been a little bit of more, at least close or tough competition being given to the lads of Legion. But unfortunately, he did get kind of disconnected in the end. So Legion just managed to pull off the final map with a massive kind of advantage in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda. But hey, at the end of the day, they did it, and it was Legion who ended up winning, and nothing to take away from them. They played it very well. It was a bit of a rocky start on every single map, but on Ascent, they did very well to make sure that rocky start was not the end of them. They pulled back and they won the map, and similarly on Split. A bit of a weird start, not the greatest of positions for them, but despite at all odds, they just hold strong. They show the solidarity required for a top-tier team, and they pull through for the win. And that's going to be Legion moving on, setting the day in the first finals. And I'm excited to see if we get to see the Valorant El Clasico of the Nepal region come through with the next semi-final series. I'm just going to give you a little tease for that now. We'll actually talk about it later. But coming back to this matchup, Necro, what are your thoughts in the series in general? The aggression from Escanor I already heard from you. You love that, but other than that, what do you think about RedFire and Legion as a whole?
RedFire, I mean, I feel like RedFire definitely would have had a massive chance. As I'm saying it again, if Escanor did not disconnect RedFire, I feel like they had a massive chance of winning the game in the end. But still, I feel like Legion did quite a great job, minimizing their mistakes down. In the end, we did see RedFire also making a lot of mistakes. And how can we forget about the second map? How can you forget how so many mistakes were being made on that map initially by RedFire, and they managed to lose that? I feel like a lot of unnecessary mistakes were being punished by Legion, and good job, Legion, for doing that.
Yeah, definitely. Legion pouncing on those mistakes, very able to pick up the rounds for themselves, because it's very important as well. We expect mistakes to come out. It's just a part and parcel of the game. But the fact that you have to capitalize on those mistakes, that's down to your skill and your awareness in general. So Legion, they've shown that they're a team that will not go down even if they start off wrong, and that's going to come in clutch for them in a best of 5, because now it's not going to be 3 maps for them in the final. It's going to be all 5. They're going to have to show something new. I expect Breeze maybe to even come through. I don't think we've seen any Nepali teams play or Bhutanese teams play that Breeze. So I want to see which team is able to really ramp it up, bring up something new. Show me the double controller, or potentially even something completely different. Maybe a Yoru. I'd like to see a Yoru. As much as he's very, very, very bad, it would be nice to see a Yoru.
I mean, that's a little bit of insult to the Euro right there, huh, man? I mean, there are definitely a lot of Euro mains out there, but I just feel like Euro's kit is kind of a kit, which maybe is usually played by a lot of casual players, without a doubt. You don't really see a lot of competitive players utilizing Euro in those competitive games, because I feel like his kit is just really hard to use in general, and it does require a lot of game knowledge, and at the same time a lot of team synergy, because those fake footsteps coming in, those flashes as well, bouncing all the way from those walls. So I feel like team synergy and overall is really important when it comes to playing Euro.
Definitely. I think in general, though, if you ask a lot of pros worldwide, they love the idea of the TP in escape. They love his ultimate as well. The ability to just get in
Yeah.
aggressively, give all that info, especially now that you can use your gate crash while you're in your ultimate. So the
Yeah.
kit is decent enough. It's just the noise. Like when you're TP, it's like the entire map gets like a ooh-wee alert sign that, hey, you're TP right here. And it's sort of a throwaway from him being a sneaky agent to him actually being now just loud as hell
I feel
agent.
you.
So let's see. Maybe we get to see some changes soon. But for now, that's what I meant. I feel like I want to see something new. I feel that's what these regions really stand out for me in a way where they have the capability to bring something new because they are the true unknown factors. They are the true dark horses. But let's take a look at the stats for this particular match. See who was the MVP. Cluster picked up a lot of those AFK kills on, yeah. He played really well. Don't get me wrong. He picked up a lot of those AFK kills and Escanor, but he still played really well. I think those are only 4 or 5. So the rest 20 just completely.
I mean, honestly, I feel like he has the MVP as well there, because he hit that 360 onto him. Oh man, well, those are some legendary moments right there, without a doubt. But yeah, 4 first bloods for this man, with the MVP as well secured in the backpack with 25 kills. I feel like those 5 up kills are, of course, him killing Escanor when he was AFK. But yeah, getting back to Flame, this man was also trying his best to fight, do a great job in the game. Kiko, this game, definitely his performance did not really seem up there, but he was doing a great job supporting his team with those Astra utilities and trying to control the sites.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a bit of an unfortunate situation for RedFire right here. It is the end of the journey because there is only one qualifier for Nepal and Bhutan. But I really do hope they come back stronger because players like Escanor, Dawood with his Lurk, Saga with the signature breach, and then Iconoclin, not a great third map, but he was brilliant on both map 1 and 2. Even SB, the consistency that he was able to show on Soval was not there on Sage. So I feel like this team just needs a little bit more depth. They need a little bit more experience, and they will come out swinging as the next true big team come from Nepal itself. So I do hope they stick together and they keep pushing, keep learning, keep improving. But for now, Legion, the known factor, gonna take the win and move on. And damn, this makes it all the more exciting because this is a reminder. Like this is the middle of the week VCC action. It's all ramping up. The schedule is heating up because step by step we make our way towards the main event where all of these countries will just clash together for one spot. That's all they get. There's one spot on the line. So you're going to have to be perfect starting from here. But at the same time, you don't want to peak necessarily in the qualifiers. You want to peak in that main event.
Exactly, you want to peak in that main event without a doubt. But we know a lot of talking has happened. Let's take a look at the MVP of this overall. That best of 3 happened, and of course, it's going to be the man, the myth, legend. Cluster played the Raze on Bind. On Ascent, this man played that Jet, and on Split again switched back to the Raze, and he has total kills of 64, and of course the death of 39, and then 12 assists, the econ rating of 64, and average combat score of 302 with a lot of first bloods. That's going to be 12.
Yeah, Cluster playing it very, very well. 12 first bloods, not the highest of numbers, but this is what we were talking about, the fact that he plays with his team. His job is to create the space, and that's a stat we don't really get to see. He's continuously been doing that, even on Split. The fact that he's able to continuously use the double statues to get himself onto the A Heaven when they were going to the execute or even the backside, continuously being the force his team needs to plow through the defense that RedFire was putting up.
Yep.
Cluster deservingly the MVP of this best of 3 and a player to watch going into the finals because I doubt he's going to be able to play the Raze or the Jet on every single map. So I want to see how much more versatility he has in his pool.
Well, I mean, honestly, I feel like Jet has been a kind of an agent that can be played pretty much on each and every single map because you do need that, kind of like a player to dash in and create a lot of spacing on his sites, and this is what Jet clearly does in her initial gameplay. So I feel like Cluster might just be sticking on the Jet, but yeah, Raze can definitely not be played on each and every single map because it really depends on what kind of map you're playing, and it really depends on what kind of a player you are.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, that's the end Oh wait, no, we have the
Oh,
bracket
wait.
still, and yeah, that's what I meant. That's the end of this
Of the
first
previous-
semifinals. The second semifinal is gonna come through, and this is what I was talking about, Necro. The potential El Clasico of Nepal, of course, for Valorant in general, it's Legion versus Damaru. But before that, the Damaru have to face off against PN Crew, and I'm excited to see how that matchup goes through because PN Crew specifically, while we don't know much about them, have been blasting their way through these qualifiers. All of their matches are dominant affairs so far, and I feel like Damaru is going to be their first big test. I want to see how they are able to match up because I feel like this team, PN Crew, has a lot of potential caliber. It's just going to come down to whether that caliber is good enough against the experience that Damaru carries.
I mean, exactly as you did mention, Damaru definitely has a little bit of more experience, so their fine tuning is definitely looking good when it comes to the experience gameplay. On the other hand, PN Crew, I mean, this org has been pretty old. I mean, the org name has been pretty famous in the Nepal region without a doubt. So I mean, I'm expecting at least that org to pick one of the best players without a doubt. So we might just see a competition happen on this matchup as well. But I mean, from what I've been seeing from the past, a lot of people are favoring the lads of Damaru, saying that they do have a little bit of edge over PN Crew. But let's just see what happens in the upcoming game.
Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCC 2021 for the South Asia region. My name is Nikhil C. Bansali, and I'm joined by Neeraj Sangle as we bring to you the semi-finals of the Nepal and Bhutan Qualifier 1. It's going to be semi-finals 2 coming up right here, Necro, with Damaru Gaming versus PNQ.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be the second match of the semifinals without a doubt. And as I did mention, these are two big teams. I mean, PN Crew has a lot of name in the Nepal region, and Damaru Gaming has been a team that has a lot of fan following in the Valorant kind of session there. So I just want to see what like Damaru Gaming has to prove, or what actually PN Crew has to prove against Damaru, because we all do know when it comes to Damaru, they do have a lot of experience on their back without a doubt. So I just want to see how PN Crew is going to be tackling them down.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see PNQ show up with a lot of aggression, especially because while we didn't get to see the matches themselves, given what we could understand from the stats in the earlier qualifier rounds, this team was very confident with their aim especially. So I want to see that come out against Damaru, because that's what people have been expecting, Region versus Damaru, the dubbed El Clasico of Nepal, to really push through for the finals. And I want to see if PN Crew can upset that. You know what? Bring in maybe Atletico here and be like, hey, Atletico for the win all the way. But for now, we do get a look at the veto, and Icebox and Split taken off the table. Wow. Ascent as map 1, it is what we regularly get to see, the Ascent and Bind favored for most teams in qualifiers.
I mean, as I did say, right, I mean, especially the Nepal region, they like to play a lot of Ascent and Bind, without a doubt. I mean, as I did mention, of course, the oldest maps out there, and then we do see that Heaven pick coming in as well. Now, taking these three maps into consideration, I'm expecting a lot of tacticality from both the sides, because all these three maps are one of the oldest maps, and you pretty much have had enough time to, figure out a lot of strats on these maps.
Yeah, exactly. It also means that with both of the teams really comfortable in these maps, the mind games are really strong. When it comes here, you have an ability to try and predict what the other person is going to do, because of the fact that you should know, since you are very comfortable with that map. So I'm excited to see how it does pan out. But since Ascent is our first map, I'll ask you about that first. We saw the Breach composition come out earlier from RedFire, and while they didn't win the map, it looked very promising. We've seen a similar composition even being carried by Global Esports earlier back in India Qualifier 1. So I wonder if the Breach meta will start to pick up for these teams as well, because I do think Damaru Gaming played that double duelist composition with the Jet and Reyna.
Exactly. They definitely do like to play that double duelist composition, and even they have played the same composition in the past in the quarterfinals on Split. So, I mean, Split is, of course, not in this entire best of 3 map, so I really want to see what they have for us, because the 2 maps that they played in the quarterfinals were Breeze and Split. So none of the Bind, none of the Ascent was shown. So I just want to see what kind of things they have in the backpack. We might also see a Sky coming in, because Damaru, as I did mention, with a lot of coordination, a lot of team synergy, they might just bring in a Sky.
Yeah, definitely possible, but the default for this team going into Ascent I expect it to be the Jet, Reyna, potentially an Astra, but I have seen them even play the Omen, so it could be either way. And then with that Killjoy Cypher to finish it off, of course, the Sova, a must pick in that map, especially for these teams who are playing much more on the fundamentals, where they need that reliable info. So it's really up to PN Crew to maybe show up with something special, maybe bring out that Sky and the Sova together, or something that we've only seen from European teams so far internationally, the Sky Breach combo, where the Sky completely replaces the Sova, and then the Breach gets to play his main role. So maybe we get to see. I doubt it, but you know what? I will hold out hope for it anyways.
I mean, if you do have that Sky Breach kind of combination going in, then one thing we definitely know that the enemy is definitely going to be seeing a lot of lights for days, without a doubt, because those flashes would be one of the most annoying things. Because we do know Breach's flash do last for a real long time, and then on the other hand, Sky's flashes as well. I mean, yeah, Sky's flashes can be broken, but if someone just pops them instantly, I mean, that would just be really hard to, catch it off guard. But taking a look at the kind of compositions from these lands, from Damaru, we already do see that Killjoy coming in, Astra, Sova on the map of Ascent, and on the other hand, on the attacker side, from PN Crew, we do see that double duelist coming in. Whoa, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's going to be mirror compositions. It should be the Jet Reyna picked up, and Gaddafi is just messing around. Don't give him The KO and the Yoru picks is just pure mess around. It's going to be the Reyna and the Astro picked up. So, as I was talking about, mirror comps for both of these teams, which is really interesting because unlike the last series, both of these teams playing an exact same style will come down to which team is actually able to step up, which team is actually able to pop off. So, I want to see starting off an Ascent itself. This is PN Crew's pick, I believe. So, they do want to start off on a good note because while Damaru are the more known team, the more of the favorite team, I feel like in general, because of that, Damaru do have a lot of expectations on them, and that can be a debilitating factor.
Exactly, that definitely can be kind of an interesting factor without a doubt. But now talking about KO, right? You know why I got so excited? Because I was expecting Legion to play KO because in their quarterfinals map, on the map of Bind, they actually played KO. So I mean, I was like, oh wait, maybe are we gonna see Damaru play KO? Because I mean, I just want to see KO being utilized in those competitive matches, you know, especially in the South Asia region, without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely. It would be exciting to see
Yeah.
KO, but I guess Ascent, especially a map where it's difficult to replace any of these agents, you have to just replace a duelist. So the duelist not necessarily comfortable with the KO potentially, but we will save that conversation for a later date because that's a Pandora's box in itself. Now into the map. It's going to be Damaru Gaming starting on the defensive side, PN Crew on the attack, and all of them stacking up onto this A side. We saw a lot of executes in the first series. I think this is the Nepali tradition. They're going to carry on with the exact same style.
Exactly. With that being said, I just want to give the chat a reminder. Make sure to stay hydrated all the time, lads. Make sure to take a sip of water, sip of coffee, anything you have. But yeah, with that being said, here we go. The round has been started. This is pretty much going to be an important round to set up a momentum. Merciless have already found himself that entry, but PN Ayush taking down Moonland. That's a Reyna diff right there being made. Side control easily gone in the hands of PN Crew. That Jet played a massive role, getting that kind of a lot of side being covered onto her side. Take a look at Thin, moving it slowly, steadily. A lot of damage is being dealt. So many kills just flying around. Thin finding another one, and that's it. Damaru Gaming, just like that, with a blink of an eye, they get the retake happen. It's a 2-on-1 situation. That's a great shot from his no god. But this time, Slumber shuts him down.
That's the wrong name because he's certainly awake. He's not in the slumber. 4K already for that Killjoy in the pistol. Damn, that's a strong Killjoy right there. And to add it on to all, normally you would expect the Killjoy and retake to have abilities because back in the day it was the 7 to 10 second cooldown for both of the abilities. This time, just the classic. No abilities, just pure headshots from Slumber, and he's going to be rewarded for that already on 5 out of 7 ultimate points. I want to see them playing a lot more aggressively now, take ultimate point control, and get that Killjoy locked down as soon as possible, because if you have that Killjoy locked down online before Yomari on PN2 has his Hunter's Fury, it means you can play Killjoy solo and on B and just tell her, anchor, if they push you, just put down the lockdown and buy us time. And that becomes such a strong strat that is almost impossible to deny. But hey, once again, PN Crew really favoring this aggressive stacking towards the A side. This time, at least, they are gaining top mid presence. They are going to slowly take catwalk control and then potentially look for a segmented A hit.
Exactly, look at that. We already do see Damaru Gaming kind of opening things up. I mean, PN Crew, nothing much can be done because they're on a full eco. They've gone in a hard eco. The only things they have to defend themselves is going to be those classics. And wow, that's a great shock dart. Just stalling out a Merciless there. Moonlight slowly, steadily moving in. I still like how safe and cautiously Damaru Gaming is playing, even though they do know they have a buy round. They're still not overcommitting things, just like the previous 2 matches that happened. And look at this, PN Crew. I mean, that was a great cross replacement coming in. A lot of shots were being biffed from both the sides, and Kazi will have to pay the price for it. But luckily, Moonlight is there in the backlines to close things out.
Yeah, Moonlight shining on his teammates' woes as he finishes up that round. Kazi should not have dropped that gun, but hey, it's whatever for Damaru Gaming at this point, because what they've got their eyes on and what I've got my eyes on is his operator coming out for Thin right here. Not a bonus because see, Thin had to invest, Slumber had to invest in Moonlight as well. But despite that, I think the fact that they had the 2 Spectres compared to the 2 rifles for PN Crew is offset by the fact that Thin has the operator. He's playing that mid angle, just looking to shut it down. A very interesting setup here on A. Gaddafi trying to play the short angle. He's going to try and make sure no doesn't touch it. It doesn't. He's overdoing beautifully to make sure it doesn't. And he ended up being a 1-for-1, which is in favor because it's rifle versus pistol at the end of the day. PNQ just still gonna try to push in. Tim is already here, ready to shut this down.
That was a good shot, just like a deep in the eye, steals that kill away. Look at that, also getting tagged by the Soa Drought. Oh my god, that was an incredible, kind of unexpected aggression being shown by Gaddafi, but he got unfortunately instantly traded out in that kind of a moment, but still Damaru Gaming wants to fight inside the situation out. Look at that, so many moments happening at the same time. On the other hand, Slumber though, he's dragging players in the Slumbers, that's for sure. Moonlight there as well to kind of close things out. And I already do like the team synergy being shown by the lads of Damaru Gaming here.
Yeah, the calls are so good. I have to give props to the IGL because if you notice, the two players playing on the A side were the only two players who did not have the rifles. They had the Spectres, so the aggression actually really nice from Gaddafi because as soon as he hears the drone, he's like, you know what, Kazi, please take out the drone. I will take care of the rest. And Kazi delivers. Takes out the drone before Gaddafi is spotted, allowing him to sneak into the smoke and pick up the initial kill. Even though he got raided out, that was more than enough because that's a Spectre down for a rifle. And with Kazi as well delaying for a long time, the backup came through, Thin got the kill, and then Slumber's lockdown that we've already talked about coming up huge for the retake. Damaru Gaming taking a 3-0 lead, and PN Crew forward in every single way. Damaru Gaming just pedal on the middle, aggressiveness showing up to pick up that first kill, and it's the entry fragment killjoy, man. What the heck?
The acceleration is being shown from the lads of Damaru Gaming, and they don't seem to be stopped anytime soon. PN Crew, they are in a massive world of trouble. They don't really know what exactly to do because in the spot they are right now, confusion is pretty much should be there. Soado slowly and steadily has found himself all the way up till the tree area. Look at this, he's no god as well. He has given his position away with that kind of a jump. This might be just a little bit problematic, and yes, it is. Both of them getting taken down. It's all down to Ayuz. What is this solo man going to be able to do? He just has so much burden on his shoulders. He's sadly walking in towards B Mace, and yes, that's going to be it. That's pretty much a team ace. Each and every single player got one single kill for themselves.
Yeah, that's going to just feel real good. Damaru Gaming now 4-0. That was an eco for PN, so we'll hope that this round they can push back and make some sort of a comeback. And all eyes on Merciless because it doesn't seem like he's merciless right now. 0-4, the Jet not actually able to find a lot of value. He's hoping that Damaru show mercy on him, but that's not going to happen. I want to see the aggression coming through, especially because Ayuz is playing quite well. He's able to get the entry, just doesn't have the backup for when he gets shut down. So in general, maybe if the duelists work together, Merciless could pick up on Ayuz's skills or vice versa. But look at this, Ayuz waiting on that aggressive off, is able to trade out 1-for-1. But Moonlight making sure that that kill with Thin going down, not for Wayne. 1-for-1 and aim and control gained for PN2. Merciless gonna look to push in, but looking at the other side of the map, with Yomari slowly making his way down to P main, I think we can expect a rotation to come through.
Yes, the rotation's definitely coming in through. You can already see that Killjoy making the rotation all the way from the attacker spawn. But I really like what Moonlight did there. He was like, okay, if I've already made that aggression, I might as well try to even things out, and he did. Gaddafi taking down his no god. Rotation is being made all the way onto B main. Nassau drone definitely has spotted Slumber out, but this is where Slumber needs to strike, and this is where his team needs him the most, because he's the only player who is pretty much closest to the B side, despite going down 40 seconds in the clock. How is he going to be making this comeback happen? It's a 3-on-4 situation. Damaru Gaming does have that advantage. Here comes the lockdown as well. So much pressure on the lads of Damaru Gaming. So much time will be denied as well here.
Absolutely. Look at this though. The attack killjoy lockdown does buy them more than enough time to get into post plans. Gaddafi playing with fire there does manage to escape on time, and now the gears coming out, ignoring the nano swarms. Yomari gets one, ambush with another. It's Kazi with only one trade, meaning it's a 1v2 for Slumber. We've seen him pull off something like this before, but with the time running out, he's got to up the pace, up the tempo. Slumber looking for 1v1 somewhere, but they don't give it to him. Instead, he's going to be able to take out ambush, but the time is out, and Merciless will just stroll on out of there. Slumber will be taken out by the spike, and PN Crew, by the skin of their teeth, managed to get that first round online for their team.
Oh man, PN Crew, this was pretty much a round that they needed. They needed this one to at least get the momentum going in forward, at least to get their mental confidence boosted up as well. Finally, they got it. But Damaru Gaming has a 3 rounds lead, and this might just be a lot in those future upcoming rounds. Now, hopefully, PN Crew does not let Damaru Gaming set that momentum in forward. At least they have managed to stop it for now, but we still never know. Maybe in the future rounds, Damaru Gaming will strike back. As always, Moonlight again on that aggressive peak onto the B-mid side. On the other hand, we also do see Thin peeking out from the catwalk area, making sure if anyone on the top mid is trying to aggress out, he will be pretty much striking him down instantly. I really like what Thin is doing here. He's making sure he's also not getting shot at from the tiles area. At the same time, he's doing quite a great job holding that high mid down. Oh, it seems like his No God will be peeking out straight in his crosshair, will be taken down.
Thin finding the first blood puts all of the setups that PM Crew had accumulated across the first 30 seconds of this round into chaos. Now again, they're gonna have to try to aggress, take aim and control slowly. That's exactly what Ayush and Ambush are doing. But with the recon back online, Kazi finds them out, and that's with that recon knows instantly that there is at least a 2-man aim presence. Gets stacked out but not taken out. The Sova gonna be able to reset, uses abilities to delay. It's all now up to Gaddafi playing that triangle to give back up to his team. Now the recon not revealing Kazi's position just yet. The drone's coming out from both systems. The drone locked out by the lure. But give him, oh, he doesn't check heaven. That could be the downfall of PN because now they don't know that there's 2 players on the heaven angle. Irrespective, Ayush managed to land the shot, take out Gaddafi, and now looking for more. The darts coming through, but a second too early. The Hunter's Fury now trying to spot the plant. Does tag out and kill Merciless, but the plant will not be stopped. The second onto Yamani. Quasi is the Hunter, and Moonlight will follow through. Moonlight with a couple more, and Damaru Gaming now with a 4-round lead. Kazi playing that round beautifully from Recon Bolt to Owl Drone to then the Shock Darts, finally finishing it off with the Hunter's Fury.
Wow, man, Kazi and Moonlight with those heroic play combined. Absolute deadly combo without a doubt, and what a way. And this is what I'm saying, the team synergy on Damaru Gaming is just looking so on point. If you compare this game to the previous 2 games those were happening, definitely you're seeing a lot much more tactical approach in this game. But again, Damaru Gaming, I feel like they are still on that aggressive pedal because they are looking pretty confident inside this game, and it seems like Damaru Gaming has already came in prepared. They're easily predicting what PN Crew is trying to do here.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about this in the pre-show as well, right? Given the fact that both of these teams are comfortable on this map, we want to see those predictions, we want to see those outplays, and we want to see those mind games. So Damaru Gaming clearly a step ahead in that regard. This time, again, setting themselves up for the early aggressive B-main peak. They don't get anything on the Killjoy contact turret, so the Reyna now goes back, but look at this. Gaddafi in this vertical position. He's in such an off angle. He's going to have the operator coming through, and they're going to now try to chase Thin down. They don't actually, they're scared of the operator and they back up, instead shifting their presence and their eyes towards their main, where Thin is already ready. He's spreading them thin and taking them out piece by piece.
Exactly, spreading them like a rubber. Oh my god, this man is just looking on so point. Look at this, each and every single player from Damaru Gaming is feeling themselves. And right now, PN Crew is getting absolutely decimated. They're getting shredded down to pieces. Thin, unfortunately, did not connect that shot, so he will be punished for that. But Moonlight, again, is there. Moonlight, this man is doing really good overall inside the game when it comes to those being aggressive pushes. At the same time, holding the side down and working with the team. He's just so kind of a flexible player inside Damaru Gaming.
I think it was unstoppable, man. And Damaru Gaming really utilizing his presence, but it's not just Thin. Slumber still hasn't died once in the entire map. That's kind of insane. It's been 7 rounds. The guy still hasn't been put to slumber. So the fact that he's still holding on to 8-0 and Thin, of course. Got the operator online, has the support, already picked up a double. Damaru just mowing them down.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no. That's gotta hurt.
What am I watching at this point? What am I watching? It doesn't even feel like Valorant anymore. I feel like these lads are just playing some death matches and just straight up rushing inside and killing teams Look at that, Hunter's Fury out as well. Got back-to-back a lot of kills. Moonlight, as always, doing a great job holding that B-main side, even though he is pretty predictable at this point in time. PN Crew does know Moonlight is being almost like 90% of the time he's being aggressive onto the B-main area. Maybe they should just stay back and try and hold it on.
Necro so baffled that he forgets that matches Valorant. I feel it, man. I completely understand it because Damaru Gaming, we talked about this. They not just a step ahead now, it feels like PN Crew took a step back because it's not what we were saying. They are defaulting back to what is comfortable to them though. Execute's coming through, using that Cosmic Divide to shut off both the market and the defender's side spawn angle. They've now got the plant down. They invested a lot into this round, but it is an eco, so they're gonna have to play pristine post plants to pull it off.
Exactly. They'll have to play those post plants to perfection. Already that killjoy has been there, and look at that one mark coming in through. So though too busy using that recon, and yes, Damaru, you should have moved out from that way. You will be taken down instantly. And look at this, what is happening? So much firepower being shown in these moments. His no god is trying his best to fight back, but kills are flying in through as if some dry leaves falling down from tree. I don't even know what reference should I give at this point.
It's autumn season. Let's go.
Yeah.
And Damaru are the sweepers, I guess. Yeah, they should be the sweepers.
Yeah,
They're cleaning it up, you know. PN Crew just now blossoming at the right time. They miss spring altogether, jump directly to autumn, and everything is falling apart. Just like our seasons are. Feels bad, man. But at this point, 8-1. Damaru Gaming, it seems like there is no stopping because Tin hasn't. I think the only time he got taken out of his operator was when he gave away his kill by just randomly updrafting onto a box in mid.
Oh my god.
So, like, Tin not being able to shut down, mirror composition, so it's not like Damaru Gaming are going to be just as weak going on to the attack. In fact, even the aggression of the Arena and the Tin's playstyle so far, his shots, I think they're going to actually become better on attack. So let's see if PN are actually able to change it up. They get B-main control for 3 Merciless, creating the space the team needs. They now get the plant down. They've left the killjoy on the look, but the position is a little weird for me. She's not actually late entering anywhere. Instead, she's going to cover the A-main entrance while her team watches defenders.
But unfortunately, no one's flanking through M8, so the Killjoy is not going to be able to find a lot of value in that kind of a position that she has. But Damaru Gaming is like, okay, if you guys want that side control, you guys can have it. We're going to go for the retake. Oh! He manages to move out right in the nick of time there. Look at Merciless just straight up pushing inside. And finally, PN Crew stepping themselves up. They've realized how Damaru Gaming plays. If you give DG a lot of time to kind of settle down, they will pretty much punish you. Oh my god, then he's trying to clutch it out. He only has 4 HP left. Oh no, but he doesn't really have the time backing him up. One last bullet left. He needs a fresh magazine. We'll go for the reload, but okay, well, at least in the end, the damage has been done.
3 players detained there in the retake lockdown, but the fact that, and this is, I really have to give props to PN Crew for especially Merciless, knew that when that lockdown came down, his teammates have no way out, but he does, and that is, he sprays and he prays as he moves forward, manages to find the first kill, a really nice spray transfer to pick up the second, means that he's not detained, and despite him taking out those detained members one by one, Merciless able to come back and with no mercy, make sure PN picks up their second round on the board. They need 2 more though, before they actually have a solid foundation for a comeback, and that's easier said than done. So let's see. Now, B-main control already taken on the back of the Arena aggression. A-main held by the operator. Mid control is not being taken by PN, so they're playing it very slow right now. They don't have anywhere on the map to actually make a move. Now, slowly, the Astra taking mid control, but already you can see the Arena repositioning. That battle is going to be key.
Look at that. Oh, that could have been a collateral. That was so close. Unfortunately, did not really connect any kind of shots there, so Damaru Gaming Thin will have to back off in that moment. I feel like he had a moment of silence for himself there, Thin, because he knows he missed kind of an easy shot there. But look at that. On the other hand, trades happening left and right, back and forth. Slumber again, pulling some players down to Slumber. Oh, again, missing another shot, Thin. Oh, out of nowhere, it seems like he's not really finding that right moment, that right click, but finally he does. He's able to connect the shots back again. Let's go, Thin. This is what I like to see. Oh, Spike has been planted near the generator. No Hunter's Fury available because the Sova is not really present. He has been taken down early off. Damaru Gaming's a 2-on-3. situation, at least up till now, and Thin will have to do something to at least make this retake happen. Fresh magazine should be required, and he already has reloaded the operator. Thin slowly, steadily moving in all the way on the left side, and I feel like Merciless might not just be expecting him to be there, and that's it. Aggressive peaks being taken by Thin and Slumber, but this time they're not really able to hold the retake or make the retake happen. And this is the last round before the switch as well.
Yeah, the aim and aggression for the side of PNQ really paying off, which makes me wonder, can we now see a switch in defaults from Damaru? Can we see that Killjoy going towards the A side with the Reyna for the aggression? Not gonna happen. Damaru going back, they're like, you know what, that round only lost because Thin wasn't able to connect the initial shots, and Thin is like, it's a one-off. It's not going to happen again. He's going to instead look towards the mid-shot area, and it's the B main where that initial engagement is going to happen, because that Reyna pushes in every single time. This drone needs to be taken out by Slumber, and it's exactly that. Reyna's position, Moonlight completely unchecked, but he waits, misses his shots, and Ayu's picking it up. The Empress is online, and she's ready to hunt. Moonlight going in, Merciless will smoke up all the angles.
Oh no!
Ayu's will pick up another, and Slumber, I think that might be his first death.
That might be, I mean, actually, in the previous round, Slumber's was the first death. So this is his second death now. We're pretty much sure counting Slumber's death. This man's just doing quite a great job, you know, staying alive throughout the game. But one thing I really like that PNQ slowly and steadily is capitalizing onto the gameplay, how Damaru Gaming is playing. They are realizing they're trying to learn from their mistakes, and PNQ up till now, I mean, they're doing quite a great job, at least in the game. They are punishing Damaru Gaming there, and one thing they have realized is that if they give Damaru Gaming a lot of time to settle down, they will punish them. And this is exactly what PNQ is doing. They're taking those aggressive peaks against Damaru Gaming, and Damaru Gaming is getting completely caught off guard.
Yeah, I had Damaru Gaming be like, where did my shots go? You can see right here. Normally, when you're holding that sort of cubby angle, especially as a Reyna, you want to hold a wider angle because it's easier to track in rather than track out. So right there, you can see Moonlight holding that thinner angle where he was closer to the edge of the wall meant that he had to track out to readjust, and that way harder to do than it is to track in general. So hey, 4 rounds is what we asked for from PNQ, and they delivered. So they have that foundation for a comeback. Merciless is starting to step up, and Caillou's still leading the charge. Now it's just a matter of winning the pistol to continue that momentum, make sure that they've got those rounds in the bag, then they can look towards the buy to really close down the lead and equalize the score in their favor. Now the default for Damaru, once again, going to be trying to take mid control, use that KJ turret, which I love, on top of the mid lobby arch, and that covers both the mid normal market area peak as well as mid short, allowing these two players to just waltz in on their onto catwalk. The drone coming in, and Moonlight will not be stopped, just W all the way through, picks up the first kill and backed up by 10 for another.
Exactly, now already this entrance has been found, and this round is going to be really important for PNQ if they want to make the comeback happen. But we already do see Damaru Gaming kind of pulling this away from the lands of PNQ. It's down to a 2-on-4 within a blink of an eye, and Damaru Gaming, just like that, they have pretty much got this round in their hands, and PNQ, nothing much can be done in the position they found themselves. All they can do is either try and fall back or maybe wait for the spike plant to go down. 50 seconds left in the clock, the spike has been planted, and that's it. Ambush, we'll have to ambush them down if he's not really able to successfully do that. It's good, well then that's it. PNQ won't really have second half of this round as well, because as I did mention, this round is going to be really important for PNQ. And wow, the turret takes the kill. Wow! Slumber, stop bullying these people.
I mean, I have to say the turret is a raid boss on pistol rounds because it's so hard to take it off. So fair enough, right? The fact that it happened in a pistol. But I love this tactical approach from Damaru. Like just using that Killjoy turret in the first place. And remember this, because that turret had a double influence. The turret in the first place getting the catwalk presence that allowed for the drone to come in for a much more aggressive angle for Kazi, allowed Moonlight to get in, and the moment Moonlight gets in, the dash comes through from Tim. He's ready to back up his duelist. This sort of synergy really paying off for Damaru Gaming. Look at this, Ayush with the first fight, it's up to judge for himself, has got the kill, and
Revenge!
Revenge! This wasn't in the pistol now, but Damaru, oh my god, what was that?
Oh man, the revenge has been taken, and this is what we like to see. Finally, a rivalry building up between these two teams, but Damaru Gaming is straight up rolling these lads. That's a great shot from Yomari. But again, he will be shut down instantly, Martin. And look at that, Yomari's position has pretty much been compromised. He's trying to do any kind of tickle damage in that position. Now, within a blink of an hour, we're down to a 1-on-2 situation here. As you know, God is just hiding behind that little side as much as he can. But we do see an interesting rotation coming out from the lads of Damaru Gaming. As you know, God still trying to make sure that at least he's not getting flanked by anyone, or at least he's not getting held out. And easy should be a plan coming out for Damaru Gaming.
Planted.
I feel like saving would be a pretty mature choice coming out, but again, PN Crew doesn't really have a lot of rounds to give away.
Yeah, it's like Damaru Gaming taking the safe route. They're like, you know, his name is no God, but what if he actually turns out to be? We don't want to take a risk. We're just gonna back up. And hey, I guess he's thinking the same thing, because he's like, I know my name is no God, but I'm still gonna go for the godlike play. 1v2, his position known, he's put it out. It's an open plot, doesn't have a single star to his name. This is purely on his aim. He take the defuse with the recon already ready. Then try to go for it again. Then ready to take him out. He's gonna be the fallen. Now that's perfect. The fact that it's the Forsaken skin finish to finish it off is perfect, because the concept of that skin is the fallen angel, and is no God clearly is no angel either.
That's great. That's great. Oh man, look at that. That's absolutely great. But yeah, on the other hand, it's 10-4 already. The domination is being shown by Damaru Gaming. And Thin, of course, as always, is ruling the charts with 19 kills, 7 deaths, and 2 assists. On the other hand, Ayuz is the man who's trying his best to kind of even things out, even the stats out, but still. Now here we go, Damaru Gaming already showing a heavy presence outside B because the Spike is there, but I like how they've split themselves up on 2-1-2. Spike is still outside B main, so they haven't really decided yet where they want to push inside. So Damaru Gaming, this time, they seem like they are going to be taking a calculated approach inside any kind of sites.
Yeah, and it just feels like Moonlight and Slumber for some reason just love the aesthetic of B main. Because they keep going there. They kept going there in defense, they keep going there in attack, and it works, so why not? At present shown in B main initially, I believe they picked up the ult top, and now they're going to use the presence that their teammates have on the other side of the map in A main, and Catwalk is set up and execute with a split side approach. Now look at this. I believe that drone that came out did delay them a little bit, and now Lear, just to fake everything out, the recon reveals a lot of their positions, and just like that, Damaru Gaming forced onto the rotate. PN should start leading into this because the Killjoy needs backup. Ambush is moving in aggressively. This could be more aggressive. Ambush though will make it down, picks up a double and gets out of the way. Scratch that, not too aggressive, just perfect by Ambush.
Yep, that's absolutely calculated play without a doubt. Even though maybe he did not calculate it, but still it looked like it was pretty calculated there. But look at that Thin though. This time he's pretty mad. He wants to even things out. He's down to oh my god, that's a great shot from Thin. Now this is where he's feeling himself, and he's like, okay, you guys have already dealt enough damage. I cannot take anything on me anymore, and nor my teammates. I'm not gonna let you do a comeback here. It's 10-4, and Thin wants to hold on to the scoreline, so I'm pretty sure we will be able to see the best out of him. It's still the 2 duelists left from the other side, PN Crew. But getting this retake into their hands without any kind of smokes is going to be really tough. But still, Merciless straight up walking inside, getting 2. What? I did not expect this to happen. And look at that double peek being shown from both the lats, and this is absolutely well-calculated play. What just happened? How did he just manage to find 2 kills for himself?
I think we just got to see the first rendition of why this player is called what he's called. Merciless, indeed. Literally just waltzing out of there casually hitting headshots. Like, no business. Like, this shouldn't happen. You can see, I think, maybe on the replay, yeah, right here, Merciless. Oh no, this is not. Never mind. We're not going to get to see a replay of it, unfortunately. But I guess that's the thing, where if a shot hits you so hard in the head that you fall out of your chair, it's not going to come back in replay, because then the chair will probably break. But hey, PN Crew winning that round does mean, even though their eco is hurt, given the fact that Damaru did invest significantly into the last round, it wasn't exactly a bonus. Now, Damaru have to go onto the eco, and it's an opportunity for PN Crew to pull back and equalize. But it's too aggressive from his move. Even if he managed to get a 1-1 there, it's not worth it, because that's the controller down. And now in a 4v4, they get a weapon, and the defenders have no smokes. They have such less utility.
Ah, that's a great shock dart from Yomari there. Moonlight. He was only down to 16 HP, and look at this. Run and gun with that Spectre. This is what we expect in those close range and thin. Exactly doing that. So yeah, I had a question going on in my mind, right? Are you the only person who gets mad when the run and gun kills actually do happen? I mean, like, am I the only person, or do you get mad as well?
Have you ever heard of Stockholm Syndrome? Yeah, I think that's my answer. I no longer get mad because I've just been abused by it so many times. I call it my home now. Yeah, I have faced Stockholm Syndrome by run and gun. So it is what it is, you know?
Yep,
But hey,
understandable.
back to the round 2v3, the eco for Damaru Gaming. The updraft to be able to dodge out the nano swarms. Tin does have the spike on him and he should be able to get the spike planted. I would like to see Gaddafi just holding on to B main because this allows Tin to just play as aggressive as he wants in the site and draw attention to him. But ambush on the flank, Gaddafi, you've got to check your corners. Gaddafi, you got to look left right about now, but he doesn't. And he is taken out. Ambush will find the kill, and without that, in an impossible situation, he's gonna have to hit tap after tap, and he's going for it.
Oh, run and gun again. Well, seems like P and Crew this time are not going to be putting on a break anytime soon. They're just running and shooting around people. This is what I like to see, though. You know, the competition finally building up. It's 10-6. Lonely is deadly. P and Crew is also building their momentum in, and this is what we like to see. This is what we like to see. Finally, I mean, yeah, these are some two crispy headshots here. Moonlight also did manage to connect a little bit of wall bang onto him, onto Yomari, but that shock dart to make the revenge happen was absolutely great from his side. Take a look at the scoreline. Look at this. Thin already has 22 kills for himself. And Slumber, though, unfortunately, he has 6 deaths onto him. And again, I feel like Slumber, Kazi are doing a real great job supporting the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have been one of the highlights for the Damaru Gaming so far. I mean, obviously, besides the players who are literally in the highlights like Thin and Moonlight.
Yeah.
But P and Crew right now, let's talk about them because they are coming back strong. They are trying to hold on. The KJ on the solo anchor. Yomari backing off with the Hunter Fury coming through. Able to pick up a kill. Ambush not taken down. Damaru Gaming faltering and P and Crew bouncing. It's a flawless round picked up. Another buy loss for Damaru Gaming. And I'm not really sure why Tin did not take out Ambush right there. I think he was scared by the Hunter's Fury for a second because he certainly did.
He definitely did, but now out of nowhere, the tables have been flipped in the favor of P and Crew. We do see that timeout coming out from Damaru Gaming. They have realized, okay, well, now we were being a little too overconfident in those previous rounds. Maybe it's time to get a little too serious, and maybe it's time to go back to business.
Absolutely. I mean, P and Crew, we talked about in the pre-show how this team has been blasting teams in the road to the semifinals, and they've been very aggressive while doing so. I think now on the attacking side, now on the defensive side, they actually get to play a lot more calmer because this is important against a top-tier team like Damaru, where they were trying to play aggressive on the attack. They kept getting shut down because Damaru understood how they need to play against it. But now in the defense, I feel like they can control their playstyle a lot more. They can play on how they want, and they can find their own battlefield, which Damaru Gaming is not able to respond to. Having said that, the Hunter's Fury was used by P and Crew in the last round. I noticed a Killjoy lockdown ready. Given that they know Ambush usually plays that B side, I wouldn't be surprised to see a heavy A execute with that Killjoy lockdown for Damaru Gaming.
Exactly. That was beautifully pointed out from your side. As the Hunter's Fury is already being used from the lats of P and Crew, this is where the lockdown might just be utilized to get themselves a route secured. Because pretty much when a lockdown is pressured on, is forced onto a side, you don't really have any other choice rather than back off from that moment. This is what P and Crew will have to do as well, but we do see a force coming out from the lats of Damaru Gaming. So maybe a lockdown will be invested in this round. We still can't see anything. That's a great shot from Moonlight. His position has been revealed though. Oh no, that recon dart's just doing so much work against him. He's done. This is where they might just find themselves an opening, and yes, they have. Gaddafi connecting those crucial shots that he needed to. Drone spotting it out, but oh no, unfortunately misses that tag. Pushes aside. Ayuz, this man is not scared for now, and it seems like the tables have been flipped. The confidence has shifted all the way over to the lads of P and Crew now.
I used to be like, oh, you see me? Perfect. That means you're gonna actually come and fight me. That kills them one by one. Doesn't care about the all-round. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna take the fights against you. And wins it out. Beautifully played from 8-4. PN Crew able to pull back to 10-8 now. And they're looking ridiculously strong. So especially now that they've got an operator online or Merciless, he is holding on that main angle. And that's why 4 players of Damaru Gaming moving towards. This operator gets more than 1 kill, or even if he managed to create space for Ayu's there to move in and get an extra kill, it could be the end of the eco for the economy situation for Damaru Gaming. Now Merciless, try to get into violently. This is the first shot and still able to land, not just onto Ayus, but Merciless as well. You cannot get in that room.
Overconfident, being punished as well, and look at that, Moonlight and Thin, this is what they exactly need to step themselves up. Already down to a 2-on-4 situation. It's Killjoy and Astra are the one that do want to fight back from this moment. But again, it's going to be really tough. Kazi's still out in mid. Maybe this time is not really interested to go from the catwalk area. Is no god, spam it out, and here comes the lockdown as well. I feel like that was really not necessary. But, well, maybe they really just wanted to make that comeback happen. Is no god is down to such low HP. Finally, seems like the call should be made to save, and yes, this has been.
I do agree. I feel like lockdown should not have been invested because they should have known
this is what I said.
Fury wasn't available. And yeah, like it just feels like a bit of a weird call from PN Crew because they need every resource they can get to pull off the comeback. Are able to get 1 exit frag and ambush. He's gonna have to make a run for it. His position does pay off a little bit of damage, but at this point, now that Damaru Gaming know that the lockdown is ready, I'm going to be disappointed if they don't use the lockdown and try to just execute once again, because it's clearly working for them. Like, players like Thin have insane reaction speed, and if you get them in on an aggressive execute, I feel like that's where it favors them the most. But instead, gonna leave Thin to contest that A-main again. They're like, Thin, you can go play solo, try to get a couple kills, cause a little bit of chaos. The rest of them gonna take mid control for themselves, leave the alarm bot to make sure they don't get flanked. And a little weird here. Damaru Gaming not utilizing the ultimates they have, but instead sticking to their defaults. And while I appreciate the idea of sticking to their defaults, it could be these tiny things that give PN a roadmap.
Exactly, without a doubt. And I like how you pointed that out as well, right? So much trust has been shown onto that jet there, and I mean, well, already Moonlight just straight up going inside, getting a kill, falling back. Man, no fear, no presence of fear being shown from these lads. Straight up taking kill, falling back, then moving in forward again. But already the mid contestation has happened. They do have a lot of map control on this hand. So Damaru Gaming, up till inside this entire map, inside this entire round, it does seem like Damaru Gaming are looking pretty kind of confident. They do have a massive advantage here. Moonlight slowly, steadily moving inside. The turret should be taken down. Yes, Ambush is barely holding it onto the corner. Will he be detained? No, he is not. And Ambush almost did catch one off guard, but with a swamp grenade.
I was talking about how these tiny things could have made a difference, and the fact that the Killjoy lockdown was just a teensy bit misposition could have been a big issue for Damaru. It doesn't matter because the aims are too clean. Despite Ambush getting a kill on the Nanosons, doesn't actually make his position count as much, and that means now a 2v4 almost impossible because Kazi's holding this market angle. We've got a player in that first lane, and they will just finish them off. The crossfire means destruction for PN Crew. Map point to Damaru Gaming, and with all of the utilities at their disposal, the cosmic divide available for Damaru, they can go where they want, especially considering that their defaults are still not broken. The simple idea of using a drone to get Moonlight in to like supplement his W playstyle, you know, really give him the resources to just take it to the next level, he gets a kill every single time.
It definitely does get a kill every single time. 12v8 as we blink our eyes, and Damaru Gaming again, one more round in their pockets. That means they pretty much have the map of Ascent in their hands. And this has turned out to be pretty interesting. I mean, in the first half, we did see Damaru Gaming just dominating all the way through. Then in the second half, PN Crew had tried their best to make a comeback happen. They tried their best to kind of keep things as close as possible, and this is what it has come down to. Scoreline is 12-8. Kazi hiding himself in the corner. His position still hasn't been compromised. This might just give him a little bit of advantage in the future. take a look at this though. Damaru Gaming. Oh, we already do see that Odin pulling out as well. Oh, I like to see that Odin. Oh. The hunt begins. Yeah, well, it seems like my co-caster is having a little bit of issues here and there. But here we are, getting back into the game. I mean, Damaru Gaming do already have themselves kind of the side. Here comes the Cosmic Divide just to block any kind of vision onto the players that are on A main. Damaru Gaming thin, though. Still trying his best to hold onto this position. He also does have those plays going in for himself. But that's a great spray transfer, but Moonlight, in these kind of moments, he likes to capitalize and strike in from the back lines. And that's a great cover fire.
I mean, Pin just the spray transfer on the head-to-head, picks up the double. Oh, and look at this. See, most players from Damaru Gaming actually in the same place. I love that. Like, it's like a mini boot camp they got going on. Like Slumber and I forgot who the third person was. But hey, back to this map. Pin has been by far the standout player, not just in this series, I will say, in both series combined, because we haven't seen a player really own the map as much as Finn does, haven't we?
Exactly. I mean, Finn absolutely was owning. He was like, okay, this is my home, and there's no way any other jet comes here and tries to take me down. That was a clear jet to be
like, watch this.
It was in the end as well. He also did have those Blade Storm going in. I mean, he did have his ultimate up, but he was like, okay, I don't really need to use it because, I mean, look, Blade Storm also does have its moments, right? In some moments, it actually does put you in a disadvantage. In some moments, it does put you in an advantage, and I feel like he did quite a great job not utilizing it because imagine if he misses that right click. We do know each and every single blade from that Blade Storm is really important, and you should not be missing a single shot.
Exactly, and that's something really interesting because it just brings like a trigger to my head that something I've noticed in the Nepal region and the Bhutan region, something we never see in most other regions, that we've seen a lot of jet right clicks over here. They like that triple knives, and that's something
like
we
the Korean jet.
never see. Yeah, exactly. Like so
like the Korean jet.
It's extremely interesting to see from Nepal. I think it really shows the strength of their mechanical skill and the fact that they're doing it again and again. It shows me their confidence as well. But talking about confidence, even though the scoreline didn't say so, I would say this was a dominant first map from Damaru Gaming.
I mean, yeah, it was definitely dominant. You know, the kind of aggression, the kind of momentum was being set up from the first half, and also did kind of continue in the second one. I mean, in the later phases, it did continue, but PN Crew did quite a great job, you know, trying to stop them. But yeah, I mean, confidence is definitely being shown, but I feel like overconfidence as well is shown a lot of the times, which is putting these teams in the disadvantage. Maybe if they can try to minimize that down and maybe focus on a little bit more defensive and a tactical gameplay, that might just change a lot of things for Damaru. But I feel like, I mean, they're just facing PN Crew off as if like they're not even a competition for them.
Yeah, they're like, we've got our eyes set on Legion, man. PN Crew, get out of the way. But hey, it's not over yet for PN Crew. They've still got another map to try and fight back, and potentially the third to pull off the reverse sweep. We will not count them out because, as you also said, this org itself, forgetting the team, it's a known name. We expect these players to be on that level of standard. So I think they definitely have the metal in them to pull off a comeback. It's just a matter of fact of whether they'll be able to do it, because metal or not, it's pedal to the metal for the side of Damaru Gaming. They don't stop, man.
Yep, they don't. They definitely don't. The acceleration is on prime right now. And if this thing just keeps on going in, I'm pretty sure the second map shouldn't really be that tough for them to, you know, just directly get in the hand. If I'm not wrong, I think the second map is going to be the bind, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, in the Ascent, Damaru Gaming has already done quite a great job, and I feel like if a team is really good in Ascent, usually that team is pretty good on bind as well.
Yeah, especially considering the defaults that Damaru Gaming was playing, continuously looking to take proactive control. You get rewarded for that more in bind because there's a lot lesser spots to take, which makes them that much more valuable. If your Reyna is just continuously Wing through and taking showers every single time, well, it just means that PN Crew are going to have a sweaty game in general because they ain't going to get no dice in that situation, and I feel like that's the only way to answer Damaru right now. We saw this too in the first half when PN Crew bounced back with those last 2-3 rounds. The way they were able to do it was pure aggression. Those executes coming through, albeit it was calculated aggression. They were doing the split executes. Still, it was aggression, answering Damaru Gaming in their own playground and shutting them down, which also takes away the confidence from them. I want to see PN Crew do exactly that and maybe change up the composition a little bit. Maybe we could see a breach going on. I doubt it, but I will hope.
I mean, look, nothing much can be said. You look, they're still bind upcoming. There's a massive chance that PN Crew might just pull off a comeback here because taking in fact, in the previous semifinals, the match one that happened. I mean, look, against RedFire, and because I feel like a lot of the bets were being placed on Legion without a doubt, but then RedFire out of nowhere just comes in, surprises all of us, and we're just sitting there staring like, oh, this really did just happen. But then in the end, again, Legion did manage to win that overall kind of a match, but still. I mean, here we take a look at the match stats. I'm going to hold on to my words for a while. Thin, as always, on the top with 26 kills, 13 deaths, and 3 assists with MVP of 4 first bloods. On the other hand, 6 first bloods being shown by Ayuz.
Yeah, Ayuz definitely had a good game, even from the very first pistol where he started off really strong for his team. He had a brilliant game and I think was the standout performer with Ambush, who had a very good defensive half, I would say. Was kind of missing in the attacking half, but on the defensive half was a brilliant anchor. What was really missing for me, though, was Merciless. I feel like if you're playing that jerk, you've really got to step it up. And if you're having an off day, maybe we see that change going on to Bind. Maybe he can pick up the stage. Because if he's an opper, he can still op on that stage. Potentially even a raise for Merciless, where he still has the utility to fall back on if his shots aren't landing. Because I don't think Thin is going to change his agent. I don't think Moonlight is going to change. I will be a little surprised if Thin does, if he goes for the raise pickup in Bind, because we do get to see a lot more raise than we do see Jet in Bind. But I don't expect Moonlight to change at all. I think he will likely carry on with that Reina, because for that W style gameplay, especially, you need that dismiss to cozy on out of there when you get the kill.
Exactly, you definitely do need that dismiss going on. But yeah, as you did beautifully point it out, a lot of points there, which were kind of playing in against PN Crew. But look, I mean, still, as I did mention, one more map's upcoming. You never know what can happen because it really just depends on what kind of composition PN Crew utilizes.
All right, but that's all with map 1 of the semifinals series. We'll be back with you in a jiffy with map 2. Go grab some snacks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship, the road to VCT 2021 for the South Asia region. Now, you know us. My name is CA, and I'm joined by Necro here on the desk, bringing to you Map 2 of the NEPAL BHUTAN Qualifiers semi-finals matchups here today. It's Damaru Gaming versus PN Crew, and despite PN Crew showing signs of solidarity, Damaru Gaming kind of demolished them. I will say, Thin especially stood out. So, what are your hopes for Map 2, Necro?
I mean, I've already given my hopes pretty much. I'm expecting a clean sweep again from Damaru here. I mean, pretty much a 2-0. This is what we predicted, but
Yeah.
I just don't want to be rude here, okay? I just don't want to be the one who's really rude. I still want to go and say maybe there's a chance that PN Crew might make a comeback.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you mean, because while the objectively, right, like theoretically, objectively, statistically, especially, our minds as analysts go towards the 2-0 because Damaru Gaming were unstoppable, and it felt like the rounds that they did lose, not all of them, but I would say at least 40% of the rounds they lost were due to their own mistakes. And if you can even recover half of them, if you recover 20%, 20% of 8 rounds is literally like a round and a half. So if you even recover one round, it just starts becoming more of a dominant scoreline. Like 13-6, that is a dominant scoreline, you know, 13-6, 13-7. So I want to see if Damaru Gaming can replicate that going into map 2. But at the end of the day, I think we have seen from even in the earlier series that given the high stakes environment, high pressure environment of the Valorant Conquerors Championship, there are some early jitters. There is some issue getting the rust off the engine, you know, so to speak. So maybe PN Crew are just having a little bit of nervousness, and now with their backs against the wall, we'll see that lion roaring back.
Yeah, exactly. We'll probably see that lion roaring back. I like how you put that up. But yeah, but look, man, it's going to be really tough, especially if you're going head-to-head against a team like Damaru, though. I mean, look, I do understand you want to see PN Crew as well. I personally also want to see a massive competition. I don't just want to see a clean swipe here. I want the viewers to enjoy each and every single moment inside as well. So, I mean, I personally don't really want to kill clean swipe, but as you did mention, from the analytical point of view, it really does seem like Damaru Gaming has a little bit of edge. Oh, KO! Let's go! Let's go! I'm happy. I am happy.
Let's go.
Now I have changed my mind towards PN Crew. I want PN Crew.
Oh my god, I used on that KO as well. Like, I'm interested to see how that pans out, because I felt like he was using the Reyna quite effectively, and I expect if they're carrying over the KO, now Merciless would switch on to the Raze, but he's still on that jet. So a bit of a question mark for me in general, but I'm just excited to see the KO in action. This is the first map that both of us will get to cast off the KO. So thank you very much, PN Crew. We are hyped.
Exactly, we're definitely hyped. And look at this now. We already do see that PN Crew have their game faces on. On the other hand, same thing goes with Damaru Gaming as well. Using a mask while playing. Interesting, you know. I mean, it's pretty much tough times going on out there. Understandable.
Yeah, I think a couple of these players are also in the cafes and stuff in general, so that could be a primary reason why. But hey, let's talk about the KO. Okay, so KO has, for everyone who's never seen him or played him for whatever reason, because you should, he's really fun. But KO has 3 abilities and an ultimate, of course, like every other agent. But the abilities are a sticky grenade, which is like sort of like the Killjoy Nano Swarm in the way it does damage, but it's a throwable, mostly used for lineups and stuff, and it's called a sticky grenade because it sticks wherever it hits the first time on the ground. That is called the frag/ment. All of KO's abilities are like K/O, the way his name is. Then, of course, he has the classic FPS flashbang with the flash/drive, which can bounce multiple times, but it falls after a certain limit. He's got a 2-second timer, I believe, when you left-click it. Left-click it, and it's got a lesser timer when you right-click it and you give an underarm throw. Then, of course, you've got that 0 point, which is pressed. Okay, back into the match. The first blood already gone through, the spike already planted, and this is what we expected from Damaru. Just pure aggression.
This is what we expect. Yep, pretty much just mowing the lawn, just like a daily business, you know, nothing much. It's just like they're just back in office, having a great time doing their work, and pretty much then they're going back home, enjoying their lives. And nothing really, not any amount of struggle being shown from these lads. They're just having a great time gaming. And of course, Moonlight doing quite great as well, you know, as a Reyna, opening things up. Finn, though, this time in that previous round, he wasn't really able to show up because he didn't need it to do anything. Slumber and Moonlight were the one who were putting in a lot of work.
Now, all this KO hype made me miss a key thing. Gaddafi is on breach right now, and Slumber is playing Brimstone. Wait, hold on. This just supplements the aggression for Damaru Gaming to another level. And KO or not, Damaru Gaming certainly playing their style. Moonlight already able to get a kill. Ayush with the return. The trades are coming through for PN Crew, but the site is gained for Damaru Gaming. It's going to be up to Slumber to shut these players down, and Slumber will find them, mow them down. 2-0 picked up for Damaru Gaming, and at this point, the KO, like, as hype as it is, I think it is also a struggle because the team has to get used to his playstyle. Like, I could go on and on about how you play defaults with the KO, but I want to actually see how the team is able to do it before I label him in an instance.
Exactly. I mean, of course, he does have that kind of the, you know, EMP shutdown as well, where players do get kind of crippled. They're not really able to use any kind of their abilities. So, I mean, it just really depends on how your team and you are working around it. If you're deciding to go aggressive on some kind of an angle, you can definitely go ahead and use that and try and suppress down as much as players as possible. Look at this, slowly, steadily, Moonlight moving up on the long area. Well, I mean, the spike is still kind of dropped near outside the hookah area, so they haven't really decided where they exactly want to go. I feel like up till now they're just trying to find any kind of picks. If they find a good pick onto any kind of a site, they are pretty much going to be moving inside. Oh, that's a great tag coming out. Kazi will have to fall back, one single bullet, and that's going to be end for Kazi's life.
Very slowly now, 10 on this Marshall pickup, trying to make his sniper plays count the way he did in map 1. Look at this though, on the other side of the map, B-Long control was taken. Gaddafi able to back up Thin on that short angle, pick up a kill, and now with the TP from B-Long, it's the A-Execute coming in. Merciless in an impossible spot, he's getting flashed, he's getting lured, he's getting blinded from every single way, and now he's gonna get exposed. Luna has to find one kill, dashes him directly into the hands though, and taken out. Ayush though with the lineups finds one, but Thin taking him out leaves the KO in a not so okay situation. 1v3, this KO is gonna try to move it. I don't even think he has a 0 point. The knife over here to suppress a couple of players likely does have one flashbang, but that is just gonna reveal his position. So slowly gonna walk in. Ayush will likely get his first engagement with Slumber, and given the fact that Slumber is the full HP target, needs to take him out first. The flashbang now coming through, the dash out from Flynn, and Kazi able to back him up from side, take him out. 3-0 from Damaru, the win, yet another bye.
They win yet another bye there. I mean, again, Damaru Gaming, they managed to steal this round off. But this was quite a questionable move as well, right from Merciless. I don't really think so. He expected 2 players to be in the bathroom area. That's why he was like, okay, let's try and reposition myself. Maybe, you know, going towards the bathroom area would be a real good choice, because he did know there were a lot of attackers coming out from the A short area. So maybe he thought, okay, maybe going inside the bathrooms area would be quite a good kind of a decision to make, but there was already Slumber present there, and he pretty much dragged him down to slums.
I like the way you put that, but because right now it does feel like Damaru Gaming are on another level, like on a penthouse maybe, while PN Crew are just struggling. Now this is an eco. The Orbiter Strike comes out early to clear off the hall for Damaru Gaming, and they move in. Ambush is shut down. The anchor just now working out for him on Cypher as the way he did on that killjoy. Moonlight will find another, and Damaru Gaming spreading themselves all the way, not giving PN Crew a moment to breathe. And this is on the defensive side of Vine.
Oh my god! Oh my, what?
Wow.
How does this work, Valorant?
Run and gun.
How is that even possible? Why does this even exist? Oh my god, that was just straight up just running, just W key out here. Slumber, this man is not scared of anyone. Merciless and Ayush just go down like that within a blink of an eye. I don't really know what else to say in those kind of moments, because they just got absolutely styled on by Slumber. At 7 kills already, it seems like this time he's like, okay, Thin and Moonlight, you guys can take a back step. I'm going to do a lot of work for you guys, especially Thin. I mean, he doesn't really need to do anything. He's not even able to show up because he's just not finding kills in front of his eyes.
Exactly. Damaru Gaming, they have too many cylinders popping right now. But hey, the buy is back at the end. That last was the eco round. Already though, that breach and jet devastating though. Shut down is no god, meaning no more smokes left. The controller is down. And at this point, the shots are just hitting from a blind position with Damaru. Moonlight damaging Yumari down to really low HP, creating a lot of presence in this B area. Now, I was actually expecting they rotate towards the A, but instead, they're going to commit onto this B side. Moonlight setting it up with the Lear. The Molly's going in to clear the cubby. Moonlight will find the press. They are suppressed, but they don't care. They want those gunfights.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that's absolutely 2 great kills. And another one being fined by Gaddafi as well. That
Spike
Breeze
planted.
definitely is doing a lot of work. A little bit of switches here and there. I mean, if they are really good, then they would, of course, kind of pan out in your team's favor. Ambush, the last man alive. I feel kind of bad for him. Nothing much can be done from his side because his team just got absolutely shut down. And now he's the only one kind of keeping the hopes and dreams alive. But he is also going for a save. I mean, he doesn't really have any other choice. All he can do is either try and get as much as frags as possible because he's getting pushed from both the angles. The tripwire has been activated, finding one instantly, moving his crosshair a little bit far away. That's why Kazi will instantly trade things out.
Okay, so let's bring the discussion back to KO because PN Crew need a way to shut down Damaru's defaults, and the main default that they need to shut down the initial aggression is towards that A shot angle with the breach and the jet. I don't see why the KO can't just lob a knife over there and get the info. If the breach and jet are there, they know that that's where the default is happening. If they don't, then they understand that it could be somewhere else and they tell their teammates to play a little bit more defensively. You need to use that KO to shut down initial aggression from Damaru because when things slow down, when PN get a moment to breathe, that's when they look really, really good. This time though, and semi-buy coming through, 4 Sheriffs and a Spectre. They're going to look to push down A shot. They did do what I was asking, but the flash slightly missed time. They know that the breach is here, but they don't know it's on the opposite side. He's going to pick up one. The spray missing for Gaddafi though, and Damaru able to still manage to get the trace. Moonlight coming through now. PN did very well though, a lot of damage done. Now they just have to hold back and wait for Damaru's push.
Look at Slumber though, he has so much of side control already. He has already used it on the backside.
What?
Thankfully, IsNoGod expects him to be there. Moonlight just straight jumps inside the teleporter. Slowly steadily moving inside the side as well. Recon Dart has kind of given his position away, but the Phantom's doing a lot of work. IsNoGod. Well, you're definitely a god in that moment.
Absolutely. IsNoGod picking up that kill, really setting up his team. But damn, that was a close affair, and the fact is that at the end of the day, PN Crew get themselves on board with an eco, so they'll be happy with it. They'll be ecstatic considering now, not only have they got the buys online, but they've also got the ultimate advantage, especially on IsNoGod. The Orbiter Strike can be used, and then the null command on use that ultimate, the perfect tool for a retake. You can call for your jet to revive you also, you know, make that meme come true. But let's see how NODWIN Gaming responds, because now they're trying the hookah control. But PN answering back with aggression. We asked for this in the pre-match show, and PN doing very well. Now, Rolling Thunder coming in, but instantly answered back with another command. Both of the teams trying to throw everything on the table, but look at the damage on that sticky grenade. The KO getting it through, leaving Combo last man standing. 1v3 has the spike, but this is impossible.
This is what we like to say, a little bit of more like overconfidence being punished. This is what exactly is being put by PN Crew on board. This time they clearly realized that a lot of kind of pressure has been put towards B side, so they actually went for an aggressive peek. IsNoGod, as soon as they found themselves as soon as they found themselves that opening, I mean, just PN Crew overall just started working around it. Again, finding themselves the second kind of round in their hand, there should be a little bit of sigh of relief because PN Crew wants to make sure they're at least taking this map as close as possible.
Definitely. So 3-2, 5-2 now, my bad, on the board right now, and the ultimate advantage a lot more closer here, but the momentum for PN Crew is what is outstanding. And if you look at the way they were contesting the rounds they won, it was all about the aggression, getting themselves into the phase, using that KO 0 point to get that initial information. Now Thin, the operator, Moonlight pushing in aggressively on Hookah. They've got both Hookah and Shover's control. They've picked up an all point, and Moonlight, you just taped his W key down to the keyboard because he's refusing to stop. Gets another kill, IsNoGod, clears up the site, and damn, this Reyna is angry.
Well, that's a great find from Ambush as well, but look at that, he's not really looking in the right direction. That same thing goes with Slumber. Wasn't really checking the right angle. He will be instantly punished. He will be instantly brought down to his knees. Side control has already been there, but still, it's 52 seconds and the spike hasn't been planted. Finally, we do see the spike being put down. Spike finally being planted as well. PN Crew, now the pressure's on their shoulder. Even though it's a 2-on-3, somewhere down line, NODWIN Gaming do have a little bit of advantage inside this entire situation. Both the players try to peek out at the same time, but both of them got shut down at the same time as well. Look at this, it's a 1-on-2 situation for now. Thin is looking really good. He missed quite a lot of blades there. Oh my god, he's really lucky to make it out alive in that situation. Luckily he had the dash as well. Oh, you cannot really expect to miss these kind of moments. And, you know, look at that. Oh no, he's not decided to kind of stand up in the last moment. But now this is where he will probably stick, and he hits the crucial shot. He hits the crucial shot, and yeah, as you did say that, he should have stuck it.
Yeah. Feels a little bad right there for PN Crew, because Ambush played that round beautifully, showing up on the anchor role that we really knew him for from that first map, that he really stood out for, able to pick up a triple for himself before Thin shut him down. And at that point, with Merciless taking out Slumber, it felt like the round could go in the favor, because you could see that for the side of Damaru Gaming, Thin did get a little too overconfident. There's no need to pop that Blade Storm and go hunt Merciless down, because you have the angle. You know exactly where he is. You just hold that up and wait for him to come. But he gave him an opportunity, and Merciless almost took it. I do wish he would have stuck it all the way through, though, because it would have meant that if Thin did a peek while he was sticking it, he could have stopped the defuse and gone for a shot itself, hoping, because it is an operator that at the end of the day, Thin only gets one try. So the fact that you do it when there is time running out means that Thin is guaranteed to hit that shot, because he knows for a fact that you will be defusing. There is no other option out. Timeout being taken by Damaru Gaming. They're just looking to rub salt on PN Crew's wounds, you know, letting them stew in the failure of that round for a little bit.
Exactly. Letting them stew in the failure of round. I mean, 6-2 is the scoreline. Damaru Gaming, again, they do have a massive and a solid lead being made. But again, PN Crews, I feel like they're doing quite a great job, at least trying their best to catch up. This is where the spike is also kind of dropped. We already do see that Brimstone relying outside on the B-long side. But still a heavy presence. That's a good knife right there. That should reveal the position of Breach and Reyna. Moonlight, though, still holding that angle. He's not really committing, which is absolutely fantastic, because in these kind of moments, you do not really want to aggress inside, especially after that tactical timeout. We're seeing a massive change of pace here. Damaru Gaming is taking things so slow.
Yeah, and I think this is going to play into the minds of PN Crew a little bit. The deal comes out that Merciless does spot out a couple of players. The fault line going to clear out for him. The aftershock to guarantee the rolling thunder to get themselves in. The orbital strike invested as well. Damaru Gaming putting all their cards on the table, and they have an ace ready. Roy, of course, the way you want to look at it. And he's trying to answer back with a no command, but he's taken down, and there ain't no jet to revive him. Damaru Gaming looking for a flawless for this round.
Well, they pretty much have gone for flawless for themselves. One last man alive. He's kind of leaned towards the B side slowly, steadily. He also is making his way. Ambush, though, he's on a flank. But no, it's going to be the answer. Instead, this time, I feel like he wants to do as much damage as possible on Damaru Gaming, because he's probably going for a save, but instead he's going for those exit frags, which is understandable in his moment, in his position that he has found himself. So at least just giving your gun away, maybe you can try to do as much damage as possible. But look at that, though. We don't really see any of the Damaru Gaming lads going from the front lines. Instead, they're rotating all the way from the defender spawn.
Yeah, Damaru on the hunt, but they're hunting in the wrong place, which means the save all but guaranteed for Ambush. The trapper going down, that means he knows that it's towards the B side. And with the spike clearing out shot and shots for him, he knows where he can hold. But 7-2 for Damaru Gaming. They invest the ultimates, they get the round, and the fact is, the Rolling Thunder came out the last round. Gaddafi has 5 out of 7 points already. This is kind of insane, because if you keep recycling the Breach ultimate that way, it means you're never out of options. And given the fact that Moonlight is really stepping up with this Breach combo, because you're seeing Thin on the operator, which means he can't flash and dash the way the Breach and Jet used to in map 1 and the early parts of this map. Instead, Moonlight taking his position and using that Breach powered push in. Now, the KO has detected Moonlight's presence here. They are going to try to answer back aggressively. Merciless has got a really nice one tap, but this grenade not actually going to push Thin out. The flashbang does, and Thin just trying to hold this angle, trying to buy as much time as possible, because the aftershock is going to come through. But Ayush with the flashbang and the one tap able to get out of that. Beautiful gameplay from that KO.
Exactly, that's absolutely great from his side. It's a 3-on-4. Finally, PN Crew, though, stepping themselves up, but look at Merciless. He's down to only 1 HP. That means even a little bit of air would pretty much take him out the game. Well, look at that. Yomari still holding on to that bathroom's angle. I'm pretty sure Slumber's well aware of that. This is where he will at least make the call that, okay, you guys can go for the plan. Instead, I will try to hold the bathroom area, but this is not really looking good. The judge is right in the face, and I don't think so you should push against it. And this is what they exactly did. Thin. He's the only one who did not really fall in the trap, though. He's trying his best to fight back. Oh my god, look at that. That recon will be creating a lot of problems for him. Oh no, the operator is on the right side. The spike is dropped right there. He does hear the reload going in. He finds himself that opening. The spike going down in 30 seconds in the clock. Actually, 25 seconds. Scratch that. Bloodstorm being utilized, and this is where I feel like Thin has the mood to style on the last player alive. Only one blade, and that's just it. Gonna be for that. Is no god. One blade be connected, and Is no god will pretty much be shut down instantly. But I like where he has repositioned himself. Yes, he's not gonna check this for sure. And that's an ace from Thin. Wow, absolute legend.
That's a pure ace too. It's not an ace that he got set up from his teammates. It's not an ace where he got some utility for him. Purely by himself, single-handedly from a 3v5, pulls it back after a 1v3. Thin is a madman, and the plays he makes certainly are in Thin. They are thick. They are definitely extremely thick.
Yup, I mean, Thin is definitely thick, that's for sure. I mean, absolute maniac, as I would like to call that. He just stole that round. He just stole that round away from literally their hands. He was like, well, you guys thought that I would give you that round, but no, this is our round again. Look at that massive lead already being gained over the lads of PN Crew, and this is where the real pressure starts, because PN Crew does know it's a do-or-die situation for them. If they want to stay inside the semifinals, this map is really important. And I just feel like at this point in time, Thin is literally just smurfing it in the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Damaru now going back to their defaults. Just trying to get some info. Moonlight takes a lot of damage. Really nice shot from Yomari. But all he really needs is one kill or assist to tag it back. Wakazi gets reviewed by the drone, but Moonlight does not. The Molly gonna come out, clear that right side cubby. You can see slowly on the other side of the map, on that A-shot angle, the Breach and Jet gonna rotate to join that team. They got B-long control, they got shot as well, and that means an execute is on. Yomari just trying to hold on for dear life. He's gonna get pushed on. Yomari, if he can even find one kill, that's huge, but he gets taken out. Moonlight will find a kill, and that will mean the heal comes through for that Reina. She's feasting and she's loving it.
Exactly, that she's feasting. She's definitely loving it, and look at that already. Down to a 3-on-4 situation here. Oh, that's a great shot from Kodafi. Merciless being shut down, pretty much being slapped right on the face. And I just feel like at this point, the way they're playing, the way the entire squad of DG is playing, I just feel like they're pretty much surfing around. But hold on, the KO is trying to fight back here, but he will be shut down as well. And PN Crew, I mean, I am sorry to say this, but I just feel like they're getting completely obliterated.
I don't think you have to be sorry for that. That's a fact. 9-2 right now. I think obliteration is an understatement, but definitely what Damaru Gaming wants to do with it. Every adjective that you could imagine to describe this: demolishing, obliterating, bullying. Yeah. I like this stuff, but I'm the same train of thought. But hey, 9-2 now, and it feels like Damaru are just angry about the way they lost a couple of rounds on Ascent. Now, without that suppressing and going through, the knife takes out the reaction time in 40 seconds. What was that kick? Moonlight alone. Stop it, Damaru Gaming. This is best.
I'm losing my stuff at this point in time because of this run and gun. I'm actually getting mad. Like literally, I'm slowly, steadily flipping my stuff here because run and gun. Whenever I see this happening in the game of Valorant, it just always gets me going. It's just always makes me want to. Oh my god, he was going a little aggressive. The Hunter Spirit did get a little bit of value there. He did manage to find one, but is that enough to at least get the retake happen? We do see that teleport being made, and the spike is all the way went to the B side. But look at that in bathrooms area. There's still one player lurking around. Isnogod is so lucky. Isnogod is so lucky. He doesn't realize to be alive. Slumber, though, he has a massive flank, and he pretty much has the ability to pretty much close this entire situation out in his run, and that's a great flank from his side. He teleported all the way around the back, and wow, this is some 200 IQ play being made by Damaru Gaming.
I mean, I think it's time to get the drums out, or the Damarus, I guess that we should be saying, because Damaru Gaming ready to celebrate their road to the finals right there. It's just a couple of more rounds, and this round effectively guaranteed. Because as capable as the opposition Sova is, Imari is gonna have to pull off some nutty flicks to win this round. He has no idea where they are, and they're going together to play for the trade, but they don't even need those. Slumber will put him to sleep, and Damaru Gaming 10-2
Switching sides.
have completely wrecked PN Crew in this first half.
Yep.
Oh boy. If they lose the pistol PN Crew, it's over. The map
Yep.
is literally just over.
Map is definitely over without a doubt. I mean, some 5-hit plays being pulled off from Damaru Gaming there, and this is what we like to see, right? I mean, look at this, just run and gun all over the place, man. Oh, boy. Run and gun at its finest. Phantom definitely has that kind of going in. I mean, as long as the players are utilizing it, I'm pretty sure it would be brought under the notice of Riot that, okay, it's time to nerf it down a little bit more.
I mean, I think the only issue we see with it is mostly in the closer range, like we see
Yeah.
with the Spectres or with the Phantoms. So maybe Blinn should start playing a lot more long range battles that Tin does. I don't see Tin being affected. But look at this reaction.
Oh.
Moonlight, a double kill, the dismiss will get him out of there. Moonlight now trying to reposition himself. Is able to do so on time. Jiggling for more. He looks at him.
Oh my God.
Headshot and ambush. Moonlight will finally get taken back, but the damage he's done is recoverable because now Tin has under control. His team is coming for the retake, and it should be in Damaru's hands.
Yeah, but the damage has already been dealt. So much damage onto these last. Take a look at Ambush's HP is barely surviving, or pretty much he's lucky to be alive in that moment. Without be pushing inside. Yep, he doesn't really need to work a lot. The damage onto KO has been done as well, but still, they managed to pull it off. How did this happen? I did not expect PN Crew to win that round, honestly.
KO just jiggling left and right, putting in a bit of salsa, a bit of tap dancing as he held his position in that cube. Ayu is playing it beautifully and able to pick up the round for PN Crew. That's going to be huge because we talked about how their chances are just gone if they lose the pistol. So the fact that they win it, they get this Spectre round. And if they pull this off well, a potential bonus as well. Now, because Ayu's pulled off a 4K, he's got 5 out of 7 all points. So if you get him the ult top on B long and then give him the plant, that I'll just make sure that there's no chance of Iniko, or more importantly, sets them up for an easy bonus in the next round. Now the 0 point coming out, that will reveal. It does not reveal someone's presence. Actually, managed to get out in time, but they still know with nobody here, they can just W all the way through and easily get the spike planted.
Yep, we get the spike planted as well, and look at that Slumber. Oh, that's a great flick right onto his head, sticking the aim.
One enemy remaining.
On the other hand, he's no god, man. This man has just found himself 3 kills lined up, easily stacking up, man. This man is so unstoppable. Another one being taken down, and that's it. A flawless round from PN Crew. Pretty much expected this, but now is the round where the real fate of PN Crew will be decided.
Absolutely. And this buy round gonna mean it all because I do see Ayus. He only got 1 ult top, so I do want to see them try to get him another ult top right here, because especially with the Spectres, if you have the KO leading the charge, all you have to do is just W all the way through, play for the chase, and you win the map, win the round. I mean, even if you don't win the round, the damage you do is more than enough, because this is a full investment, a full buy round from Damaru Gaming. Now the default's going to change up. The double trap fire set to make sure there is no flank from B, and this tells me this is going to be a heavy A execute. But already, I think the drone coming out towards A shore, not revealing anything, does make them a little sus. They know that Shavis control has been taken by Damaru, so they're going to go for the rotate, look towards this hookah, which is exactly where Moonlight is. And if KO doesn't set up the perfect flashbang, they're going to get taken out.
We will be taken out. Hookah control should be taken in their hand. Damaru Gaming, no, though, they're fighting back strong. Here comes the Molly as well to deny any kind of aggression because the spike is dropped and Slumber knows. He does. Okay, well, Slumber gets denied instantly, though. You wanted to fight back in that moment. The spike will pretty much be retrieved. Is no god trying his best to keep Damaru Gaming as far away as possible from the B side. Now, no god finally does realize that maybe there will be a little bit of presence being shown onto their side. That's a great aftershock being utilized.
One
That
enemy
will
remaining.
force pretty much the players to move out of that tube. And this is it. Then just dashing inside, and that just created a massive distraction. And Godafi from the back lines will take them both down.
Yeah, 11-4 for Damaru Gaming, and at this point, I have to
Hand
say,
domination.
Yeah, it is still domination, but PN are fighting back. They've shown a lot of, I would say, a lot of ability in their approach to the game. They have the right ideas. It's just the execution is lacking right there in the hooker approach. Why not just throw out a flashbang? You know Moonlight is a very aggressive player. You know he likes to pull these aggressive angles. Just don't take a risk. It's just one ability, you know? And these small things are really working out for the side of Damaru Gaming. Like, they are giving the respect. They always check the angles. They always use their breach utility when they need it. They commit a drone when they want the information. They're not afraid of giving up an ability just for a teensy bit of information. And that information takes them a long way. I mean, that and their cracked AF aim. So let's see if Damaru Gaming can pull this back. Because right now, PNQ, they are at a bit of a weird situation. Because while they have the bonus buys coming through, they still don't have the right approach. They're trying to go for the rush. They got the 1-for-1 trade. Tin is down, but still Showers held on for Damaru Gaming. Maybe a retake will be easy. Moonlight, they're not waiting for the retake, going in for the aggressive peak. When the PP comes in, they're going to rotate on.
Launching smoke.
I feel like Thin, when he had initially got himself that first kill, he should have at least tried to reposition himself, or at least try to fight back. Try to run back. Because if he did, because he didn't, I mean, just take a look at that. Such a massive relief cost here and there. Damaru Gaming, I mean, that man advantage is pretty much equal. None of the teams have any kind of man advantage, but take a look at that. PNC already got themselves situated for the post plants as well, but Damaru Gaming, though, they're not going to be stopped anytime soon. Take a look at that aggression being shown from all the different angles, and Moonlight, though, just a little confused where he should not. The recon dart as well just reveals so much info. Moonlight does not just someone on the long side. That's a great knife from that KO. Distracted Moonlight a little bit. Didn't it seem like Moonlight kind of panicked in that end moment?
I want to know what sensitivity Moonlight plays on, because the way he's been moving his game, it seems like he's more of my kind of player with a higher sensitivity. And yeah, as you said, yeah, definitely a little bit of panic in that end moment. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more systematic, clear out long twist, then go for elbow, and finally play on the defuse against that Halls player. But instead, they just tried to find deals, and that did not work out because PN Crew are very good with their post plants. Now 5-11, it is the eco first half for Damaru Gaming. Another opportunity for PN Crew to build up momentum and try to push it thin. You can't do that. Catches is no god on his iPad, or not exactly that, but that Brimstone's version of that. It takes him out instantly. This V-Log control as well, not really translated, because while Merciless finds one, almost got burnt out, able to dash out in time with a lot of utility. Now the orbital strike coming out. Namari taking him 20 HP as well. Going to pull out his own Hunter Fury. It's ult central right here. Oh my god.
He accidentally TP'd.
He does push you back a little bit. But
yeah. Oh man, that just got me kind of cracked up. He got pushed back because of the ult, and then accidentally, while he TP'd, he was firing the wall. Instead, he should have fired in front. Pretty much understandable. But here we go. PN Crew slowly, steadily walking up onto the long side. Unfortunately, Merciless, which is their entry fragger, is down to such low HP. This might just be a little problematic, because what entry fragger is supposed to do is get inside the side, just dash inside, and try and make as much as room as possible. And this is where the entry fragger has already been shut down. Ambush, though, is trying his best to trade things out. I use as well. I mean, they have found an entry inside the site, but it's a 3-on-3 situation. Even though Damaru Gaming was on an eco, they have been doing a great job fighting back in this round. Blade Storm active, Thin moving up slowly, steadily. If they give any kind of value to Thin in this round, that would be pretty problematic for PN Crew in the future rounds. And yes, this is where it all starts. Pretty much the Rolling Thunder has been used. The right click being shown, and Thin pulling that round off. And this is just absolutely massive. This is pretty much GG winning the game, because now in the future round, PN Crew will be forced on an eco.
It's a thrifty pick up for Thin and for DG. I mean, I say Thin because it was effectively just him in that round. Rolling Thunder to help him out, definitely from Gaddafi. But it was Thin who started it off, just a clean one tap at the Sheriff, and Thin who ended it off with that Blade Storm, getting a nice right click and then the left clicks to finish it off. Damaru Gaming 12-5, it's map and series points right here, looking to finalize their date against Legion, set up that Valorant El Clasico for Nepal region right here. Now look at this, the recon bolt coming out, Mike has pushed in, The other team is expecting. He gets spotted out. Needs a kill, but doesn't get it on time. So gets traded out instead. Gaddafi there to support from Shavas though. Managed to get one kill from Himari. Thin has come through on the TP, and they've noticed that the spike is right here. With the off, the shots will miss. But Gaddafi coming here to support him. As you can see, Necro Collection just hoping it works out. But PN crew, they will just stay strong and try to push back. Go for the rotate.
Man, this is getting me hyped up. This is getting me real hyped up. The kind of moments that Damaru Gaming is showing inside the game is just absolutely incredible. The aggression is on point all the time. But finally, we do see that hookah presence being shown. Slumber has given the calls away as well. That the B-side control has been shown by these man. Slumber still tucked in the corner. Position being compromised. A little late to react. Ambush though, not going to be missing such kind of opportunities. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Still, Damaru Gaming pretty much are looking pretty decent. Now, we already do see that approach happening. All the three players are in hookah. Stun coming out as well. Aftershocks inbound. Merciless strikes in, finds one, finds two. He wants to find a third one, but gets instantly shut down. Thin! Oh my god, this man is absolutely inhuman. Without a doubt, this man is inhuman. Flash inbound. He will pretty much be peeking out, but no, please take out your operator in these kind of moments.
Oh, he's not fake.
Oh, is he going to be sticking it? He's going to be sticking it. Moves out in the right nick of time. Another big kind of tap coming out. He doesn't really have the time going in, fighting in favor as well. I use nice mind games being played from his side.
Yeah, utilizing every portion of that KO kit to perfection to secure the round for himself. And at this point, like, they need every pop-off moment they can get. So Merciless, spray control on point, able to get that. But still, Tune is giving me goosebumps, man. The shots this guy hits, it's so scary. It feels like any round that, even though it goes towards PNQ, could be pulled back if Thin is alive. But hey, this is an eco. Thin has only got a sheriff. It's usually not an issue for Thin, but it does mean a bit of an advantage for this side of PN crew. Now he's went for that early B-long team. Did have to dash out. He's getting sprayed down. Wallbang shot hits, but finds the one tap nevertheless. What are these shots, Thin? Stop it. No, don't stop it, actually.
I mean, if you want to see a close to the game. Oh, wow. Wow, that's a great shock dart right there, Yomari. Well, here we go. The aggression is being shown. The aggression is there on point. The stuns inbound. Pretty much has stunned one player out. Did connect. A little bit of kind of wobbly aim there, but fine. As long as he's fine, he kills this. That's fine. Gaddafi finding another one as well. It's 2-on-2. The damage has been dealt by Damaru Gaming. And Moonlight also does have the Phantom in his hands.
Stealing sight.
But take a look at the Brimstone onto Damaru Gaming. His HP is not really favoring him, so what he's going to do is pretty much bait the Brimstone out. Slumber has been baited out. Moonlight's getting a lot of help for himself, but no, you didn't really need it to use that. You could have just tried to hold on. And Merciless peeks out in the right nick of time and takes him out as well, even though he had such low HP.
Gaddafi playing it well. Initially missed a lot of shots, but then the second time around, he's like, okay. One time around, that's fine. Finds the instant one tap, but Moonlight, as you said, did not need to lure there, especially since the heal was going on. Normally, like as Merciless did, right? When you see Arena is healing, you know where she's at, so you want to peek her right then and there and kill her, and that's exactly what Merciless did. I think Moonlight just misinterpreting the situation by a couple of seconds meant that he thought he could pull out the layer on time. Could not. Instead, being crew now with all the confidence, we're going to push in. Merciless creating the space, dashes out in time, and Ambush follows up for the kill. But Thin is already here, and Thin is already ready. Picks up one kill, then it looked to deny the plan. Now he did get faked, but Thin almost landing a blind shot. Will not be able to instead. With that down, most players are shovels. Now the Blaze now coming through, nobody strike pushing him back. It's Ambush taking out Tazi. They finally got time to get into post-spawn positions.
Oh, PN crew, there might be a massive kind of moment that they might just do a comeback in these moments. They do want to take this map to overtime, but already a lot of rounds have been given away. To make it happen, it's going to be tough, but Thin has found himself that opening that he's looking for. No, he's getting burnt down by the Molotov, by his own teammate. Oh my! That was an incredible shot, Thin! Oh my god! He is a human beast! He's a beast! Oh my god, but finally Slumber clutching that moment out, and that's gonna be it. GG! Thin's making me go, sheesh!
Never had a doubt.
Thin, you can't do that. Thin, you can't do that. What was that
my god.
Kill? Oh my god, bring out the Damarus. We gotta play the celebration songs right here. Roll them out, like set up the drum roll, you know, because Damaru Gaming are your winners of this semi-final 2 matchup. It'll be Damaru Gaming moving on to the finals of the Nepal and Bhutan qualifiers. We're set up for El Clasico tomorrow, and
Oh
I
my
cannot
god.
wait. Because if Team keeps hitting shots like this, oh my god.
I mean, if Thin keeps on hitting shots like this, then this is just going to be entertainment all over the place. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
wow, what was that? In the end, that was a quick flick as well. And also, he did use that Blade Storm as well. You know, he found himself that headshot to kind of open the things up, open the side up. And wow, I mean, Slumber as well. I mean, Slumber just does such a great job, even like providing the backup from the back lines. And at the same time, even if he wants to play the front lines, he does really good that as well. He's just overall a real flexible player.
Yeah, and that's exactly what a team needs when you have your fraggers
Oh my
like
god.
Tin and Moonlight. They've got their roles perfectly set. I feel like we don't even talk about the others, like Gaddafi itself, is too much. I think,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, he might be the AGL too. It does show a lot of maneuverability within the team. The fact that Gaddafi can play something like the Astra and then switch on to the Breach, but still be that perfect support player. Understanding
Exactly.
that he's got the fraggers in his team with Tin and Moonlight and setting them up for success. So flexible, the roles defined for this team. I think even though Legion has been continuously beating Damaru in the past, I think this might be Damaru's moment to shine. Because for me, I think the biggest tick mark I can give to any team out there is if you've got your roles set perfectly. If you understand each player's position in a particular team and you're helping each other, covering each other's weaknesses, but more importantly, enabling each other's strengths, that's where a team becomes scary almost. And damn, Damaru was scary today.
Damaru was definitely scary. I mean, I feel like Damaru, the entire team, as you did mention, Gaddafi coming in, then Thin coming in, then Slumber coming in, all the entire squad was contributing to kills. I mean, it's not just like one player popping off. I mean, of course, Thin was popping off without a doubt, and this is what he's supposed to do, especially when he's playing that Jet. But yeah, if we talk about some style points and if we talk about some insane shots, I mean, the award has to go to Thin without a doubt. He is the thickest player out there.
Indeed. Tin and Damaru Gaming in general will be jubilant, but nothing to take away from PN Crew. They
Yeah.
worked very hard. They got to the top 4 teams. You know, that itself is a big achievement. Unfortunate that they did run into the force that was Damaru Gaming because, oh my god, I'm not even sure if they can be stopped in the finals. I'm going to have a tough time making up my mind for tomorrow's predictions. But hey, at the end of the day, W Gaming, they put up a show for us to watch, which means tomorrow will be just as exciting. So make sure you subscribe, eh? You don't want to miss a single second of the action. You want to get those notifications bell on. We will be on at the same time. But again, let's forget that. Back to this matchup, because Ascent was so much closer than Bind. Even though, like, the scoreline in Ascent didn't speak, we talked about how it was dominant. In Bind, the scoreline spoke for it, and the play state too. It was just Damaru flexing on PN Crew.
Exactly. It was just absolute Damaru domination all over the place. And it actually did seem like they were just flexing their skills on P and Crew. I mean, props to be given in the first map. P and Crew did try their best to kind of put a full stop on their momentum, but in the late game, again, Damaru decided to strike back. But on this map, I mean, it was just complete Damaru domination all over the place. They did get a couple of rounds here and there, P and Crew, but still, I mean, Damaru was like, okay, it's fine. Even if you steal a couple of rounds away, we're going to do a comeback. And I felt like they were doing so much damage, even though when they were on an eco.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's take a look at the scorecard from Vine. 6 first bloods to his name, 28 kills. Tim will pick it up. But hey, let's not forget Moonlight because he did his job perfectly too. Always there to back up his co-duelist. And actually, it was the other way around. I feel like where Moonlight on the Reyna was creating the space and Tin was capitalizing on it. Usually you see the Jet creating the space and then the others following in. But Moonlight understanding that he's very much like that style of player. He wants to take this initial engagements. He's happy to do it. Pulls out 6 first bloods himself. And when there's 20 rounds in the game and your 2 duelists have got 12 out of 20 first bloods, well, that pretty much speaks of the story of that match, right? That's kind of insane. The fact that they've got 60% of rounds in first bloods just through their duelists.
Exactly. I mean, beautifully pointed out there. 28 kills in total for Thin with 10 deaths and 1 assist. And as you did, I mean, 6 kind of first bloods being popped, and then Moonlight as well. As you did beautifully mention, both of these duelists have gone combined of 12 first bloods in this map. And one thing I can definitely tell was that I mean, they were feeling confident. They were feeling themselves in the matchup against PA Crew. I feel like Damaru Gaming probably when they were trying to, at least research against the squad of PA Crew, they were like, oh, I mean, they aren't really able to, they aren't really playing that great. We can probably easily take them down. That's why they came in inside this competition with such a massive force, and they won it as well with a massive force.
Absolutely. I just noticed a small thing. Slumber had like this with his sticker. You just like say everyone quiet, but of course this is understood. I mean, I don't think we need to discuss it. 54-23-4. The KDR on this and an average ACS of 348 across 2 maps. That's nuts.
That's absolutely That's absolutely nuts. This my mind has been blown. 10 first bloods in 2 maps. I mean, absolutely impressive by Thin there. But yeah, as you did mention, I mean, they have been, Damaru Gaming is having a tough time against Lads of Legion. So tomorrow, it's going to be really interesting to see how Damaru Gaming tackles down Legion. Because look, there's a first time for everything, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've already seen a similar storyline in India Qualifiers 1, where one team was coming into the qualifiers looking like they're unbeatable, but the other showed up. And that might just be the case. Even that was called the Classico, But hey, top 5 players of today. No surprise that we see Thin and Moonlight in the first and third position. But Thin versus Cluster, that battle is going to be one to watch. Unfortunately, Escanor no longer with us, but Elder, again, a player we're going to see today. All 5 players duelists. It is no surprise whatsoever because this region has some cracked aimers.
This region definitely has some crack, but at the same time, we did see a lot of whips going on as well. Let's not neglect that. A lot of whips were being done. A lot of mistakes were being made as well, and actually some rookie mistakes, some critical mistakes were being made. But hopefully, these lads, always can go back and watch what kind of gameplay they showed, and they can always try to, come back with much more stronger force in the future. But yeah, with that being said, Damaru Gaming steals the second semifinals, and the first semifinals was stolen by Legion from RedFire. I mean, this is how the top 5 players are looking like. Of course, Thin has to be on the first in the chart, and even though they only played 2 maps, he's still on the first in the chart.
Yeah, that's really funny because the other teams actually got to play 3, and he's still he's only lacking by 2 first bloods against Cluster, where he has more first bloods per map because of course Cluster played an extra map and picked up a couple of sus kills. But let's take a look at the bracket and see what these teams had to go through to make it all the way here. Legion, of course, playing earlier today against RedFire, and they won that 2-1. Damaru Gaming demolishing PN Crew 2-0 will set us up for the El Clasico of Nepal. Legion versus Damaru Gaming.
Exactly. The Val Classico will be there pretty much tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure the viewers do not want to miss out on it. And as you guys can see already, the spot is kind of empty there for Qualifier for playoffs. So I want to see which one comes out on top. And it's personally, I'm going to be having a tough time to guess which, as you did mention, the predictions. I'm going to be having a tough time. You know what? I'm going to go back home after this this entire session. I'm going to go back home, watch the entire games, how each and every single team played out, try and find any kind of mistakes they made, and then maybe try and make my decision. This entire process might just take me more than 5 hours.
It will be time well invested because it is going to be an exciting affair just watching these teams come out. And such a warlike team. Legion on one hand, like that's of course like the Legion that you see in armies in general, they're going to be coming in for the Damaru. That's something I know for a fact was used historically. Hype up the troops getting into war itself, and war it will be for both of these teams as they look to secure that first spot into the VCC playoffs. No, let me get that. Let me just correct that a little bit. The only spot into the VCC playoffs, because Nepal and Bhutan only have that one qualifier. Of course, the other team will be going to wildcard, but that's a discussion for another day. But for now, as I was talking about, for another day. For now, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell, because we are done for the semifinals of the Nepal and Bhutan qualifier. We'll be back with you at the same time as the start today with the grand finals of the Nepal and Bhutan qualifier. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.